go. Now you're live. Say horrible things.
Hello, everybody.
Gays
Welcome back to This
are
Week in Clown
irritating.
World, or whatever. Things are
It's hot as
silly.
shit, by the way.
Yeah, I don't like to stream over people that we know. V's live right now because the saga with Just Some Guy is
It's hilarious.
continuing. Just Some Guy released a 48-minute, I believe. It was over 40 minutes. Long response to V's response to him. It's become, and now V is doing a live stream responding to the response to the response. We're getting into silly territory.
Yes, it's beginning to sort of just rupture the fabric of time.
When the reality is that all it comes down to, and this is, regarding the Just Some Guy V situation, is that that's from what I know, that's kind of just part of like JSG's personality and his persona that he's putting on, which is to just
smug jackass.
No, to always be right. I'm right about everything, and so now he's in this really pedantic argument with V, where I'm sorry, he's just kind of wrong.
He's not kind of wrong. He's absolutely wrong.
and just.
The thing
is,
just
take the L, man.
We're not even simping for V. Like I did a video on this, by the way, because I'm actually doing my own response because I just watched it and went, okay, so here's the thing. The only reason.
Well, hang on, before you get into that. Speaking of how much time is being invested into this now and invested, how long is your video?
About 45 minutes.
The longest video you've ever made.
By far, it's not even close.
In response to a Twitter spat.
Yes.
Over, let's just be honest, let's call a spade a spade. V just made a statement, and
which
then
was really
JSG,
based insane.
But like not anything. But it was just that the right values, quality, the left values, equality, and JSG just basically straight up called him a Nazi or made a Nazi allegory in response to it. So yeah, it pissed V off because V is a troll.
I don't even think
that's why he represents himself as a troll.
I don't even think it pissed V off. It was more like, this is
really
stupid.
But
it was
he just
funny
decided to troll back with them.
Yeah,
and then he got ratioed, and he's now made a. V's now done. This is his, I think, third or fourth stream on it. We did a stream on it, but I think what I think it is that I actually, not to hype myself a little bit, but I just made that video about why debate doesn't matter. That 2-hour-long video about why debate doesn't matter, or nearly 2 hours long, talking about the using the Tim Pool Emma Vigeland conversation and the Anna Kasparian on Adam and Sish's show as two examples of the Anna Kasparian thing as being more of like a kind of white pill, and the Emma Vigeland one being evidence of why debate doesn't matter. Because what we're seeing here in this particular spat is that I think JSG just cannot understand what V is saying. I think he's so ideologically captured that he cannot understand the very words that V is saying. I don't find V to be particularly ideologically captured, although JSG thinks he is, which is part of the reason why he can't understand him, because it's really devolved just into you're a leftist commie, which I don't really think V has done outside of some jokes, and JSG responding with you're an insane conservative, evil Nazi, whatever. You can't have a conversation under those
here's the
situations.
Reason. It's because basically V said the left believes in equality, or the left believes in equality, the right believes in equality, which is just a normal, sane, rational statement. This jackass went to the most extreme of that and went basically, you're a Nazi. And V's response was, you went to the right-wing extreme as a caricature. Now I'm going to give you a left-wing caricature, which is the extreme of the left, which is communism. And he doesn't seem to understand what V was saying, because he said, oh, you can value all people equally. So he said, do you value the firefighter and the arsonist? Basically saying, because the equalities thing is you both value because they're intrinsically human. Okay. So regardless of what they do, you value them equally. So he gave you two representable opposite examples and said, in your ideology, you value both of these equally. Which is just, like, if you understand what V is saying, like, this is normal. This is nothing controversial.
But JSG can't understand his argument, and I talked about this in my video, and there's research on it.
It's so easy to understand. What the fuck is wrong with you?
But there's a lot of data on it that I covered in my last video, so it is apropos.
But it's so easy to understand, V. What are you doing?
But when you're so involved in your side thinking, anything the person says, no matter how reasonable, no matter how logical, no matter how sensible, it's seen as an attack. Because it's like, what? Well, but the person I disagree with said it, so therefore it must be this grand narrative or something, or some indicative that they are evil. And that's exactly what I saw on the data when I just went over this. Is that there's no way that JSG is just, and this is so common in politics. He's not listening to the words. He's looking for the politics in it, and that's twisting the words to fit a political narrative. And it is extremely solipsistic. It's like he is coming from the paradigm that V must think XYZ things, which is solipsism, mind reading, because in his mind, V is a conservative, and these are the things that conservatives believe, and there is no way a conservative can hold oppositional beliefs, which is pedantry, but it is kind of the norm for political communication.
Is this what these people are actually saying,
at this point?
Because the reason this whole thing drove me insane is because I was listening to him, and I thought, okay, V is making fun of you because your position is insane, and this is not difficult at all to understand. And the thing of it is, if you understand V's point, and V's point is not difficult to understand, it's actually very simple to understand. There comes a point where you look at it and go, if you don't understand what this man is saying, you're either a troll or a retard. Because this is so simple to understand, if you can't, there must be fuckery in your head. That's essentially my position at this point.
At the end of the day, which is a phrase I've come to hate, because I always find that people use it in a weird way.
Oh, and Pearl uses it a lot.
She does, and it's only it wasn't just Pearl. I've noticed a whole bunch of people doing that, of using that phrase,
and it pisses you off.
And now I've come to hate it. So
Congratulations.
But then it gets stuck in my head like an earworm. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's been fascinating to watch it from a sort of a profile analysis.
Sure, and ultimately, what they need to do is talk to each other and stop making response videos and response streams.
No, the response videos are great. I really like them. V even said he misses the response video format, and so do I, because I think it's funny as hell.
That's true. They can be fun, but I think that they really do need to just talk it out. But that's
never going to happen, by the way, because if they
I find it curious as to why. So JSG has said that he can't engage on Twitter. He has to make these videos because of the Twitter character limit, and because he can't afford Twitter Blue, or I don't know, because he doesn't have Twitter Blue, so he can't.
Okay, so here's
then
what he
V
said.
offers to buy him a Twitter Blue subscription.
This was okay. So by the way, I was listening back to the stream, because not the stream, the video they did, because so I have a whole bunch of like sly racist jokes in mind, which are like lightly peppered in, but they're still strong enough to like, yeah, we know what Spoon is saying, which is probably not something I should admit on stream, but they're very obvious. You could tell, and I thought like, maybe it's kind of low class of me to put this in, and then I realized listening back, like he makes a whole bunch of anti-Slavic jokes at V's expense.
Yeah, he does.
Yes, and then I thought
he also it's another case. I mean, he also heavily implies that V doesn't understand the English language correctly.
Yes, while V is openly kicking the shit out of him, which is very funny.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about a lot of that on the special stream we did about this.
So what he said is he doesn't lack the he says something along the lines of he has too much dignity to buy Twitter.
Yeah,
something like that.
But then do a stream, okay? Then talk to each other.
Yeah, but
stop. I mean, again, I don't mind either the video response format inherent, but it's starting to get a little ridiculous. And I know and you and I both know the reason why JSG won't go on to a live stream and talk to V, nor why he won't even respond on Twitter anymore, which is because V's gonna maul him, and so, which, I mean, I'm sorry, like, I know that you can't take the L, but you look like you're taking the L when you refuse to interact.
But
and
also,
that's
okay, but the reason why I laughed is when he said, like, I don't have I have too much dignity to pay for Twitter, and I just went, okay, what is the most racist thing I can say, but like in a subtle way. No, the tone of my video was just when, yeah, if the crime rate of the ULK is anything to go by, paying for a service is something only right-wingers would do.
Ooh, quality versus equality, huh?
Yeah,
you know?
I was like, that's a pretty good shot right there. It's like, yeah, I'm totally using this joke.
The thing about the
it's funny and it's true.
The thing about dignity and paying for Twitter is something that I've noticed, because I've gotten. Okay, I'm gonna.
You get features that you don't if you're on free, so I don't see how.
I should never.
Yeah, it's weird.
Sorry, I should never bitch about things like this and complain about them, because then people know that it kind of annoyed you. But
no, I just thought it was
funny. Some people on Twitter, I've seen them be like, "Oh, why don't you have a blue check? Can't afford it." And it's like, what is this? Twitter blue or whatever thing has really splits people. It's that, like, if you don't have it, well, then you're poor. If you can't afford it, and then if you do have it, then you're
simping for Musk.
You're simping for Elon Musk.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, so this is a no-win scenario. Thank you. I really great. It's excellent. And by the way, I would like to pay for Twitter Blue, but it's not available in Guernsey, so I can't. I have tried going through VPNs to do it, and it will not work. It's just that it's because it doesn't recognize the VPN stuff. It also doesn't recognize my phone number because I have to have my phone number. You have a phone number, right? Well, I have a Guernsey phone number, and it won't take my fake Skype phone number that's based out of the United States. So I just cannot get Twitter Blue if I wanted it, or whatever, Zitter, I don't know, whatever the hell it is now. I can't get it. So I don't have the option at all, which is frustrating. Elon, please fix that. I would like to pay for your service. This happens. Oh my God. Sorry, this is a tangent, but we're starting out the night strong with Samarantian. We bought a new shower. Now, the shower comes in. It's not the shower I ordered.
Welcome to domesticity.
Now, it's not going to be it's not, I just want, I don't care about the other parts of the shower, but the one thing that I want, and I know it's not going to be difficult, is I just want one of those rain shower heads, the big flat ones that go up over the top, so you can have like a rain feature, right? Okay. So that didn't come in right, so I still have to talk to the guy about that. But we've been waiting. It's been disassembled, just sitting in the bathroom for, well, parts of it disassembled, sitting in the bathroom now for 3 weeks, because we needed the carpenter to come in and fit the molding for it, right? And so the carpenter came by 2 weeks ago for about 5 minutes, measured, the dimensions, and got that. And then last night, or yesterday evening, Bill gets a text saying, "Hey, I'm going to come by at 8 o'clock in the morning." And the next day, and today is Bill's only day off a week, by the way. So it's like, hey, I'm going to show up at 8 a.m. on your Sunday and wake you up real early in the morning. So you have to be up way early in the morning. And the house was a little, like, it wasn't messy or anything, but it's lived in. But there's somebody's going to come over and do stuff. So you have to make everything perfectly clean. You know what I mean? No clutter, nothing like that. So to get up at like really early in the morning to straighten stuff up. And then we were waiting around. And then Bill gets a text like saying, "Oh, actually, it's gonna be closer to 11 to noon." So I'm like, okay. So I make crepe Suzettes. Started to make crepe Suzettes because I'm up and I've been cleaning, and now I'm like, oh, okay. Well, now I'm hungry, and I don't normally eat breakfast, but I was like, all right. And then it gets around noon, and we get a text that just says, "Actually, I can't come today." And at least I got to set something on fire, as I said on Twitter with the crepe Suzettes, because it really kind of pissed me off. But it did, like, I don't, that goes back to the Twitter Blue thing, kind of like, I don't even have an option
when
here.
They say the phrase, at least I got to set something on fire.
Right, at least I got to set something on fire. But I feel that way about the Twitter Blue stuff, too. It's just like, I don't know what to do in this situation. We can't go hire another carpenter, because it's going to take months for them to come by. So we just kind of have to deal with it. And, I mean, that's just life. But anywho, that irritated me. That was what irritated me today. But it wasn't even like major irritation. Just like, I just want to use my shower. I just would like to have my shower installed, please. Could I please have my shower installed? It's been a month. I'd like my shower now, please. But that's how it is with with jobs like that, isn't it? With handymen and stuff who, they're they are in high demand. So it can get frustrating. Anywho, that was unrelated. Sort of. I did relate it to the story a little bit. I tried to. But you know what else has... Well, it hasn't irritated me, but what I do find perpetually frustrating is the Trump indictment saga. Speaking of a saga, a political saga, the Trump indictment saga continues, and now allegedly the death penalty is on the table.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Of course not. But I find it interesting because that's the level that we're at, where the Democrats, they're so afraid and angered at him, afraid of and angry with him, that they're just going to keep doing this. I mean, they're just going to keep doing it until they hope they can get a judge who is so insane that they'll go ahead with it in some way, right?
Yeah, which is lunacy.
They just want to stop him from running because they're terrified of him running.
Yes.
There's no other reason for them doing this other than that they are absolutely terrified of Trump running. So that's really big on the screen. You got it? Yeah, so Trump indicted on charge out of special counsel probe into Jan 6. This is the second federal indictment. This is not the second one. Wait, is this the old article? No, this is from yesterday.
I'm paying attention, but I am also editing this video. I'm just adding little thingies, so don't worry.
Okay.
I have to multitask because this is one long fucking video I have here.
This is the third indictment attempt, though. So this is the third indictment. They say second. It's the second federal indictment. They did another one forever ago. This is there's the one that's
one,
that just So this is actually, come on, get this shit straight. It's the third one, okay? Because there was the first one was they rolled over Jan 6. And then and then the one was the documents. So yeah, this is the third one. This is about Jan 6 again. So they did the Jan 6, then they did the classified documents, and now they're back to Jan 6. Trump was indicted on 4.
The only reason why they're doing this now is because of a certain Devon Archer.
That is interesting, isn't it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Devon Archer. So Devon Archer, who of course was
one of
colleague of Hunter Biden,
crack smoking buddy,
who Hunter got a job on the board of Burisma.
Which is totally legitimate. Absolutely. He was
legitimate.
He was definitely qualified.
They were all qualified to work at this.
Smoke a lot of crack while being on the board of an energy company that he has absolutely no qualifications for.
Ukrainian energy company,
It's definitely not his surname. Not at all.
Sure.
Even though he openly said it is. Even though he openly said he was lying. He was high. He was under the influence. So it was clearly, he was out of his mind. He didn't mean that.
He was out of his mind, except he wasn't on drugs at all because he's a good boy.
Yes.
But he's also a drug addict, and that's why it's just like it's a never-ending deluge of excuses for Hunter Biden, which is just I find really. Why do you care? Why do you care? Well, why do you keep doing this stuff with Trump? Hunter Biden actually did some screwed up shit. I don't think you can make that kind of. I mean, okay, they're rehashing, they are relitigating the January 6th stuff again with this. That was the first indictment was over the Jan 6 stuff. The second one was over the documents. Then we're back to Jan 6. Trump was indicted on 4 federal charges out of the probe, including conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. Trump has been...
Am I the only one who just hit that and went like, that's a lot of circular reasoning right there.
It sure is.
Okay, because
Trump has been ordered to appear, blah, blah, blah.
Lionel Nations did a video about this, and he just went, the answer should be to anyone who brings this up is just so what?
Oh, see, here's what they were saying. Dude, Fox News, fix your shit. Because this is the second indictment out of Smith's investigation. So this is the one just concerning Jan 6, not the one concerning the documents, which was a totally different investigation and indictment attempt. Blah, blah, blah. The charges will include willful retention of national defense information. So they're still including that anyway. Conspiracy to obstruct justice and falsify documents. Trump was charged with an additional 3 counts as part of suspending of a superseding indictment out of that probe last week. So they added stuff from the other indictment, which makes it 3. This is just the second under this particular charge. Which, at some point, doesn't this become double jeopardy?
Yeah, probably.
They just don't care.
No, of course they don't.
Yeah.
Liberals care about things?
The defendant, Trump, was 45th president. Despite having lost, the defendant was determined to remain in power. You know, I don't remember who I was listening to earlier today, but I heard somebody say this, and I agreed with it, which is that I don't think Trump said the things that he said on Jan 6 and around Jan 6 because he was determined to remain in power. I think he legitimately thought he won. And I think he did win, by the way, personally. But I don't think he said that because he was trying to lie or trick or
No, I think it was
cheat people.
His legitimate belief.
In which case, none of this matters.
Yeah,
if he truly believed it.
Yeah, hence why Lionel said that for God's sakes, you can say whatever you want. Like, he's not held legally liable for this kind of shit in any way. So why are you people losing your bollocks about it? It's because the thing of it is, if you were to just look at January 6th, or not January 6th, sorry, the election, okay? A sane person would go, can someone explain to me how the man who, what was the two states he won? He won Florida and Ohio, and there's another state, I think, that like the last 120 years of presidents.
Well, he won every bellwether.
Presidents. Yes, exactly. He won the 2 or 3 swing states that have had every presidential win for the last 120 something years, right?
Yeah. Thank you, Foy Birdheart. It was Tim Pool who said that. That was who I was listening to earlier.
You look at that.
He's right.
You look at that, and then the night of the election, because I remember this vividly because I was up watching it, I went, Trump is so far ahead. This is just going to be cleaning clock. It's not even funny. And then just...
We all went to bed like that. Yes,
and then the next day woke up like, what the fuck just happened in the last 8 hours while we were asleep? Because like... these magical 5 swing
found some
states,
votes.
Yes, just immediately stop counting,
and
then like at 2 o'clock in the morning, there's a whole bunch of ballots. How did you stop counting and somehow you managed to get 100,000 ballots for one guy?
Well, they say that they were all in because we've all heard it. Is there any reason to rehash and relitigate this? That they found them because they were all the mail-in votes because Democrats do mail-in because of COVID. Bullshit. And yes, it was, and oh my God, the fact that it was like every single, in some of these cases, 100% of the votes were for Trump.
Yeah.
Statistically, that's impossible.
Oh, for Biden, you mean?
Not a single one, 100%. There was no error whatsoever. That's statistically, the probability of that happening is so, I don't care how blue, and they weren't even in like ultra blue areas where they got these 100% for Trump, or excuse me, for Biden results. Yes. They weren't in like ultra blue areas.
Yeah.
So it was just...
If you're telling me that this guy who could barely fill a fucking warehouse full of people.
Yeah, it still can't.
Right?
And we'll look at his new polling numbers, by the way. It's going great. Yes,
and you're telling me that this guy, and the people who say like, oh, why would they cheat? Well, let's see. Why would they just screw with the election? Let's see. The guy who's in power right now is literally Trump's antithesis in every single way because he's objectively worse in every available quantifiable metric. Mm-hmm. Like, how much of this do you have to see with your own eyes before you go, yeah, there is something definitely screwy here? To say otherwise is you're just gaslighting people. Like,
and by the way, I'm allowed to believe that. What I said earlier is that I think that there was something screwy with the election. I'm allowed to believe that, Newsen. I'm allowed to believe that. It's me stating a belief. I'm not stating that as objective fact. I'm allowed to have an opinion, at least as of now, although that is quickly coming to an end in this in the United States. Because it's a wrong think opinion, but that's my opinion anyway. I think that there was shady stuff that happened, and that's my opinion, and I'm allowed to have it. As of yet, you can't arrest me for having an opinion, although I know you would love to. Jeez. Anywho. So Smith alleged that for more than 2 months following the election day on November 3rd, 2020, Trump spread lies that there had been an outcome determinative fraud in the election, that he had actually won. I think, again, I agree with Tim Pool. I think he genuinely thought he won.
So
and he was flabbergasted by the results because a lot of us were, okay? Because it was kind of
obvious.
I mean, look who they elected. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yes.
I know that the left looks at Trump and go, oh my God, how could you possibly have elected him?
But the left's only argument is but mean tweets, and we are go.
Yeah, but mean tweets.
Here's accomplishments listing endless amount of them. Like, this is why he won. This is why we think he won again, because this. You know what I find amazing is that these people, if you look at Trump, he got more votes than any other incumbent in the history of the United States.
And somehow Biden got more.
Yes, and somehow lost, which is amazing to me. And people say, oh, look, it's because of minorities. Bitch, he got more minorities in the second term than he did in the first one. He increased his vote tally with every single metric except straight white males.
And by the way, I don't think Trump did spectacularly well as a president. I think he did a good job. I do.
Compared to his predecessor, he was godlike.
Compared to, but I mean, like, and that's what they want you to forget is that, remember, they don't want you to remember, the Democrats in power do not want you to remember that things were better under Trump. They're terrified of it because Biden and Bidenomics and freedoms in the United States have all been catastrophic over the last 4 years. Yeah. So that's why they're doing all of this. That's why they're doing all of this, is they are terrified of him running because they know that he will win. And I think even they are a little bit worried about doing more of that, about how much fortification they'd have to do, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't think the Democrat machine also wants Biden anymore.
No, of course not, because he's a risk.
So they need to get rid of him. They need to get rid of Biden because he's awful. And nobody likes him. He's senile.
Yeah.
I don't even know how much they can control him. They have to basically hide him all the time.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then, they have to hide. We'll get into some of that stuff. But they obviously can't let Trump win. But they don't have any viable candidate. Who? Gavin Newsom?
That's basically the only person they have as far as national appeal.
And as we're going to get to, people are fleeing California
in record numbers. Yeah,
record numbers, to the point where it's screaming with the state's entire GDP.
This is the thing.
This is significantly.
California has had a growing population for almost the entire history of the state.
Yes, until now.
Until now, which is that. That's not really the kind of records you want to have, Gavin. And then also
under Gavin,
run for president. But you know what I find fascinating is
what?
If up to the lead up to the 2016 election, what was the coverage for Trump like?
2016?
Yes.
Oh well, I'll tell you why this didn't happen in 2016. Because Trump was a joke.
Yes.
They thought it was hilarious.
Yes.
They were like, "Holy shit! Look at who the Republicans picked."
Yes.
They picked this crazy, this weird reality TV star, billionaire.
Yes.
The weird orange man. There's no way people will like him. Well, turns out people actually do like Donald Trump.
Yes, and now the way they behave now, it's like now it sounds like you deem him a threat. Because if you actually
this is a threat. They're terrified of him.
If
I thought he was a joke.
Beatable, you would have
Which
him.
is it? Is he a big, stupid orange idiot, or is he a legitimate threat to your presidential aspirations? It's always. I think in 2016 they really did underestimate him. Because they're disconnected. Well, because they're totally and utterly disconnected from Middle America. Democrats don't have any clue what the average American, and I'm saying not statistically necessarily in terms of population, but a regular person who does not live in New York or California feels or thinks about anything.
Yeah. It's funny you mention that because the article, the political article, shows that to a fucking T.
Yeah. I don't know where you want to put that article in. How long? You said it's quite long because I got my stuff.
It's so long we could do a whole stream on it. That's
okay,
yes.
How about I just do my stuff and then we'll get through my stuff and we'll see how it goes.
The reason why I showed this to Aiden is because I looked at the headline and went, this is already annoying me. And then I read like 2 or 3 because it's like a group discussion. And I read the responses and I went, oh my god, this is filling me full of murderous desires and rampage. And if this is doing this to me, Aiden is going to go ape shit, which is the reason I wanted. There's the reason I didn't show it to you because I wanted a live reaction.
I do have a place to put it into the show, which is nearer to the end. So let's get back into the indictment. Smith alleged that Trump, between November 14th, 2020 and Jan 20th, 2021, quote, did knowingly combine conspire, confederate, and agree with co-conspirators, known and unknown to the grand jury, to defraud the United States by using dishonest, fraud, and deceit to impair, obstruct, and defeat the legal federal government function by which the results of the presidential election are collected, counted, and certified by the federal government. No, he said peacefully protest, and then he said go home.
There's literally video footage of this, for God's sakes.
I know, how can you... And the part that why I don't even want to like go over this in too much more detail is that we've already litigated this.
Yeah.
We've been over it. I'm tired of talking about this stuff we've already talked about. There's no reason to keep saying what it is. He said, peacefully make your voices heard while they were counting the votes. He didn't say go and attack AOC and destroy the Capitol, which they were let into, by the way, by the Capitol Hill police. They were let into and walked about with police escorts, essentially.
Yeah, we have footage of this
stuff. It's all come out. But never once, you can't put this stuff on Trump. The fact that he said he does not believe that the election results were accurate. That's his belief.
Yeah, apparently not allowed to have those. In America.
Listen, and is his right and his freedom of speech. However, the spokesperson says that the lawlessness of the this is interesting though, that the lawlessness of the persecutions of President Trump and his supporters is reminiscent of Nazi Germany in the 1930s, the former Soviet Union, and other authoritarian dictatorial regimes. Wait, who said that? I agree though. I agree completely because that's what it is. This is a takeover, right?
Yeah, it's a coup.
No, they're complaining that it's hilarious. They're saying Trump tried to do a coup, and now they're trying to do a coup on regular Americans. That you can't have the freedom, you can't have freedom of belief, not belief in faith system even. Freedom of your own thoughts is now a crime. We are talking thought crime indictment here. They are trying to guess what Trump believed.
And make a criminal case about it.
That he knew this was false and said it anyway. Oh my God. But this time, they're going a little bit more ham than they have the last two times, because this time it could include the death penalty.
It won't, but it's funny to watch.
No, it won't. This is all an exercise. I really do think that they're truly hoping that they will get a judge who's so crazy that will go along with their stuff. But if you persecute, not prosecute, you persecute Donald Trump like this, you martyr him, what do you think that's going to do? Because I can tell you a little bit about something called psychological reactance. And
one of your favorite phrases, I think.
It's only because it always comes up. I mean, the current video I'm working on, it's the key component of it, of why that happened. It's like, it's not difficult to figure out. When you restrict people's freedoms, when you tell them things that they cannot do, they will fight to restore their freedoms. That's what reactance is. It is a key component of the human condition. So,
is that what
Jack, Special Counsel Jack Smith indictment Tuesday against former President Trump for his role in attempting to challenge the results of the 2020 presidential election includes several weighty felonies, including one for which death may be a penalty. Under USC 241,
they phrase that.
It's Breitbart. Conspiracy against rights, including penalty of up to 10 years in federal prison. But it adds that if death results from the actions covered under this provision, the offender may be executed. What? If two or more persons conspire to injure, oppress, threaten, or intimidate any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district in the free exercise of enjoyment of any right or privilege secured by him by the Constitution or laws of the United States, or because of having so exercised the same, or if two or more persons go in disguise on the highway or on the premises of another with the intent to hinder his free exercise or enjoyment of any right or privilege so secured, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both. And this is the important part, and if death results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or if such acts include kidnapping or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse or an attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or an attempt to kill, they shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for any term of years, or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. Key parts to point out there: Remember, AOC claims that they were trying to kidnap her. People did die. People did die.
True.
At the Capitol riot, there was the police officer.
Yeah, the one that got shot.
Who died later.
Yeah, he died.
No,
of
you mean
stroke.
Ashley Babbitt,
Yes.
the woman,
yes.
the Trump supporter who was shot in the neck. Yes, she died, but I don't think they would count her. They'd count that police officer who died of a stroke the next day, or later that day. Which I don't. Well, because they threw something at him. But even his own family, by the way, has come out and said, "Hang on, guys, like it's time to stop stuff." But you see, it's in the law. If it's an attempt to kidnap or attempt to kill, they're going to say it's that they attempted, that Trump engaged in conspiracy to attempt to kill and did kill that police officer, or engaged in conspiracy that encouraged people to kill that one police officer, attempt to kill members of Congress, and or kidnap them, which is punishable by death.
I don't think anyone in the United States is base enough to try and take out a congressman.
No, pretend you didn't say that, but yeah, for YouTube purposes. Whoops, in Minecraft, right?
YouTube doesn't know what base means. Don't worry about it.
I know. Haven't figured that quite out yet.
Chat right now is like, Jesus Christ, spoons and yeah. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but lately I've decided I may be a political content creator, but at this point in time, if you want to have an honest look at the world, don't do it through a political lens, because politics makes you just ignore objective reality.
Yeah.
This is why I said, like, if you want to have an honest take on the world and you just looked at the world objectively, you would be right wing by default. The only way the only way you can be a left winger is if you did it through indoctrination.
That's why they need so much censorship, because they can't let people know the truth, otherwise they wouldn't believe in their nonsense.
The truth is big, bad, and scary.
So yeah, see, it says here, Democrats and some of Trump Republican opponents have also tried to blame him for apparent efforts by some of the rioters to kidnap Mike Pence. Oh, I remember that. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, kidnap Mike Pence. We'll get to Pence here in a second. And Nancy Pelosi. So that's what they're going to argue, is that do they have the name of the officer? Breitbart doesn't even include the name of the officer who died of a stroke. I mean, understandably so, because it was unrelated. But I guess they're going to include Ashley Babbitt. They don't want to talk about Ashley Babbitt, so I'd be shocked if they said that she was someone who was actually murdered, because they don't want to talk about the fact that she was shot by a Capitol police officer in the neck.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because she was a Trump supporter. And that makes her a bad person.
And
but anywho, yes. So is this the plan? I guess is the question. Are they going to argue
Trust the plan, Aiden.
Right? Are they going to argue that Trump, by saying "go and peacefully make your voices heard," which is what he said, and just because he had also been saying on Twitter that he thought it was stolen.
I like the way that if you're a Republican and say you're stolen, it's bad. But if you're a Clinton, then you can say
Democrats,
can say it for 5 years and blame Russia, and you can spend $40 million and getting the FBI involved to investigate that. No, actually, that you knew from the get-go was a lie, and that's totally fine. But one man just goes...
Huge waste of government funds and taxpayer money.
Yeah.
And by the way, I found that in my conspiracy theory video, on the research I did on that one, like the most common belief... one of the most common conspiracy beliefs believed by Democrats, I'll pull it up here, is that Republicans steal elections. It's one of their most commonly held beliefs in terms of, things that are deemed conspiratorial. Let me find it here. Well, if I can't find it quickly, guys, we'll move on. But let's see, conspiracies. My computer's working slow today. It should be in this folder.
Oh, by the way,
here we go.
If you look at this,
actually, I was pretty on the fast in the uptake on that one. Huh?
If you look at this, South Africa has made the news lately.
We're going to talk about that. Yeah.
Yes,
actually,
yes. If you want my honest opinion about that, I'm going to do a Rumble video, because I want to say a whole bunch of shit about race that probably not even Aiden would like me to say.
Probably. So look at this chart here. So on the left-hand side, obviously, we have liberal Democrat beliefs. This is a list of different conspiracies, right?
The first four is like openly acknowledged.
Well, these ones are the ones that if the little dots are on the right, they're things that conservatives believe in. If the dots are on the left of this dividing line, they're things that more leftists believe in. What is the second most commonly believed conspiracy from the left on this chart.
Oh, mailing ballots.
GOP steals elections.
Based on what?
That's just what they believe. This is what people on the left believe. It's one of the most commonly held, quote, conspiratorial beliefs, is that the GOP steals election. This study was conducted in 2022, by the way. Or was published in 2022. I think it was the data were collected in 2020.
Let's look at this. I'm just want to go through these. COVID's really exaggerated. Well, we know that one is true. That was just
Obama
factual.
birther, that Obama's not a U.S. citizen.
I kind of believe that, actually, to be honest. Global warming, and that one is obviously true. Like, there's so much information for that. Mueller investigation, Clinton's, again, that we know is true. Soros control, yes, there's like 15 times his son has visited Biden. Dems infected Trump with COVID. I don't know about that.
I don't know about that one. I never even heard that one.
Conspiracy to kill police. No, that's openly acknowledged.
Just true.
Yes.
They're openly saying
Epstein
that,
murdered. Yeah, no shit. Spread COVID on purpose. I don't know about spread it on purpose, but unleashed it. Yeah, probably.
And these are truncated like descriptions, right?
Yeah.
You know, and then in the center you get you want to know something I find funny. You want we're talking about the VJSG situation, right? Their little debate. I'm going to zoom in here for a second, and I want you to see something that falls right in the center of all of these beliefs. Absolute dead center. No political ideological bias.
Holocaust.
What belief could I be looking at? Referring to go back to the JSG stuff.
No, the Holocaust denial.
Right in the damn center.
I mean, a Holocaust denial is kind of a weird one.
It is, but I'm just saying, like, the idea that this is V is some. You know what I mean?
No,
like, I just
no, not that. I mean the actual. How base can I get here? Aiden?
I don't know where you're going with this, but I already disavow.
Okay, no. Here's what about okay, not use Holocaust, just use any event. Aiden, do you trust the Nazis?
No.
Do you trust the Soviets?
No.
Do you trust your own government?
No.
How about government?
I don't trust any government.
Yeah, exactly. So how about governments during wartime?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so explain to me, how is it that we have 3 types of governments that no one believes, even less so during wartime? And for some bizarre reason, when it comes to any event, there's like,
I know.
This governments that lie constantly, except with this one that doesn't even involve our governments directly.
That is bizarre. Is that like the one reason, government that told the truth?
One. Yes, like
was
all the other events, all the other events,
Right.
they were lying through their ass. But this one, they totally kept every single thing about this is 100% true. Like, no, it isn't.
There are other things. There are things that are near the center that are real, like the MLK assassination, or FDR having. Well, we don't know that for sure, but there's a lot of evidence that FDR knew about Pearl Harbor.
Yeah. By the way,
or even instigated it intentionally in order to go to war with Japan.
I actually have
Gulf of Tonkin. Yeah.
I actually have a book about the
numbers we're going to
the event that we can't discuss.
Yeah. Right. Or the JFK assassination. Like, these are some of these are real things, right? But I do find it interesting that Holocaust denialism is like right in the center that people on the left and the right agreed on.
The thing is, I don't even consider that
this is another graph from a different
a conspiracy. That to me, it's just like, why is it that I can question everything about the Second World War except that? Like, that to me is just like, this isn't even like a particular group. It's just that, why is it that I can question every event but that one? That's just a bit that freaks me out. It's just, why
that's how you end up that's how you end up in the position that Kanye West found himself in. Is it like, why can't I question these events? I'll tell you why.
But it's just a good question.
Just don't do it. Just don't do it.
Hell no, I don't like being told what to do.
It's an extremely sensitive topic, and I would highly recommend not doing it.
That's their problem. Don't make it mine.
Oh, I know.
There we go, base. Me and Bill would do a Rumble stream one day.
Whoops. Wrong thing. I don't know why the link's not working, but because I missed the
It's because you clicked on the wrong thing, you silly person.
I copied it wrong. So judge rules Trump false election claims while in office covered by presidential immunity.
Based.
So it's over. So this is on the 1st.
It's a bit worrying that this is considered like this is so egregious. You need presidential immunity, though. That bit's kind
Well, it is. That is ridiculous. But this is why I say this is ridiculous. It's already been so that Erdos ruled that Trump has immunity for the tweet and the remarks at the state Senate hearing because both statements were made while he was serving as president. And they're still pushing forward with this new indictment comes after this ruling. For the same thing.
But we all know why. It's because
it's the same. It's the same thing. It's about it's related. They're trying to do it for this one particular thing by saying that, well, you know, I think they want to kill him. I do think they want to kill him.
Of course they want to kill him. That's obvious.
But it's not going to happen.
You can't.
No sane judge, and there are still sane judges in the United States. Thank God. Yes, there are.
Yeah, that's sitting on
it's going to go through with that.
Well, some of them are anyway.
Could you even imagine? Let's do a thought experiment. Even imagine that they find a crazy judge who says, yes, Trump conspired with other people to encourage the kidnapping and murder of other people during Jan 6, and they put him on death row. Could you? I mean, the country would be on fire. That's over. I think he'd win from death row, but also I think that's it.
Okay,
that's
by
it,
the way,
man.
Do you realize how many black people would vote for him just on the fact that he is on death row? They would think he's a straight G. Like, this dude is fucking held liable by the court system. White guy is getting fucked over. They would just think like, oh hell, we're voting for that guy. Having a president run from jail would be badass. There are some people that will actually think this.
Wait, you can question Japanese war crimes, but they boot Aiden from anniversary streams for questioning the election? What anniversary stream did I get booted from? I don't even remember. Sorry.
Aiden is based with such frequency, you can't even remember the shit she says.
No, I can remember the shit I say. I just don't remember. Oh, was that Adam and such? I know I do remember getting kicked for something for saying people were like, oh, don't talk about the election because it was back when it was a little bit more contentious. It might have been Adam and such. I don't remember. I do not. However, El Gusto, if you could clarify. I do want to do a little bit of an aside here, and I want to do a little shilling. It's not for me. It's for
my latest video.
I am going to be at an event in a month, or a little over a month. And if you are in the United Kingdom or have the ability to travel, I know it's short notice, but it was just announced. And okay, so I've known about this for probably about 2 months now, but it wasn't like solidified, so I couldn't say anything about it publicly, right? But I do know, and I didn't have a date. I was in nobody even like involved knew the date or where or when or why. And part of that is because you know how people are. Even though this is not political, there's going to be a Nerdrotic UK meetup on the September 6th. Sorry, I said September 8th when I talked to Callum about this, but September 6th. Hopefully, my name will be added to this guest. I've confirmed that I'm going to it. But a bunch of guests: Shadiversity, Adam Kregler, Quarter Black Garrett, X-Ray Girl, and many more people. And her husband, Mark the Cyborg, of course. Gary from Nerdrotic will be at this just hangout kind of event at a pub in London on the 6th of September. So if you're interested and want to hang out, come hang out. I'll be there. I'll be doing some other stuff around the time because I've been wanting. Actually, it was serendipitous because I wanted to go to England because I wanted to go to Bath for a vacation, and then it was like, oh, great, and to hang out with some friends. So this was perfectly timed. So again, if you're in the area, you're interested in hanging out. I don't know. It says it's sold out already, so whatever. But so the official tickets are already sold out. But I don't know. Follow Gary to see if like there's other things that they're gonna do to make it easy. Man, that's sold out in a day. So, whoops. Okay. Anywho, I'll be there though.
She didn't do that by accident just to appear like a bitch, by the way.
What?
Because you're shilling for an event that's already sold out. Makes you look.
Oh, I didn't. Well, no, I didn't realize that. I had it up on the screen.
That's what I'm saying. She didn't do that just to be an asshole.
No, I didn't mean to. And actually, so I'm less of a bitch. Let me read some super chats as
I
we,
kind of want
because
an
I
opinion
think
on the end of this
yeah,
video. I want to ask you guys, is this offensive? If
at the end
answer
of
is
of your
no,
video.
yes.
Yeah.
If the answer is no, do I need to make it more offensive?
Okay. So Gary Thomas for 5. Are you gonna read it? Oh.
Yeah, it just said because he was
Sure, go ahead.
kind of like a smartass throughout the entire video.
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, because at the end of the video, I have like a thing now where I just do a quote because people find it amusing. They end on a funny note. And I said, that one should stop trying to be a smartass, get off his ass and actually get smarter. Perhaps one day he will learn there was a time before fascism, like when his ancestors were still in Africa. Because he's black.
Oof. Okay. Yeah, it's a little spicy, dude.
There's nothing against him. It's just saying like there's a time existed before this current paradigm. I don't know why that's offensive. It's just true. You were still free. This is before slavery happened. Why is this bad?
I guess it's just it's a bad look.
It's suggestive. Yeah, that's the point. It's supposed to be a bad look. It's like, you snot-nosed little boss. Like, yes, I am. Yeah. I am better than you, and I have a better outfit, and I'm white.
Yeah.
Which I actually say in the video, by the way. I literally point that out. There's one of my jokes is that we are white, and therefore we have a higher IQ, and we can tell jokes through humor.
Like I said, it's a bit spicy, but I think you're probably okay to say it. Let me hit these super chats since that's mostly the end of the Trump indictment scandal. He's been cleared of this exact charge already, and they just don't care. They don't care. This is what I actually take all of this as a positive sign, Spoon.
Of course, yeah, you should. Because it's absurd.
Because they're clearly terrified of him, or they wouldn't do this. Do you know what I mean? They would not be engaging in this, trying to put the death penalty on the table.
You're basically trying to destroy the republic for the sake of one guy, which makes you look kind of crazy.
Right. Trying to put the death penalty for a former president on the table over something that you've already litigated over.
It's kind of nuts. Yeah.
Yeah,
to say the least.
I mean, I'd like to hear Racket's and other lawyers' interpretations of this potential death penalty. I think I don't think you need a law degree to know that that's not happening, but it's the desperation that I smell on it that I do find interesting, right? Gary Thomas for 5 says, "Hey, dynamic duo, this question is for Spoon. Bang, marry, kill. Royal edition. You ready, Spoon?
Oh God.
Bang, marry, kill. Okay. Queen Elizabeth I.
Marry.
Catherine the Great. Or Wu Zhitan.
Oh, dear God. I hate you.
Okay, what are you going to do?
Okay, well...
You're really going to... what do you want to do with Wu Zhitan?
Okay, so here's the thing. The best queen there is Queen Victoria. So marry the queen, right? And just...
No, not Victoria, Elizabeth I. Tudor.
Oh, the Elizabeth I.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so the absolute king. Yeah, based, absolutely. Definitely fuck Catherine the Great.
Wait. So you want to marry Queen Elizabeth I to make yourself King of England?
No, I think she's just a good ruler. A good ruler.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right.
She was excellent. Yeah.
Yes. Fuck Catherine the Great because she was really quite promiscuous, actually.
She was, actually, allegedly.
She essentially fucked her way into power. And just because of racial reasons...
No, she was born into power. Well, yeah, a little bit. She always had a whole bunch of boy toys, allegedly.
Yes, and then for racial reasons, we will kill the Asian.
Wow. You're in a mood tonight.
What I mean, there's a
you
thing.
You like Asian women though.
Yeah,
but Wu Zhitan is crazy.
Yes,
so.
Wasn't she the woman that killed 2 of her own sons?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So please forgive me if I want to kill the woman that kills her own kin. That's that's maybe like a safe bet. Yeah.
But I think that probably Gary thought you might.
Pretty good queen though. That's
in some ways, but I think Gary might have thought that you would have gone with Wu Zhitan just because you like Asian women.
I do like Asian women, but I also like staying alive more.
True. Flannel McMantle for 4 months says they won't stop indictments even after he's dead. That's true. Even if they killed him, even if they got some way killed Trump, they would still just be like, oh, and we have a posthumous can't pronounce things. Posthumous indictment. We have a posthumous thing we're gonna lump on him because he made us so mad because he wasn't supposed to win.
but for racial reasons.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe you put
Which
it
is
that
very
way.
funny because I like an Asian girl right now. So
I know. DRT is King for 10 says on the Twitter Blue situation, why not have your American father get the service with his American phone number and just and stuff and just send him $8 a month? I loved your appearance on Woman's Hour, by the way. Thank you, DRT.
that's a
yeah,
good
it was
question.
fun.
Why don't you do that?
I tried it.
What happened?
It's because my phone number is associated with my Twitter account. I would have to like.
You can undo it and then do it with a different number, by the way.
I tried, and it
Really?
it basically just said you can't do that at this time. Yeah.
Really? Huh.
Thank you, DRT, for the suggestion. I tried to do exactly that, but with my mom and not my dad. But yeah, because I was like, oh, mom, like, can you help me out with something here for like 5 minutes? Because I was still gonna pay for it or whatever. Like, you know, like it's fine. So it wouldn't have been an issue because I have an American bank account. Just like use her phone number. It didn't work. It still failed. It said like no, you can't do that. So that or I'm on some kind of crazy blacklist. I don't know. I think it's just that. Look, Elon, just make it available here.
I will bring it up with him at the South African meeting.
At the South African meeting, okay.
Yes. Okay, because like
we will hang out.
Yeah, I will say that my favorite thing that he's done on Twitter is that he's made it so that you no longer need to register with a phone number.
Yeah.
Which I'm extremely grateful for. And if you need to pass like a test, it just says do like the capture test, which is just the identify like 5 pictures where there's 2 things in, because apparently AI can't do that yet. It's not that sophisticated. And so if you can pass that test, then you can go through like, oh, thank you very much. Because I've once or twice the first time I DM'd someone. I think it was a buddy of mine. I think it was Mark the Cyborg, actually. I DM'd him. Because I've noticed something that I actually like that Twitter does now is you get more access to features the more you use the platform. Which I quite like.
I just want to be able to make long tweets. And really, I'm worried about outreach. That like my tweets won't reach as many people because I don't have the check. That's the only thing I'm really worried about is that okay, here's the real kicker, right?
Okay.
I can and have promoted, so I can pay Twitter to promote a tweet. Because it
what the hell? What the hell are you doing?
What happened?
Computer?
Oh, we had a malfunction.
What the fuck did you just do?
You alright?
Sorry, it went spuggy on
Anywho, sounds like everything's okay. So I can pay Twitter money to promote a tweet of mine. So like if I make a new video and I want to make sure that it's seen by more people, I've only done it once on the conspiracy theory video when it was doing really, really poorly because it got algorithmically suppressed. So I paid like $100 too to promote the tweet, which isn't a lot, but you know, I put like, I also have never done it before. So I was like, well, let's just see if this works. So wait a minute, excuse me, Elon, you're willing to take my money for me to promote a tweet, but I can't buy Twitter Blue because I'm in a region where it's not supported. Make it make sense, because it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't.
Anywho, Sloship for 10 Canadian says, as much as I like Trump, I kind of agree with Michael Malice that he's more useful as a martyr. Him being arrested might shake the boomers awake and realize we live under a narco-tyranny. Well, he's already been arrested.
Yeah.
They've already taken him to court. They've done it twice. So at this point, if what you're saying is that he's more useful as a dead martyr, I mean, maybe it might shake the... If they did put him on death row, I do think that... I mean, that's the end. Like, that's it. It's over for America. I don't know what it's going to become afterwards. I mean, if we follow the Aristotelian model, it is going to fall into despotism of some sort, or some sort of tyranny. Yeah, we already live under tyranny, so yeah, it falls into despotism, and then into monarchy, and then we win. Yay! And it's going to get real bad first. DRT is King for 5 says Trump really pulling double duty as both of the Gracchi brothers. Let's hope he doesn't end up like the two patrician brothers. I'm not even familiar with that reference or the.
Yeah, neither am I actually.
Or they gangsters? I don't know. Thank you, DRT. Let me look that up real quick because I don't know who that is. Bill might.
I like the way the chat
Oh,
said to me.
Grokkai from Rome. Yeah, okay.
I like the way the chat said to me, they don't care how racist I am as long as I'm
Yeah.
correct. I don't think I've ever said anything that is not true. Like, okay, so here's something that I said to a friend
Not
of mine.
intentionally, probably.
No,
I've
like,
said things that are untrue on accident, sure.
No, like I said this to a friend of mine. One of my buddies, he's black, and I said to him, tell me if you agree with this. There's no one that hates blacks more than blacks who've earned their money.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And he just went, oh yeah, absolutely. Because it's very simple. This is something that the left does not seem to understand, is that human beings learn from other humans. That's just like how all civilizations work, is you learn from people who are better than you. And any people, especially minorities, if they can see someone does something better than their own, the ones that have sense will learn from the people that do things better than their own. And they don't seem to understand that if you're in a position where that is a thing, people who look at their own and are fed up with the shit that their own do, they will leave their own to go with the people that are better, because their own kind is holding the bag, the crab in the buckets thing. And so it's just very bizarre to me, because because people think, oh, that's terribly racist. My question for you would be, where does Barack Obama live?
Oh, Martha's Vineyard.
Yes, exactly. He's surrounded by nothing but freaking white people. Where did BLM buy their real estate?
Oh, places like Martha's Vineyard, very rich, white, affluent areas.
Yes, why? Because they care about their freaking property value.
Yes. And they don't want it to get destroyed during the riots that they themselves induce.
Yes.
I know, isn't it? It's just astonishing.
Yes. Guess who's more familiar with the destructive power of blacks? Other blacks. Hello? That's not controversial. That's just common sense.
Of course, because they come from it, so they know it. Oh, hey, Flamenco, how's it going? Let's see. Intellectual Iconoclasm for $10 says, look at the film and the timing. She was shot seconds before the attack team was at the foot of the stairs, talking about Ashley Babbitt. They maintained excellent target discrimination when they were intended to panic and spray and pray. That is accurate. They shot her real accurately.
And then familiar to me.
Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for 10 says, Trump, the condemned, would get my vote. Yeah, punish Trump. I mean, he already is punish Trump, but Trump the condemned. Oh, man. And for another $10, Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz says, F the Green Party, vote Green Mile Party.
That's pretty good.
DRT is King for 5 says, Eugene Debs ran from jail after Woodrow Wilson had him arrested for opposing American entrance into World War I. While he was a commie, Debs deserved it. But I mean, like, yeah, people have been saying that for a while, that, yeah, of course, Trump can run from jail.
Is it interesting you bring up Wilson, by the way, because Wilson was not exactly an honorable man when it came to the First World War.
A terrible president.
Because he ran on like, oh, I will keep America out of the war. And then as soon as you get in, like, I'm going to establish the CPI. You know, if you knew anything about American history, and I said to you, there's a president that established something called the Committee of Public Information. And if that sounds a bit ominous, and I said to you, yes, and if I said to you that was started under the executive branch, you would go, what in the holy fuck? That sounds... Obviously. Yes, and under the executive branch created that. That's,
I know. Well, Wilson was one of the people who really destroyed the American...
Yes.
Governmental system as it was intended by the founders.
Yes, he was the man who started the really ramped up the deep state into sort of next year, or sort of laid the groundwork.
We'll get into the deep state here in a second.
Yeah.
Hasselhopper for 5 says, instead of selecting the picture that contains a bus or whatever with the captcha should display drawings of hands and ask you to identify which are AI drawn. Oh, that one. Well, it's usually easy to tell because they've got a couple extra fingers, right? Thank you, Hasselhopper.
Gary Thomas for 5. That's the one thing it can't do.
It can't, because in drawing, it is interesting and funny because like the hardest thing for people to learn how to draw when they start drawing are hands, because hands are like, it's a lot of little working parts, right?
Let me ask you, why can't AI draw?
You're asking ChatGPT?
Yeah, because I was wondering, like, why is it that they can't draw hands?
Why does AI struggle with drawing hands? Probably the same reason that people struggle with drawing hands. I never got good at it, and I took... starting from the age of... How old was I? When did we have our first life drawing classes? I must have been 14. I was 14 I don't know if you get. I guess they still do get away with it, but we had a nude model at my high school from the age of 14. So like that's when and it's not sexual. It's a nude model. You know, in terms if you're talking about like what is the difference between nude and naked in an artistic sense? Nude is the natural state of the human body, that the way that it exists in nature, and then naked is the lack of clothing. So a nude model is just someone like sitting in a chair, not having clothes on. It's not. I mean, they're 14-year-olds
So it's basically
learning life
posed
drawing
versus the wild.
So they're laughing and they're just, snickering and stuff. But still, yeah, they're just sitting there usually like on a chair, and you're just drawing their body and learning how to draw from life, because you have to draw from life. If you have to, trying to learn to draw from other people's drawings and things like that or pictures is not a great idea, because you don't understand the structure. You can't look at the model from multiple angles. Gary Thomas for 5 says, funny enough, I came within arm's reach of John Bolton. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was in the same room with him once as well, but I came within arm's reach of John Bolton. I did. Within arm's reach of John Bolton at my job at the airport yesterday. He was surrounded by 6 secret security members. Yeah, I'm not surprised, that warmongering, mustachioed POS. Lance for 10 says, let's not forget that on Jan 6, not only did the evil black Capitol police officer shoot Ashley Babbitt, but she fired into a crowd of people when other Capitol police officers were behind her. Yeah. In that way, it's very lucky. She only, it's hard to say the word lucky there, but lucky that the only person who did die was Ashley Babbitt. It could have been a lot more people. DRT's King for 10 says, the Grocki brothers were reformers who, after the Punic Wars, were killed as the brothers used the populist sentiment of the common Roman citizens against the latifundia owning senatorial class. You've talked to me about this before, DRT, or mentioned it before. I really need to look into it, which I think is what I said the last time. But this time I really do need to look into it. Let me write it down in my notes. Hang on. Look into Grocki brothers. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. Maybe, let's see if I can find like a documentary or something. Or if not, I'll just read a book. Let's get into other Trump stuff, because there is other Trump stuff. So I find this video to be fascinating, the whole situation around this. Mom, Trump signed my little girl's hand. The left attacked me. Of course they did. Of course they did. Sorry, Red State, not right now. It may become the most famous palm reading in Louisiana history after Amelia Grace Thompson asked her mother what President Donald J. Trump wrote on her right hand. Trump was on his way to, I'm not going to pronounce French, Louisiana fundraiser when he met with supporters Tuesday at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport and signed the girl's palm as she perched on her father's shoulders. Trump was incredibly nice, Amelia Grace's mother, Hillary Thompson, said in an interview to Red State. She said it was not a rally or an event, except for a chance to get to see him after he came down from his private Boeing 757 Trump Force One. And I'm gonna play the video here. It's very cute. Is this the video? Where is it? Is it in this? Patriotics. Little girl looks bemused. Oh, Red State, you could have included the video. Because I don't think she looks, I mean, she looks uninterested a little bit because she's a little child. I thought the video was in that Red State article. Hang on. Can you include? Here it is. Here it is. I think it's cute. Here we go. Guy, right? He has like a what is this? But slaps him on the. Oh yeah, just a note that he wants to give him a handshake, right? She doesn't look bemused. She looks transfixed.
No, what the hell just happened?
Trump wrote something on this little girl's hand. What?
What the fuck just happened?
What happened? Hello?
My PC is being really fucking weird.
Oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. No, the sound cut out too, apparently. Hang on.
Can you just turn your one on and off again?
Turn my what? My screen share?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. Put it on now. Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay. Hey guys, for once it wasn't me being the boomer. It's just Spins Computer. I'll play it again. So I think it's really cute. So here we go.
Hold on.
From the beginning. You can see it now, right?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. Oh my god, I know my internet's gonna die. Watch this. Oh wow. Okay. Just what have I done to deserve this? Okay. Here we go. Using a permanent marker. Oh no, he used a permanent marker. She doesn't look bemused to me. She's just looking at it. She's just transfixed by what he wrote. And what's the horrible thing that Trump wrote? Because if you look at leftist responses to this, they were claiming that he wrote something creepy. Well, he wrote the word hi, exclamation point. She's what? 3, 4, 5. I can't tell the ages of young children. She's just looking at it to read it. She doesn't know what's going on. There's nothing weird. Okay. So, okay. She was like, Daddy, I want to meet Donald Trump. I want to meet Donald Trump. And then after it happened, she called everyone and was bragging about it. My daughter has a phone. Oh, why would you do that? And she's like calling her grandparents and her aunts and everyone and says, she's like, oh my gosh, Trump wrote on my hands. Hillary said she got out of court late, so she had to rush to join her husband.
What is wrong with my computer?
I don't know. How? I do not know.
What the fuck are you doing?
Anywho, so the mother has come out now and says there was something weird. It's clearly the word hi. And the leftist media, though, has said, for example, then this really crazy Twitter page called Patriot Takes started talking about it and then demonizing it the moment and allowing all of their followers to do that as well, she said. So let's actually pull this back up. Let's look at the responses on Twitter. Dedicated researchers monitoring and exposing right-wing extremism and other threats to... Oh, Spoon, they used the word... You said the word again! It said the word threats to our...
Extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Oh no! He probably wrote his hotel room number. Are her redneck parents going to have it tattooed on her now?
No, you moron.
Mark of the Beast.
What?
Her first prison tattoo.
Oh, stop.
He's not autographing, he's giving her phone number, the phone number. Like, that's the big one. Calling dibs. I thought Christians disapprove of the Mark of the Beast. It's hi! Hello!
These people need to go outside more often.
Yeah, you're insane. You're crazy. I'm sorry, there is no other way to describe it. You're nutty. That if you're thinking this way, you're unwell. You're unwell. And so now the parents have caught flack, and then to come out and say this, you know, a lot of British news, or a left-of-center British newspaper ran the story with little girl looks bemused as Trump signs autograph of her hand with permanent marker. With the subhead, social media users questioned what he had written and why he used permanent marker on the child's skin. Because he was signing hats and other memorabilia. Duh. Oh my god. She was asking, Mommy, what does this say? And I'm telling her, it says hi. She can't, she's a little kid. She doesn't know how to read properly yet. And it's a little bit hard to read, to be fair. Because it's on her palm, you know? This...
Just using, like, really crude and lewd language. He said, what? He said hi.
Said hi. Yeah. I mean, it's unbelievable. This is the conversation they reported that Trump had with her husband, who had the little girl on his shoulders. Have you done well in life? Trump asked. Her husband responds, his name's Travis. He responds, I'm a project manager in construction. Trump says, I bet you're really good at it too. Travis responds, not as good as you, sir.
Aww.
See, again, it's a sweet moment. Like,
it's a heartwarming moment. And then these jackasses must
and the
ruin
left
it.
has to make it sexual.
Well, they made it
How
sexual?
weird. Why do you have to make something that... Why do you...
Why was it sexual?
Have to make an interact... They're saying that he was trying to write down his number. That's the prevailing sentiment, right? That he must have wrote down his number because they're calling Trump a P word, right? A pedophile. Your president is Joe Sniff the Kids Biden. I don't want to hear it. Sorry.
I'm confused.
The left was saying, the leftists on Twitter and stuff.
No. I understand the whole thing. I'm just like, how did you get pedophile from? Give me a reason why we shouldn't segregate you people.
As Mad for Song says in the chat, it's projection.
Because I mean, at this point in time, like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm in favor of reinstating segregation. Maybe not across racial lines, but definitely politically. Like, can we alienate political? Can we just put you?
Well,
people?
That's the great divorce.
Yes. How about we take all of you jackasses and put you into California?
Yeah, go back to California.
Yes, and we can just wall you off from the rest of the country, become your own state.
You're in a bucket. You're in a fiery mood tonight.
Yes. I want to get like all the strongest men of America, like, I don't know, like 5,000 of them, get a bunch of jackhammers, just stand on the edge of California and just ram it until the ground begins to move, and you just float across westward, and then you can just be your own country, and then you can have all of your communist utopian bullshittery, and then when you all die, because you inevitably will, because you don't know how fucking anything, and then or IQ-based segregation, well, then that'll be racial lines. Then, well, it's just fucking true. Okay. Well, at least for concentrations anyway. And then when you inevitably die, we can just throw some rope and then just pull it back to America and then just clean up all their corpses and then just take over California. No violence, because you'll have starved yourself to death.
Mana Yutsushai, that's a good question. Is Hi now going to become a far-right dog whistle? Let's get it going, lads. Hi exclamation point is in fact a far-right dog whistle. It stands for high IQ, I don't know, or highly intelligent, and that's offensive to
people who are stupid.
To POC or something, but not the Asians. That one's not the Asians. That one's fine.
Stands for his innocent.
Oh, stands for his innocence. Okay.
Oh, that's really good.
House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer says he believes that the Department of Justice is trying to obstruct the GOP's investigation into Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings and President Biden's, alleged involvement. Damian Williams, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, sent a letter Saturday to Judge Ronnie Abrams in which he requested that she set a date and time for a longtime Hunter Biden business partner Devon Archer, or is it Devon? Devon, I think it's Devon. Devon Archer to surrender and begin his 1-year prison sentence, just days before his testimony on Capitol Hill. Archer is, by the way, the thing is Devon Archer did at Burisma. Devon Archer got that position because of Hunter Biden's position on Burisma. And how did Hunter Biden get the position on Burisma? Because of his dad. And for whatever reason, Hunter Biden's not serving a year in prison, but Devon Archer is.
Yeah.
He is expected to detail the meetings he witnessed that both the Bidens attended, either in person or via telephone. Archer will reportedly testify that Hunter would specifically introduce his father to foreign business partners and prospective investors. We know we have the leaks. We have the leaked emails. Is that like, oh, could you get my dad on the call. You know who my dad is? He's the vice president. Or former vice president. No, it was just 2014, so he's the vice president. Yeah. Comer told Sunday Morning Futures that the timing of the DOJ letter was odd. It's odd that this was issued on a Saturday. It's odd that it's right before he's scheduled to come in and have an opportunity to speak in front of the House Oversight Committee and tell the American people the truth about what really went on with Burisma. The lengths to which the Biden legal team has gone to try and intimidate our witnesses, to coordinate with the Department of Justice, and certainly coordinate with the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee to encourage people to not cooperate with our investigation, to encourage banks not to turn over bank records, how are they able to get away with that is incomprehensible to me. To encourage Treasury not to let us have access to those suspicious activity reports, it's very troubling. And I believe that this is another violation of the law. This is obstruction of justice, Comer continued. And it is. It is. Why is Devon Archer going to jail for a year for this stuff that Hunter Biden did and then brought him on to do with him, his friend? Come on now.
Should have known better.
We're so far past the point of
corruption.
We're so beyond just it being it's simple corruption. It's undeniable. This is the Biden crime family. And it's curious to me that, again, this letter comes at the same time that Devin is about to testify. And all of this stuff is happening while Trump's third indictment drops. So what are all the headlines about? Trump's indictment.
Of course.
Not about Devin Archer. Not about Hunter Biden's involvement with Burisma. And that, for some reason, Devin Archer goes to jail for a year for his involvement. And it probably should be more than that. But Hunter Biden just gets a plea. And that wasn't even for this. The plea deal was for him dumping a gun behind a middle school. A gun he owned illegally.
I was about to say, because he illegally owned the firearm.
And I, and anybody else, except maybe Joe Biden himself, any other normal person, let's put it that way, would be locked away for one fraction of the crimes that Hunter and Joe Biden have committed. And it's not allegedly at this point, because they're like, oh yeah, you did do that, but actually it's okay when you do it. It's okay because of your dad. That's the point where we're at. And they called Trump corrupt? Excuse me? Okay. The Trump indictment is to help cover up this stuff. Oh, that UFO stuff, that's also all just a distraction. I don't care.
I don't really care for the UFO thing.
I don't care. It's a distraction. I mean, I like UFO stuff, but it's a distraction.
Oh, I like this. This is funny.
This is Peter Doocy makes Biden real big mad, which always makes me happy.
Yeah.
Meeting with the mayors. I'm wondering if you have a comment on this report and court filing out of Arkansas that your son Hunter just made you a grandfather again.
No, that's a private matter. I have no comment.
Mr. Vice President,
But only you would ask that.
Are you
You're a good man. You're a good man.
Yeah, maybe you should ask the question. Your son is involved in so much shit. On so many levels. Stop pretending like you're better than everyone else. I
love the response, by the way. It's a private matter. So is everything you've been doing.
It's a private matter?
Buckhead.
Right. Well, it's a private matter when he gets his son a job as at the head of a Ukrainian energy company. That's a private matter. It's not a private for Devin Archer anymore, though, is it? He's going to go to jail. Not your son, because the private matter you take care of for him.
By the way,
because you're a nepotistic old shit.
By the way, isn't it funny when it comes to any government issues? He has no idea what the hell is going on. But someone asking something personally, he seems to be sentient really fucking quick.
He turns on every time.
Yeah, he gets, and you can see the rage underneath it is like fucking boiling. You can tell.
Yeah, he's furious.
When it's rage, he's surprisingly coherent.
I have noticed that with Biden consistently. Yes. That when you make him mad, particularly by asking questions about his family, which are important because we're talking about a web of corruption.
Yeah.
That now involves Ukraine. Right, because he knows it's true. Yeah. He knows it's true. But there he is. All of a sudden, Grandpa woke up.
Yeah.
Grandpa woke up for a brief moment of clarity.
I like the way it just says, only you would ask that. You're a real classy. Like, no, he's the only reason I would ask that because he's the only one that's got the balls to.
Meanwhile,
when to ask you what fucking ice cream you like, you fat bastard.
Meanwhile, when you're not talking about his family and the crimes that they have committed, that he aided and abetted, in my opinion, he repeats just outright lies. This is an outright lie. It is a debunked lie, actually. But here's his lie.
I got to know all the conductors so well that I became friends. And one day, as vice president, I was going home on the train, which the Secret Service doesn't like because there's so many opportunities to interrupt the train. And this particular, I'm not going to embarrass him and say his name, he grabbed me and cheek. He said, Joey, baby. I thought they were going to shoot him. Anyway, I said, no, he's right. He said, I just read in the paper, you traveled 1,100,000 miles on Air Force planes because you got to list how many miles you travel on. And he said, big deal. He said, Joe.
He's doing like a little Italian impression, yeah.
Oh, we had a retirement dinner. He said, you know what? You figured out. You know how many miles you travel on Amtrak? I said, no. He said, 1,200,000 miles, 119 days a year, 300 days, 300 miles round trip, 36 years plus 5.
Why would any random person know this? But let me also say this.
Grumpy Uncle Joe this.
So this guy, the guy he's talking about in question, died before this event could have even happened. Died before this particular meeting could have taken place. He died in 2014. He retired in 1993.
Wow, so
More
Biden,
than
so before Biden could
20
even
years, 18 years before Biden became VP. He retired 18 years before a whole ass person became an adult in the time span before when this guy retired in question.
So 12. So yeah.
2000. Was it 2005? Yeah. Sorry about I went 2015. Sorry. Yeah. So yeah, but okay.
22 years.
12 years. 12 years. No, 12 years. 1993 to 2005. 12 years.
What the hell am I saying?
I don't know. My numbers are off too.
Yeah.
12 years. We got it right now. Eventually, we arrived at the correct number. 12 years. 12 years. This guy retired 12 years before this could have happened.
We're bad Asians.
Oh, DRTS King says he still votes Democrat. I'm sure he does.
I'm sure he does.
Every
for Biden
time.
As well.
Absolutely. Government admits millions of unemployed people were not counted in latest job stat. Hey, that thing I've been telling you guys about for a while? Yeah, they've now kind of had to admit to it. President Biden tweets out every American willing to work hard should be able to get a job no matter where they live, in the heartland and small towns. You don't care about those people, whatever.
By the way, how does that make any sense?
Which part?
They'll be able to get a job no matter where they live. What if there is no jobs available where they live?
Well, he's saying they should be able to.
Okay, well,
right?
should be able to.
He didn't write this. I mean,
well,
obviously,
should be able to
some intern wrote this.
All.
Right.
I should
Raise
be
their
able to
kids
walk
on a
around
good
with my penis
paycheck
around the
and
street without people freaking out, but that's not the right way of
keep
world.
their roots where they grew up. That's the American dream. That's Bidenomics. The number of persons
in like the
not
1950s in his head.
I know. The number of persons not in the labor force who currently want a job is 5.4 million in June. Little change from the prior month, the report said. So they're talking specifically about a White House statement, right, and buried within this report, it's a big document, as you can see, it's 40 pages. But within this report, it shows that unemployment's up. And as I always say with this kind of stuff, when they start, if you don't find a job for a certain amount of time, they just stop actually counting you as unemployed. Yeah. So they count you as not in the labor force, for example, or employed persons for duration of unemployment.
Also, when they say jobs created or there was more jobs taken, that doesn't necessarily mean new. It could also mean someone who's getting a second one. So bear that in mind when someone says we're getting a job. It doesn't mean that people who were unemployed before are unemployed now.
Yeah.
It could also mean that other people also get a second job because they can't make ends meet because inflation is sky fucking high. And energy is through the fucking roof.
The numbers are down though. As you can see, look at the change. The numbers are not great. They're largely unchanged in terms of the unemployment rates. Reasons for unemployment have changed. The employment status has gone up and gone down, but the number of unemployed has gone down. But it's because people stop looking for a job, and when you're not searching, they don't count you as unemployed.
Yeah.
Relevant information. 5 million Americans who are not working were not counted in the unemployment rate, as I just said. They don't get counted, which stands for 3.6%. So to reach that statistic, that 3.6% statistic, they have to just not count 5 million people. The number of persons not in the labor force who currently want a job was 5.4 million in June. Little change to the prior month. Again, these individuals were not counted as unemployed because they were not actively looking for a job during the 4 weeks preceding the survey or were unavailable to take a job. As I said, when some people just stop looking, they stop counting them as unemployed. They have been doing this. They do this all the time, and the Republicans do it too. I guarantee it, to boost their unemployment numbers.
So that'll be
it is a very
1.6%
simple trick, right? Yeah. The report noted that 1.1 million were still counted as long-term unemployed, meaning that they have been out of work for 27 weeks or more. The long-term unemployed amount to 18.5% of the overall population of unemployed people.
Holy shit, that's
the report,
huge.
Yeah, and It's only after that you get to the 5 million people, which is more than this, who just aren't looking for a job. Because of course they're not looking for a job. They live on welfare. They don't want a job. So the unemployment rate is not down, as the Democrats like to say. They just stop counting you. If you say, I'm not looking for a job because I don't want one, or I don't have time right now or whatever, they just stop counting you as unemployed. They've been pulling this trick, and government, don't get it twisted, politicians have been pulling this trick for years. It's so obvious. I love when they accidentally admit it, but yeah. There it is. And unemployment is not down, it is up, but the way that they twist numbers is just by changing
Kamala Harris.
to not include. She said this, speaking of unemployment.
Most Americans are a $400 unexpected expense away from bankruptcy.
I wonder who was responsible for that.
Americans have lost $10,000 in spending power because of the Biden-Harris agenda. This is Bidenomics. This is Bidenomics. What Joe Biden just tweeted that he was so right up here. Remember the tweet? This is Bidenomics. That's Bidenomics. There it is. By the way, you know what Kamala Harris was talking about that in that particular thing? She was. Do you know why she was saying that money was so people were in such a desperate condition in the United States in terms of money? Why they don't have? Why they're $400 away from bankruptcy? No spoon. Inability to access abortion.
What?
Yeah. I'll go find the full article. Hang on, just Kamala Harris, 400 abortion. I just wanted to play the clip, but yeah.
To a staircase? How about coat hangers?
But that's why she said it. Most can't. Called Bidenomics. And in the full excerpt, right? Harris spoke on economic hardship, traveling to other states for legal abortion post Roe v. Wade. This was all about abortion. She said all this as part of an abortion talk.
I hate women aid. I don't know about you.
Well, she was lamenting Americans who go bankrupt from an unexpected $400 expense. What she was lamenting how difficult it is for women in America to get an abortion. That's what she was talking about. It's just so. I would say it's out of left field, but that kind of has a dual meaning there. So let's go with that one. You know,
People
yeah.
in the chat say, "Wow!" I'm assuming they just heard me say that.
I just can't believe.
Really? I can.
I mean, I can believe it. It's so stupid. So stupid. So here's the whole context to it.
By my count, is roughly maybe 2
Bitch, you have
It's a little
dog
bit hard
shit for hair.
to seek reproductive care, to seek abortion care. Okay. So what that means...
Reproductive care to seek abortion care. You mean you're killing a baby, by the way. Let's stop using that terminology.
The way that they phrase, yes, the Orwellian phrase, it's gender-affirming care. No, it's not. Mutilation is not care. Same way that culling the youth that's growing inside of you is not care. It's just barbarism.
No, you're just call it what. Own it. Own it. Stop lying. Just say I don't want to have this baby, so I'm going to kill it.
If you think it isn't bad, why do you have to shy away with the language?
What? Why don't you say what you're actually doing? Good question. Good question.
Is first of all understand that the majority of women who seek abortion care are mothers.
What?
I don't care. We got enough of the context. But let's play it so I don't get accused of clipping.
Yeah, Neon just said, just stop fucking.
Yeah.
And if she is a single parent,
yeah, it's kind of too hard to hear this. Let me turn the subtitles on. Okay, we've got. Well, if you know sign language, you got an interpreter.
Pay for that child care.
I have everything turned up maximum.
Maybe she has paid family leave. Maybe she doesn't.
So again, having a child is the problem, and then having an abortion is now you have to pay. You have to leave the state maybe to afford your abortion.
Fucking. What's wrong with you?
Stop fucking.
People? Maybe she has paid sick leave. Maybe
just
she
stop.
doesn't.
Right.
She will have to be able to pay for a plane, train, bus, gas.
Then stop doing it. Then literally doing it. Stop having sex if you can't afford the consequences of your actions. This is so stupid. But I can't believe it also. I can't believe it, but the audacity that, oh, Americans are suffering and most are $400 away from bankruptcy, and the thing that matters is abortion. First of all, I don't believe that the average American is $400 away from bankruptcy. Probably not far off, but still.
1,000, I think.
Yeah, not far off, though. So Biden's approval's in the gutter. He is now up to, according, this is a CBS poll. CBS is a left-leaning.
Yeah.
64% disapproval.
What's the one on RCP right now?
Oh, I don't know.
Because RCP does aggregates. Go to RCP's website, see what they say.
Yeah, hang on.
This was we're gonna do a real-time live reporting.
Live.
Yes.
Yeah.
It should say in the top there, polls. Top left-hand corner.
Where's the
Left-hand corner.
polls? There it is.
There we go, yeah.
And we're looking for job approval. This is Rasmussen. Let's see what we're looking at.
There's aggregates there, yeah.
They say disapprove at 54%.
That's aggregates, by the way, so yeah.
It's an aggregate.
Yeah.
But this CBS poll is saying it's 64% disapproval. That, again, it's one outlet, but that's versus Rasmussen's aggregate. But that's abysmal. And I wonder why. Spin, I have something funny for you.
It's almost twice the disapproval.
I mean, Trump polled pretty poorly, but this is an all-time low for Biden. He is at the bottom now. He's at it. Previous low was 60%. It's now 64%, according to, again, CBS, which is a left-wing outlet or a left-leaning outlet.
Trump's approval on the
CBS,
economy
far
was
left.
75%.
I
Even
know.
the Young
Yeah,
Turks admit
on the
that.
economy. Here we see approval on the economy, 34%.
Wow.
Let's look at that specifically. 34%. First comment. But Bidenomics, financially, 35% say falling behind, that they are personally falling behind. 52% say staying in place. Words to describe the U.S. economy. 61% struggling, 56% uncertain, 36% unfair, 27% punishing, 15% rebounding. We know who those people were. That is a 11% expanding. Those are people who are coping. I have an interesting article here. This was a interview with Fetterman. You want to read a little bit of this? Because it's really funny. Do you want to be Fetterman, or do you want me to be the interviewer? Who conducted the interview?
I have to pretend to be retarded?
Yes. Would you? Well, I could. Would you rather I pretend to be retarded?
The only time I do
Many people
retard
think-
impressions if I'm painting in blackface.
Okay, well, don't. I'm too worried that you're gonna go full retard, and you shouldn't. You never go full retard.
No,
So
I never go full retard.
okay, you do the interviewer, which are the questions in bold, right?
Now that you've been in Congress for just over 6 months, what is your overall impression of how the place functions?
There's a fixation on a lot of dumb shit. Bad performance art is really what it gets down to. The debt ceiling, there should have been no drama with any of that. The fact that we're playing with something like that is antithetical to the stability of our democracy. Guys, he said the word. He said the word.
You said the word again.
Oh, he said the word.
Extremely dangerous to our democracy.
By the way, do you think...
Saying the word.
do you really think he said any of this?
No, I do think he did, and I'll explain why. I'll explain why I do think he said this. Okay, it really is. Everything is turning into a culture war. Not everything has to be a think piece, you know?
Does all of that political posturing make you cynical about Washington? It fucking should.
Everyone here is cynical, of course, but
No
we can
shit.
fight for things that are meaningful.
No, we can't.
Things that should have no hangry. Fox News will go crazy if that makes your story.
Did he have a stroke just
Yes.
then?
Yes, he had, and then he said Fox News will go crazy if that part makes your story. We're fighting for women's reproductive freedom, making sure we have resources to support our unions. I'm going to fight for what's really important. No. He had a stroke in the middle of the interview. And then he's like, don't just clip that part. Don't put that one in. That was really the part that I wanted to focus on. He clearly, because that's the part that's crazy. Don't clip that part. Or you clip that part, cut that out, because Fox News, hungry. That we should have no hungry. Hangry.
What was he trying to say?
That we should have no hunger. But he said hungry. Hangry. It's real hangry. He couldn't find the word. Yeah. That's where the Democrats are at. On the other hand, Vivek Ramaswamy. So no!
I'm still
Daily Caller, what happened?
I'm still trying to process that much retard. It's very difficult.
What? Yeah, it is. Hang on. Daily Caller. I hate when I like clip things and then they get screwed up.
I think it's because you missed a letter.
No, I didn't.
Are you sure?
Yeah, this I just double checked.
What was the article about?
Yeah. It was this one. You sent it to me.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Vivek unveils detailed plan to unravel the deep state. Let's go, Vivek. Republican presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy unveiled a plan during a Thursday forum to shut down the deep state, which included shuttering the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and the Department of Education. Let's go. In addition to the FBI. Let's go. I'm down. Let's just shutter all of this stuff. It's pointless. It's corrupt. Maybe it's not pointless inherent, but they've become so corrupt and so absolutely vile that it programs. Yes, they're jobs programs, and they're an extension of the Democrat elite, and the, let's say not the Democrat elite, the uniparty elite, to destroy free speech, to destroy freedoms in general, and to make you subservient to the government. Ramaswamy billed the event, which streamed live on YouTube, as a means to explain how he would, quote, shut down the deep state. Ramaswamy previously expressed support for shutting down the FBI. Let's go. Followed by a release of a special report from John Durham on the origins of the FBI's investigations of allegations that former President Trump's 2016 presidential campaign colluded with Russia. Quote, this is the head of the snake when it comes to the spread of wokeism, transgenderism, indoctrination of our kids, Ramaswamy said during the event, before referencing parental protests at school board meetings, which became a hot-button political issue in 2021 over the use of critical race theory. We know all this. The hard truth is, Vivek said, that those school boards are actually responding to economic incentives created by this department. That's true. They don't want to lose their funding. That's why they support all this woke nonsense. If you think it's for no reason, check again. It's because they get paid to do it. Ramaswamy said, noting that the funds from the Department of Education are often conditioned on the adoption of critical race theory, race-based quotas, and gender ideology. Quote, I do not believe we can reform this agency. I don't either, Vivek. I really don't. This is an agency that quietly is the single wet blanket, the damper on the revival of nuclear energy in the United States. Another thing I'm very passionate about is reviving nuclear energy, Ramaswamy said. I like this guy. I want Trump next, but then I want Trump first, but then I'm looking at Vivek, you know? I really am. Noting that developing a new nuclear power plant takes 32 steps, over as many as 40 years. When the prior NRC's creation, it took 3 to 4 years. And in fact, he is now wrong, but he says that that's why there has not been a single new nuclear plant built in this country in the last 30 years. There was one, it was just completed. But he was probably correct when he said it, like last week.
I think
one was just completed.
Something I read, I could be wrong, but it said something. One of the reasons why it's so very difficult, aside from the fact that it's extremely expensive to build a nuclear power plant.
Yes,
but because
you need to for safety reasons.
Yeah, obviously, quite some high IQ people. But it's also that because it takes so long to build, and because the regulations are constantly changing in the process of building, and it takes like a decade to build, is that by the time it becomes operational, you've gone through so many fucking phases that it's just kind of a hassle to build it. I could be wrong, but I can understand why if you're constantly fucking with regulations, and you need to build one that needs to be operational within like 10 years. Yeah, but
the problem is that we used to be able to build them and they were functional. Like even if you look at extreme exceptions like 3 Mile Island,
we need more from Chinaman.
Yeah, we don't want another 3 Mile Island. We don't want a Fukushima. We don't want a Chernobyl.
So don't hire.
The problem with nuclear energy.
These people.
The problem with nuclear energy is that when a nuclear plant melts down, it's a huge issue.
It tends to get kind of fucky.
And that makes it emblematic, iconic. It sticks in people's brains.
Infamous.
However, as I have said before, the fact of the matter is that...
Aiden.
Of course, I said Chernobyl.
Yeah. I was being slightly sarcastic.
Spoon. What are the sources of energy that have caused the most human deaths per kilowatts of energy created via that production process?
Is it wind?
Now you would think if you listen to all the propaganda, it's coal, it's oil, it's nuclear, it's wind and solar.
Yes.
Why people fall to their deaths while building the wind turbines?
Yes.
They fall to their death while installing solar plants.
And
per
also
kilowatt generated.
It interrupts with the wildlife as well.
Yes, it does. Bird Cuisinarts have always called those wind turbines. But the reality is that in terms of per kilowatt generated, wind and solar are by far the most deadly forms of energy for human life. In terms of how many people have died involved in the process. Not coal, not oil, not nuclear. It's wind and solar. So, speaking of Vivek, he's ahead of DeSantis now.
Which is not
in the
surprised.
2024 Ohio Republican primary, Vivek is polling at 12%. Trump, of course, is vastly in the lead with 64%. But DeSantis is down to 9%. DeSantis, you shot yourself in the foot. Now, I know that this is just one state, but
DeSantis is
by the way,
basically
this
political dead on the national stage. Like,
yeah,
he's not going to be president. He's basically gone.
And the fact that so many people on the right that I see are liking Vivek and liking the things that he's saying, myself included, it's another thing that like always destroys their stupid racist narrative. Oh, you're Republican, so you must be a racist. No, I don't care. I don't really give a damn. Again, I like Tim Scott. I got Tim Scott tweet. I'm going to pull up here in a minute. I don't care what race you are,
did you ever
what
watch him on The
religion you are,
Breakfast Show?
if the things that you say are correct.
Did you ever watch him on The Breakfast Show?
On the Breakfast Club.
Yes.
Vivek. Yes, he absolutely destroyed. Charlemagne got shut down.
But did you see him talk to the woman?
Oh yeah.
Oh dear.
What was her? I have no idea what her name is.
Like, if the chat wants us to pull that up, not now.
No, we can't watch the Breakfast Club because they're very clip. They don't like people to watch their clips.
Oh, okay. You would think if you did a good show, people would actually watch your shit.
No, they want people to watch their clips. They don't want other streams to restream it.
What if it's good? People will actually watch your other clips.
I know. I've had never-ending problems with Breakfast Club clips on in my videos. They're very, very egregious about it. So this clip or these clips here, also speaking of, have like divided people, and they're not anything really important. It's just DeSantis holding a nondescript beer.
I'm here. I don't know if the other one's okay. All right. It's good. All right, we'll say hi to everybody.
At some kind of social event.
Yeah.
A Coors Light, okay.
Staying late. I mean, what's
I thought it was Coors, but I
7 o'clock. 7:15. Yeah, it's too late to call my wife. They're all sleeping right now. Yeah, 11 o'clock. Yeah, no. I mean,
here's the thing. Just from
I don't know.
An optics perspective.
Do you know why these clips divided people? Divided Republicans, I should say, or conservatives.
Okay, so here's the thing for me. If you're gonna wear a suit
mm-hmm.
and you have a beer, it just looks like a prop.
That's why it's dividing people. You're right. Is that it looks like he's like, hey, I'm just like, I don't think it's even the suit. It's just he looks
plastic,
fake while doing it. You know what I mean? Like, and look, we did not look happy after taking that swig.
Yeah, but like,
who cares about this?
Yeah, but
nobody besides people on Twitter, really. I just thought I'd bring it up.
Yeah, but the thing is, just from, if you just look at it optically, the beer with the suit just looks, it just looks off. Like,
it's like a prop.
Yes, because it's not a beverage you would associate with a man who wears a suit. Like, if he did this and he had a glass with a scotch, he would look more at home. Because it's a more upper class kind of beverage, whereas a beer is more
desperately
trying to appear to the regular people, but it just doesn't work.
Working class. he's trying to appear to be working class because he's alienated them in a lot of ways because of his little spat with Trump. I think that's what this is. He looks uncomfortable. It doesn't look natural. No, I don't know. I don't really care about it personally.
Yeah, DeSantis is basically
I think he's that. However, I will call a win when there is a win. DeSantis has scored a major legal victory against Disney. Gov could blow up backroom deals.
Yeah, but he's not going
DeSantis has won against them in court since striking the deal. So Disney is basically allowed to operate in Florida on their own laws.
Yeah, that's
to some degree.
Yeah, they're basically like a sort of autonomous zone for like half a century.
Yeah, from the Reedy Creek Improvement District.
There's a really good article about it on the Mises website actually.
It is interesting. So what happened is Florida Republican. Okay, so in 2022, Disney executives sought to prevent the codification of Florida's parental rights and education law that bars schools from discussing gender identity and sexual orientation in younger grade schools.
I don't know if you guys can.
Florida. Oh, I couldn't. No. Florida Republicans shot back by announcing that they would roll back all Disney special tax breaks and self-governing status, and recently implemented the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District, which replaced the Reedy Creek Improvement District and stripped Disney of its governing power over the board.
Now,
the new oversight board.
Here's something interesting. Yeah. How do you feel about that as a libertarian?
I mean, you could. Okay, I'm conflicted.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I asked. It's a good question.
Because on paper, it's kind of a cool idea, but at the same time, it is a company town. It's a company town, isn't it? It always has been. And what happened in company towns? They became predatory.
Of course they do.
Of course they became predatory. Like, oh, you want to come here? You want to come here and mine coal? You want to come here and mine coal so you can, allow your family to survive? That's fine. You got to sign up for a loan. You got to sign up for a loan to buy your equipment so you can mine. So then on your day one, you're in debt. You're going to live in our company house, and we can dictate whatever the hell you want or whatever the hell you're able to do on company property. It's not your house. I don't like company towns. Okay. I don't think that's now. People might say that's like a ANCAP libertarian dream sort of stuff, but no. Yes. And I do as a libertarian, I'm kind of like, okay, the company can do what they want,
provided they don't want to kill people.
But at some point, this is why, again, I'm a libertarian monarchist, because at some point, the king, whoever that is, needs to come in and say, no, you can't do that one though. And unfortunately, there's no good line on where that is.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Yeah,
and that's where it becomes scary. But that's why I prefer a monarch over any other kind of leader. A democratic leader is easily paid off, easily influenced, more easily susceptible. Any other, I mean, that's the problem. And is temporary, yes. Whereas the monarch is permanent. So that's why I think the best way to protect kind of programs like that are that do allow for like so you could establish Ancapistan as a fiefdom within the monarchy. Or fiefdom within a country that could only be protected under a monarchy and not under any other system of government. To the ability that same monarch could also go, hang on a minute. No, you can't do that though. Like like when you're doing things like trying to groom children. You know what I mean?
And also when you work with committees, that never ends well. People don't seem to understand the whole problem with, and I said this to Levente Guide, I said, the problem with decentralization, or people don't seem to understand, is that you can have this American conception of balance of power, but the problem is, you're not taking into consideration the fact that the power balance itself can scale.
Yeah.
Because you can have 3 branches. Okay, that's fair enough. That's a balance.
Sure.
But the branches themselves...
which I'm okay with, yeah.
Yeah, but then the branches themselves can grow.
And that is the problem with the many-headed Hydra. What we find with the bureaucracy is it always grows. It never stops.
Yes, and this is why when it's run by public coffers, it's fucking bad. When it's run as a giant real estate venture, then the king just says, why the hell am I paying for all these things that are just draining my bank account? Whereas if he owns a kingdom and it's his money, I'm not going to basically screw around with bullshit that is just damaging my kingdom. Like a king has no reason for DEI.
Yeah. So I don't know how I think in this case, it's justified because Disney is out of control. But I also think Ron DeSantis is a traitor. And speaking of traitors, I have one last note on this because I don't think I brought it up earlier. I think I missed it. Mike Pence made these tweets. This is regarding the indictment. Pence says, today's indictment serves as an important reminder anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. I will have more to say about the government's case after reviewing the indictment. You haven't even looked at the document yet?
But you put out this, like...
But put out a statement.
Yeah, put out like a sort of like a slightly hit-piecey statement.
Yeah. The former president is entitled to the presumption of innocence, but anytime you see something like that, followed by a but with this indictment, his candidacy means more talk about January 6th and more distractions. Who's responsible for that? As Americans, his candidacy means less attention paid to Joe Biden's disastrous economic policies affecting millions of Americans.
What does Stick say there?
What did Stick say? Mike, this strategy isn't going to work.
Base Sticks, man.
Just Hodge twins, just a bunch of clown emojis. Yeah, you are a clown. You're a clown, Pence. Come on. Our country is more important than one man. Our Constitution more important than one man's career. Maybe it's actually not.
Yeah,
I mean, it is in the broader scheme of things. But maybe one man can be an emblem of the rest of America. Can be an icon. Do you know what I mean? So in that case, yeah, it can come down to one man.
Well, yeah, if you just think of like, okay, no offense to Americans, but if you just sort of think from a foreign perspective, what do you consider the embodiment of America to be? And it's brash, it's bold, it's unbridled arrogance, and fuck you, I don't give a damn what the hell you think. Trump is very much the embodiment of the American spirit. Very much so. And
let's get some clanks in the chat.
Yeah,
by the way.
it's also why you can picture him as a president, because like Barack Obama he doesn't come off as a feature
Pence
of Americanism.
is such a weasel.
Yes, he tries to portray himself as something cool, but with Trump as president, you go, yeah, that's the guy we want as president because he really embodies what we think. I don't want someone who's clean. I don't want someone who's like polished because it's so not America. America is like the kind of person who just gives you the middle finger and tell I'm American, fuck you. Like, yeah, that's
how Trump. Did Mike? A Dutchman asked, how in the hell did Mike Pence think he'd be able to win? You know, with this kind of stuff, I assume you mean?
Oh.
Well, I can tell you, he certainly is not going to. But oh shoot, did I lose it? Where did I put this?
So while you look for that, I'll say this: you guys have to understand something about the American system. Whenever you see people run for president, and you think to yourself, why in the fucking hell are you running? There is no way in the hell you're going to get anywhere. The reason they run is because running for president is a great money laundering scheme.
Oh, for sure.
It's a great way for them to get money, and then that money, if it will just mysteriously vanish, or rather not get spoken about, and then they will use it for like a Senate position, for example. This is what what's her face? Pocahontas. What's her name?
Elizabeth Warren.
Thank you. That's why the hell did her name escape me for a moment? But yeah, that's what she did.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Pence continues, as your president, I will not yield an inch in defending America, our people, our values, blah, blah, blah.
You've already yielded many inches, hence why your ass was violated.
Oof. But what made him think that this was a good idea? I don't know. What made this dude think that this was a good idea?
Is it Bill Mitchell?
This is Will Hurd, who I had not really heard of.
Who is he?
But listen, Will Hurd, he is running for president, by the way. I don't know who he is. But he is running for president as a Republican.
One of the things we need in our elected leaders, for them to tell the truth, even if it's unpopular.
Okay.
Donald Trump is not running for president to make America great again. Donald Trump is not running for president to represent the people that voted for him in 2016 and 2020.
Well, he did a good job.
Donald Trump is running to stay out of prison. And if we elect...
Listen. Boo.
I know.
No, you don't know. You wouldn't have said that. No, you knew. Oh my God. You thought you were going to get a round of applause for that dumb shit. Donald Trump is running for president to avoid prison?
What's the comment say?
I know.
Hang on. Bashing Trump won't get you elected. You must have more to offer than that. Yeah, that's what the left does. So what's your...
Oh, home running, you drunk.
Right. Facts hurt, heart. Yeah. Right.
I know. Listen, I know the truth The truth is hard.
The truth is you're
But if
retarded.
we
What?
elect Donald Trump-
What? It's not the truth. Well, we don't know. I mean, who? What is? This is an accusation. That's not the truth.
Trump was
That's
running,
your opinion,
Trump was planning to
man.
run before he was indicted for this kind of shit.
I know,
That's kind of a strange
of course.
thing to do.
Obviously, and by the way, I don't know what this guy's chances were. I'd not even heard of him, honestly. I didn't even see him in the running. But whatever chance you had, it's donezo now.
I know the truth. We are willingly giving Joe Biden 4 more years in the White House, and America can't handle that.
That's
God
not
bless
true.
you, and God bless America.
No, as we went over earlier, the reason they're doing these indictments is because they're terrified of Donald Trump. That's why they're trying to lock him up.
I want to know from people.
Which he should have done to Hillary, but whatever.
I've heard a whole bunch of people say this shit. DeSantis is he's a fair bit behind Trump. Vivek is a fair bit behind Trump. Trump is leagues ahead of everyone, but like upward of 35 points.
Yeah.
He's the most voted for incumbent in the history of the United States.
Yep.
Okay, so what exactly? Because I've heard a bunch of fucking morons. Actually, let me play this bit. Let me send this to you. So, because I bookmarked it, and you can even see that even in the UK, these people are fucking dumb as holy shit.
Who is this dork? His name is Will Hurd, and he is running for president as a Republican. While you look that up, I'll hit some super chats. How about that?
There we go. It's that. Play that.
Oh, you already got it.
Yeah, see how delusional even
That's fast.
England is when it comes to this shit.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, very. Like, listen to this shit.
Start with news of Trump's indictment. Josh.
Yes, it's the sad day for us all.
I thought this would upset you.
Yes.
Are you being sarcastic?
No, are you? I was crying in the break. Oh my God, I can't believe you forget so easily. Former president indicted over efforts to overturn the 2020 US election. This has been obviously going on now for a while, but yes, 4 counts by the grand jury. He says it's going to be happening, I think, is it tomorrow? And it's going to happen pretty soon as well, I think Thursday.
So, given that Trump has a tendency of spinning this kind of thing as well, this is evidence that we have a sort of deep state judiciary that's working
or
against
evidence I committed a crime.
Or the weaponization of the...
Yeah, I knew this would have...
You're charging him with the same thing you already did. Oh my God, evidence of conspiracy. You've already tried to get him over his Jan 6 comments, and you're just doing it again. Oh, is that the comedian next to him?
Yeah.
Who's on Lotus Eater sometimes? Looks like him from profile.
Yeah.
The law enforcement system against
Yeah,
him.
TV News. Yeah, he's on there a lot.
Plays well with
Sorry, I can't remember his name right
base.
now.
It's not a gift.
I'm sorry.
To Trump.
Well, he's supposedly spent 40 million so far on lawyers, and he's desperate for more money. So yes, I imagine that more people will continue to donate. And 2 things can be true. It can be that people are out to get him, and it can be that he committed crimes.
No, it's
Leo,
not.
we're not going to speculate on whether or not he committed the crime. That's the judge of the job of the jury.
Yep.
I'm going to say it.
But am I not right that there is an extent to which this could play into his hands?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's
Leo.
got this grievance complex, which is mostly
Pierce,
nourished
right?
by reality.
Pierce, yeah. Thank you.
Because he is being persecuted. He's a political dissident being persecuted by
thank you,
a
Chad.
government, by a political party. The Democrats have worked hand in hand with parts of the government that are supposed to be at arm's length before to persecute him or to fix things behind the scenes, like when they buried the Hunter Biden laptop story, or when they delisted people on Twitter who were his supporters. So, I mean, absolutely plays into his hands. I just don't think, I mean, he's not the best candidate for the Republicans. So it's
I'm so stupid. It's in the tweet right above it.
Yeah.
Whatever. Sorry, let me continue. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt Leo's monologue because what he's saying is accurate.
almost, it's a shame that this is
Isn't it
helping
strange
him.
that Ron DeSantis is out? Effectively, he's out the race now.
Yeah.
And yet, from a Republican point of view, if you had half a brain, you would want him to run because he's far more likely
He
to
can
be.
win. It's the cult. Just like people would say that I
Can
have
you pause for a
derangement
second?
syndrome. The people who are
Yeah,
pro-Trump.
of course.
Based on what are you saying this?
I don't know.
I would like to know all of these fucking retards who are so far up DeSantis' asshole where they say shit like, oh, he can win. Like, what is your metric for his ability?
What metric? Well, every
If
poll
Trump
says
is like
no,
45
he can't.
points ahead, why on earth do you think that he could beat Biden?
Relative unknown Vivek Ramaswamy is polling higher than Ron DeSantis. So I don't understand where this sentiment is coming from. Well, I do a little bit. And the idea is just that Trump is toxic waste. Like he's radioactive, and that the people who hate him so much, and that there are so many people who have been so indoctrinated to hate him that they will vote against him just because it's Trump. But I'm telling you this, and I've been saying this now for forever.
Can mobilize the base like he can.
No, well, that's one. But two, the Democrats will run a smear campaign on anyone who runs for Republican president. Of course they will. They're going to try to, punish all of them, because we've moved into a new era of politics, which is where the Democrat establishment, deep state, just tries to put you in prison if you go against their regime, which is the end of empire, by the way. It's the end. Once you start jailing your political opponents or trying to jail them, that's it. It's over. If Trump does not win in 2024, I think it's over. I think, by the way, it's deteriorating either way.
Yeah.
But if Trump doesn't win in 2024, because they're going to have to do a lot of, what's the word again? They're going to have a lot of fortifying. So much fortifying, which is why they're so mad they're trying to put him in prison before. Right. Before they're that's why they were trying to put him in jail before he can run. Not that that actually bars him from running, but I vehemently disagree with this perspective that, well, people hate Trump, so he shouldn't run. So we shouldn't support Trump because there's the people on the left-hand side hate him so much they'll vote against him. I don't care. I don't. I mean, like, who else? There's no one else.
It's basically a
who
gamble.
can motivate people.
But
it is a gamble.
Yeah,
you're right.
It's basically a gamble of, if we have someone like DeSantis or Vivek, for example, the theory is that there will not be as much turnout, but there will be even lower turnout for Biden. Whereas if Trump runs, the turnout for the Republicans will be higher, but so will the Democrats. That's basically the mathematical gamble.
Exactly.
And I don't.
You're completely correct. Yes.
And I don't believe for a second that there is a single Democrat at this point in time that even likes fucking Biden. The only people who like him are
no, they don't.
Elite. So the idea that if you like, do you really think that a bunch of Democrats will go, oh my God, if we do the Orange Man, I have to go and vote for him because the Orange Man is going to be worse, even though I'm literally financially fucked for the last 4 fucking years more. Like the thing of it is, people will look at their wallet and go, am I really going to mind
that is where it always
Man?
hurts the most.
Yeah. Do I really want the Orange Man not back that badly? I mean, I'll be wealthier if I can I endure the tweets and get more money? And most people will be fucking yes.
Well, I mean, you're completely correct in that, and that's the best way of saying it, is that really was, that was good, man. That was good. Is that it is a gamble. Is that if you run with Trump, you risk the possibility that leftists will get outraged because it's Trump.
Yeah.
And that their outrage, ignoring the fortification. Let's just ignore fortification. Just say pure numbers, pure statistics.
It's basically
no fortification involved.
Meh.
Enthusiasm. So it's an enthusiastic election where half the population is enthused and enraged against a certain politician, and the other half is enthused positively towards that same politician.
Yeah.
And I think versus two people that no one really cares about, which is how, I have to be honest, I think that's how, up until Obama, I think that was like probably most elections. Obama was the first one where things, I think, got to be, but I'm biased because that was my first time seeing, really paying attention to politics. I mean, definitely, okay, look at it this way. Undeniably, things changed in 2016 with Trump.
Oh,
like, he changed the political landscape forever. That one's, I don't know about Obama, so I said that one's kind of as I threw that out there, but I think undeniably it changed with Trump. Because Trump was so weird of a candidate, right? Yes. He's not a politician. I mean, I said that and I've said it meme twice. What about with Reagan? That was the same kind of situation where you had a star. Yeah. People knew, well, not really. He wasn't like super famous though. He was somewhat famous. People didn't know him. He was in Hollywood.
Politics at any time.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about this. Let's continue this conversation.
also have the same derangement syndrome in that he can do no wrong. It's impossible that he actually committed
they must know that he can't beat Biden.
Yeah, and also I'm pro-Trump, but I mean, he's lost me on certain things, like his support for Ukraine. He doesn't support Ukraine in the way that he should. And the way that he should is somebody who supports, Western liberal democracy and sees...
Oh, Leo!
Yeah, see, there's always... he had the best answer when he was on CNN and somebody asked him about Ukraine. He just said, I want to stop people from dying.
Which is, I agree, but unfortunately...
that's the normal take I've ever heard. Also, no one supports liberal democracy. Liberal democracy is fucking cringe.
Well, okay,
democracy
I know.
is cringe. Read Aristotle.
Yeah, democracy is cringe. Read some Aristotle. Now, I know that's our perspective. But here's the thing, and I like Leo. Leo's very funny. But Leo... Ukraine is not a modern liberal democracy.
Like anyone who thinks that Ukraine is a liberal democracy is a fucking retard. Don't ever take their political acumen seriously.
I get that's an issue that, whatever. Let's just move past it. I disagree. I do not agree with you there on that one, Leo. I just really don't. I don't think that's accurate. I think that's fundamentally and factually incorrect.
I have a question. What do you get by defending Ukraine from Russia?
Cole says give him a minute, he might make it into a joke. I don't think so, but let's hope he does.
The entire Western world is brothers.
So my understanding of this is, though, that he can still run even if he's found guilty. Is that right?
Yeah, in jail.
Yeah.
There's no law that stops you from...
Isn't there a law at some point? Because one of these charges is about assisting insurrection. If you can still run...
They already tried him on this.
Yeah,
they already tried this.
I've said it
no,
before.
the one that they're... Yeah. Well, no, the only thing that they're trying to do now is put him on death row.
When you've done that.
I think what they'll do is they'll paint bars on the White House.
I'll say it before and I'll say it again. If you think a bunch of rowdy, unarmed Trump supporters were going to stage a successful, bloodless coup against the most militarized nation on earth, you are a fucking retard. Because I don't understand. Like I've actually asked
these people sit in their bedrooms being afraid that a white supremacy might be outside of their door. Okay, they believe lunacy.
I want to ask those people. Okay, let's just say they managed to make it to the Capitol. Now what? How's Trump going to hold power by doing what?
Exactly. What are they going to do?
Yeah, you don't seem to have understood where he would go from there.
Well, they didn't know what they were doing.
Yes, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Like, Trump did not have a plan, and if he did, you would have been able to uncover and say, okay, so once they're in and they just sit there,
what do they do?
How does Trump usher in a new regime with what fucking power?
Of course, this is why it's so nonsensical. What do they do? Okay, so let's say that the insurrectionists on Jan 6 control the Capitol. How long are they going to hold that against the United States military?
Yes, it's just stupid as hell.
They were invited in by the police.
Yes.
It was.
The police didn't see them as a
in
threat.
my opinion, it was set up. It was set up that the left knew that the rally was going to happen. They knew people were going to come up to the Capitol. They're like, oh, come in. We'll open the gates for you. So then they could get all their footage and be like, oh, look, oh my God, they're storming the Capitol, even though they're walking through the cordons, or in between the cordons. It's ridiculous.
In front of police officers, and they're not doing shit.
In front of police officers who are waving them in.
Yeah.
It's such a ridiculous contention.
That's why I say if you look at January 6th from not the political perspective, but you're sort of just looking at what happened versus the result of the media, it's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. It's hilarious. It's just
funny in a very dark way. Yeah, that's true.
But if you just sort of look at how the media react to what actually happens, like there's no way in hell I am ever going to take this government and this apparatus serious. Because if you think that was in any way a serious threat to your country's reign on the world stage, then you are a fucking you're just stupid assholes.
Neon Suspender said in the chat, that's even the left's own argument. You can't beat the government with F-16. You can't beat the government because they have F-16s and M4s and tanks. You know, they've got the military might. So they on one hand they laugh about how much military might and power and control they have, and then they go, "Oh, I was terrified for my life."
Just not when an orange man is around.
because of some guy in a Viking helmet. Okay, whatever.
Oh God,
I mean, that just strikes me as insane.
Yeah, it's America, mate.
Yeah, it does. But and also the 2020. I mean, it's ridiculous for them to say it was an insurrection. I mean, it wasn't. It was a sort of stag do that got out of hand by the looks of it. I mean, they were following guide.
People did die.
Yeah, people die in all kinds of situations.
Who died? Who died, dude? Balding guy. Who died?
I take offense to that.
A Trump supporter.
It shows there's a two-tier justice system in America. That people in the Antifa riots were sometimes compensated for being arrested.
Yes,
whereas
they were.
Whereas the people in this riot were not, and they were actually taking the riot to where it was going to do some good instead of just burning down random businesses.
It'll be so
Honestly,
interesting to see.
If you want to do an insurrection, you generally need the U.S. government on your side, and then you can overthrow any government around the world.
Oh, there we go. All right.
I think any of us would support the idea of an insurrection, but it just strikes me as very
Why?
odd.
By
that
the
if he
way,
is implicated in this.
on a
If it is-
second, do you not find it kind of curious what you just said, Leo? If you have the backing of the US government, you can
after he
overthrow any
just said that
government.
about Ukraine.
Yeah, like, do you
I
want to put two and two together there, my boy? You're so close. Like you were just connecting the dots. They're connected. Can you just turn on the light switch, just right?
Because Leo's a smart guy. He gets it, but he's also I think he's very deeply liberal, and I mean that in the British sense, not in the American sense. He's deeply liberal in that he cares about people. So he sees what's happening in Ukraine, and he thinks, "Oh my God, it's
By the way,
terrible."
that
and it was just true. It's terrible atrocities.
That almost annoys me more. Because if it's someone stupid, yes, because when it's people who are stupid, I can sort of dismiss them like, okay, you're dumb as hell. But when you are connecting so many dots in front of you, but you can't see the picture you've drawn, I'm like, how do you just connected the dots? It's right staring you in the face, motherfucker. How that drives
almost
me.
there. Almost there.
That annoys me almost more.
That's okay. The Ukraine thing obviously is one of those issues where
I mean, I'm pro Russia, so I can't say shit.
We're just not going to disagree, or we're not going to agree with everybody, and that's okay. And I don't look. I think that the Ukraine thing is very contentious. It
Only
is
if you're a moron.
But it people are dying. Okay.
Yes.
Ukraine was invaded.
Yes, because the reason I have no sympathy for any Americans or the Ukrainians. No offense, but it's because
really,
yes, because
you don't have sympathy for the Ukrainian civilians.
No, the civilians obviously, but the government, no, you can fuck off. Like
okay, cool.
Like the little pipsqueak in the fucking jumpsuit, like you can get fucked. I don't give a fuck about him. But for example,
he's so insufferable.
Yes, he's very punchable. If you shove weapons into a country that is right on Russia's fucking border that you overthrew in a coup 8 years prior, right? And your own statesman told you in 1990, I think in the early 1990s, 1994, 5 was the first time they expanded NATO. And his result was, what the fucking hell are you doing? Russia is going to respond to this militarily. And you
Who is that again?
Yes, George Kennan.
Kennan,
yes. And if you say that this is a Putin talking point, this is like 5 years before Putin is even in fucking power.
Yeah.
So this has nothing to do with Putin, you absolute morons. If your own statesman told you when the Soviet Union was in power, this is how they would react. Yes, and you do that. I'm not gonna really be surprised because because you're marching with weapons right up to Russia's fucking doorstep, and Russia has no intention of just fucking around with soft power. Once they're on the doorstep, they go, yeah, we're just gonna use hard power.
I mean, like, I've used this example before, but even in a computer game, I play Civilization a lot. I've been trying to get you to play a game with me, but
I'm a very boring man, ladies and gentlemen.
But even in a game like Civ, if you stack a bunch of units near your enemy's border, they take it as a sign of aggression. Particularly if you're also shelling them, which they were doing, by the way. So let's get through this. I have to go use the restroom, so let's finish this, and I'm going to give you an article that you can handle for a minute here as I get back, and then I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
He's determined that he could still run, and what will that do? Because we thought last time after he won in 2016, everything kind of spiraled in very strange ways in the world of American politics.
No, I don't think so.
Even weirder at this point if
and that's why we're going to be tuned in.
Oh, I know, but doesn't anyone else just crave some normalcy?
Just normal, boring politics,
No, I don't. I like
First of all, I like some element of chaos. But also, this is
like
what
chaos when the press is freaking out.
What's this dude's name, homie? This is the problem. normal, boring politics is what Biden was promising when he came in. That was his whole campaign was, hey, I'm just an old white guy and I'm normal, so we can get away from the Trump madness. Has it gone away?
Sleepy. No, it's gotten worse.
It's gotten worse. The partisan divide has exacerbated incalculably. So no, you can't go back to normal boring politics. Not anymore. The genie is out of the bottle. You can't go back. I always find it ridiculous when this is people's political perspective. It's like, we just turn back time. No, you can't.
God,
okay.
There's so many. There's even people on. Let's just say some friends of ours in the.
It's a lot of people, and I understand where they're coming from. I understand the sentiment, but it's not realistic. Yeah, because going back, everyone, it's called anemoia. Well, no, anemoia is wanderlust for a time you've never experienced. But so it's not anemoia. My bad, wrong term. But it's nostalgia. There we go. Why did I pull out the more obscure term? I don't know.
Oh God, but Destiny was on with Michael Malice.
Oh, that might be interesting. We'll watch that later.
Oh, that's
anyway, let's finish this.
Then
give me 1 second.
What was I going to say?
Oh yeah, the nostalgia for past political times.
Yeah, but actually, I had a conversation with Scrump about this, and he said something very interesting to me. He said that the problem with the Americans is that the Democrats did bill Biden as like a return to sort of like the Clinton-esque era.
They literally said return to normalcy.
Yes, but he said the problem is their activist class has gone so insane. That they can't rein in the activist class anymore, and they've basically gone rogue and like a life of their own. Like you see, like Chuck Schumer gets manhandled by a bunch of fucking women, which if you're a man,
I think Scrump's right about that.
Yes,
as he often is about most things.
Yeah, there's just this element of, well, America's sort of like democracy, if that's from cringe phrase, is sort of being pussy whipped by a bunch of fucking people who don't even know what their own gender is.
Stop saying the word!
A democracy? I know it is very cringe and gay. But it is sort of fascinating just to see. Look, there's just a lot of feminine energy in the West right now, and
there sure is.
Yes, and what needs to happen is men need to tell women to shut the fuck up, know your place, sit down, shut up, and men need to take over.
Yeah.
Because the reason why this should happen is because women are allowed to talk, and they should shut the fuck up more often.
True, but you are right.
Except
that they created this activist. This activist
class,
weaponized unit that they could at any point deploy to cause mayhem, because they're like, here's the thing, go riot.
Yeah.
And they have lost control of it. They truly have. It is Frankenstein's monster in that way. They made it, and they don't know how to control it unless they continue along the same lines. They cannot go back the left cannot go back to normalcy because of the culture that they themselves have created. So let's finish this, and then I'm going to give you an article, or a tweet, and then I'm going to go pee, and I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
But that's what Biden was supposed to be, and look what he's
Never mind, I jumped the gun. Thank you, Leo. Okay.
Everybody, half the people in his government are transgender, and it's, I don't know, it's nuts.
Then they cut him off. Did you see, like, also the host just like shook his head like it was a ridiculous thing to say? No, that was true though.
Yeah.
That was what he ran on. So I will be right back. Enjoy this tweet. Tell me if you can read it. You don't have to read the whole document, but this is from Dr. Rand Paul.
Scroll up a bit so I can see the top of the tweet.
Okay, I'll be right back.
See, this directly. Why the hell am I have it on my screen? Never mind. This directly contradicts everything he said in committee hearings to me, denying absolutely that they funded gain of function, and it's absolutely a lie. That's why I sent an official criminal referral to the DOJ. Okay, yeah, but you're sending it to this DOJ, Rand. The fucking problem is this DOJ is shit. So yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of this right now. I mean, we all know that this was complete fucking bollocks. The only people who don't know this are the same fucking people who think masks still works. And if you're in that deep of a hole, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know about you guys. Do you guys still see people wear masks where you guys live? Because occasionally I still see one or two people wearing masks, and I just think, Jesus fucking Christ, you are so far in outer space. Okay, I was gonna say something I probably shouldn't say. It involves things you do with species that are kind of a lost cause. Anyway, fucking hell. Thank God I don't see people who have them in cars anymore. You fucking Christ, I lost my mind when I see that shit.
Okay, so what do you think? So it looks So Rand Paul has sent an official criminal report to the DOJ about Fauci. Of course they're not, but at least there was an attempt, because Fauci lied before Congress.
Of course, we already fucking knew that.
Of course he did. The suspicion was heightened by the fact that scientists in Wuhan University are known to have been working on gain-of-function experiments to determine the molecular mechanisms associated with that virus adapting to human infections, and the outbreak originated in Wuhan from Dr. Anthony Fauci, February 1st, 2020.
He's about as much as a doctor as I'm a professor. Except you will learn more things from me. Actually, let me ask you, chat. Would you rather I taught would you rather I teach you, or would you rather have Fauci treat you as a doctor?
Okay, would you rather? All right, let's put that in the chat. Let me make a poll here. So, that was a part, I think that was in Kunat Lenin's book, where he made that point about who would you rather have treat you, a drunk doctor or a well-meaning layman. Oh, yeah. So I wonder about that. Who would you rather have treat you?
No, just teach.
Teach. Oh, teach.
Yes, I said, what would you rather have me teach you, or have Fauci as a doctor?
What would you prefer then? Let's see. Fauci as your doctor.
Ziggy, I'm not going to say it. This has become like a meme.
Teacher. There we go. All right, answer that as you feel so inclined, chat.
I feel like I would make I feel like I would bore a lot of my students to sleep just because I sound sleepy.
Well, hello. Hi.
What? Hi, Aiden.
I mean, well, no, I tried to be like a cool teacher when I did it. I tried, and that's what I do on YouTube too. Also, what I found,
I feel like I would have a lot more confidence now because I do YouTube.
I mentioned this to you, but I'd like to ask the chat about it live as well. Okay. Is that I've noticed increasingly there's a bunch of comments on my videos where people say, on my new videos in particular, going, ugh, oh, an AI voice. I can't listen to this. Fuck this video. I don't want to watch this video because an AI voice. It's an AI voice. I'm like, oh, what? Which is, by the way, why I actually finally pulled the trigger and bought a webcam, because I was like, or camera, and I went, oh, I guess I have to show my face on camera that I'm talking, because otherwise people think I have an AI voice. Okay. And I don't know what this is, but it's the only reason I started to notice it because it was a prolific number of comments saying I can't listen to AI voices. I hate AI voices.
Okay, Aiden, those are stupid.
How weird.
Those are stupid people, and I'll tell you why. How long have you been on YouTube?
7 years.
Okay, so you've been doing this for 7 years. How long have you seen this thing of AI comments?
The last 2 months.
Okay, so out of 7 years, 2 months.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's gonna get worse. Yeah, 6 years, 7 years. Yeah, 7 years now. Fuck.
Yeah, okay, so if you've done this for 7 years, and only in the last like 2 months, so 2 videos, do you see this shit right now? You don't have to worry about appealing to those fucking retards. You've been around long enough. Those are just morons. Don't listen to them.
Yeah, I know, Elder so that's why I said I shouldn't mention what gets under my, because it doesn't really get under my skin. I was just like, oh,
I don't pay attention to the negative comments. I just dismiss them as fucking retards.
No, I don't either. It was only when it became so many of them that I was like, every other comment is about my voice being an AI.
That just means there's a lot of dumb people.
It's just, I practiced my diction, and I practiced very hard at my videos to try and have a soothing way of speaking, in videos.
Aiden has a very proper tone of voice, but she speaks like this.
Right, when I get right into the camera and I'm about to read something, I can do the proper tone of voice. However, apparently, this tone of voice, I actually saw a couple messages that said that they thought it was grating. And I was like, okay, well, bye, I guess, but typically speaking, I haven't heard a lot of negative things. And it's one of the things that I've actually gotten the most compliments about over the years, which I've always been very flattered by. But AI is screwing with people's brains, dude. I really think it is.
And over the years, Aiden has developed the voice of a narrator.
Right. Oh, right. So you develop a narrator voice when you read a lot of scripts. And then people say, oh, You have a narrator voice. You must be a robot. And you? Okay.
I've had that on a fair few places like Discord servers or websites.
People have asked you if you're AI.
No, not AI. But generally speaking, if I just say if I just comment on a conversation, the first thing is like, "Whoa, what voice is that?" Or the first thing I want to know is, "What microphone are you using?" Or like, have
that's
you altered,
usually
yeah.
That's
or
what I
have
always
you-
used to get.
Yes,
Yeah.
or have you? Altered
What's your microphone?
Yes. Or have you altered your voice? Like, is that your?
Or are you
real
using
voice?
voice changing software or something? Those are the comments I used to get.
No.
And now it's, I can't. Oh, I hate channels that have AI voice. I'm like, oh, okay, alrighty.
there's a
What?
there's a very, very slight boost to the bass to make it sound not more bass, but to make it sound more roomy and fuller. Not so the voice is less thin. And if it's in my booth, then it's a massively noticeable difference. But because people tell me, "Oh, do you fuck with it?" and I went like, "No, I'll turn it off, and you can hear the difference. It's very slight, but it's noticeable enough to make it warmer."
It sounds good though. I like the boosting you do. The only thing I got the camera.
It works in your voice too, by the way, because it's for my whole audio output. So if Aiden's voice sounds slightly more bassy than it does in her videos, it's because it's my booster that's doing that.
So I got the camera. I've done a couple of streams. I'm trying to get used to being on camera. I'm not used to it. I don't like it. I have done it in the past. Obviously, I just don't like it. I have I don't know if you guys know this, but I have mild autism. I don't know if you've guessed that part yet, but one of the things is that I have so in women who hang on just real quick.
Go on.
Go ahead. Okay, in women who have autism or Asperger's syndrome, whatever it is, there's something called masking. Women are which is why it's very difficult often to diagnose women with autism, because they're very good at masking, which is that we overcompensate for the lack of social skills and understanding of social interaction by over emoting with, for example, I over emote with my face. So I make kind of extreme facial expressions, and the result is that I make anytime you would pause on a video with my face on it, and I've seen it happen, I'm making a really dumb face because I'm over emoting with my face, which is a form of masking to hide the autism. So I'm a little worried about that. And the other problem is that I'm reading from a script, because I can speak extemporaneously, obviously, as we're doing right now, but I'm reading from a very specific script that I've written for a very specific reason. So that's gonna be whatever, guys. We're exploring new ground with me having to have a camera on for videos. We'll see how it works. We're experimenting. We'll do actually, I should conduct it as an experiment. I'll conduct some experiments. I'll basically do some experiments to see what works best.
Yeah.
Anyway, what were you saying, Spoon? Sorry.
If I were to narrate, I don't know if I would use that kind of voice that you do. I said if I were to narrate, because I will one day I will do, I don't know the whole book, but I did want to do, there was a short article, maybe like 15 minutes of reading, or maybe like 10 or 15, of Jean Domar, who was I think he was a French jurist during the time of King Louis, and he came up with the moral backbone of the sort of the divine right of kings for France.
Mm-hmm.
And he outlined like how should the state operate according to sort of his perception of biblical principles of government. And I thought like, oh, this is something that you could read if you were interested in how does absolute monarchy rule in sort of a Christian way.
Yeah.
That is, well, actually nowadays I think people would find it very archaic, but I think for the times it's
of course. Of course.
It's very interesting. If I were to read something right now, it'll be, we agree that he himself is the chief victim. We agree that in the rise of the barbarism, which we are witnessing on every side, it is the good pagan who suffers the most acutely.
Oh, yeah. You're reading the good pagan, yeah.
Yeah, that would be the tone if I were to read something now.
All I really do is...
Get close to the microphone.
I just get closer to the mic.
Yeah.
That's all I do. And have some diction, because I'm reading a script.
Yes,
and I think that's why people think it sounds like an AI, because it's not extemporaneous. But... So what I'm going to do, so here's my, again...
is a sure sign. Because I've noticed if you just pronounce words properly, the immediate reaction from everyone universally is, oh, you have good education because you pronounce words properly. No, I just prefer not to
they don't
sound
assume
like
you have a good
player,
education. They assume you're rich, and you come from a wealthy background. Particularly as a someone who has a, I'm going to call it an English passing accent, as you do. They're going to think that
yes.
which you don't speak in RP though.
No, I don't. But the assumption is that I must have gone to a boarding school because I.
Yeah, you went to
addiction.
boarding school.
Yes, which is
went to
a
public
very
school. Yeah,
strange thing.
which means the different thing. Yeah, who cares, Aiden? You're right. Let's move on. Who cares? The only reason I'm saying it is that.
Oh, Piers Corbyn.
I don't even know why did I get into this. So I am gonna be trying to read well on camera and look like I'm not reading, but I am reading a script while trying to occasionally look at the camera when I'm making points in my new video, which is recorded. I didn't expect it to be as long as it is, but it is. It's a video where I'm making fun of something, and it's still an hour and a half long. So whatever. I'm making fun of a study, but still. Piers Corbyn, who is Jeremy Corbyn's kind of crazy, but he's kind of nuts too.
You have to be nuts to be in today's society to be sane.
So they have these
cashless.
Why are there cashless Aldis? Why is there a place in the United Kingdom that will not accept British money?
Yeah.
Current coin. Why will they not? Oh, because they want to put you on a social credit system. That's my opinion, at least.
Yeah, that's it.
So that you can have no value. Buy silver and gold. By the way, I need to get in the silver and gold sponsors back. Also, Dragon's Treasure Tea, always down in the description below if you want to buy some tea from them, because they are awesome and a supporter of the channel. But because we worked with a gold company before, I don't know if you remember.
Yes.
But this is crazy that there isn't just a thing as a cashless Aldi. Aldi's like a grocery store, if you're not aware.
Yeah, buy anything. I'm gonna buy some strawberries, and I'm offering.
He just wants to buy some strawberries. By the way, I also wanted to buy some strawberries today, but apparently we've got a ton of them in the garden, and there were so many when we went to the shop. Oh, I was trying to make a full English this afternoon, but I couldn't find black pudding up at the shop. Because I was thinking about that video that the Lotus Eaters made the other day about English food being disparaged. I'm sorry, I'm going off on a tangent again. This was really short. And I couldn't find black pudding, but then they had so many cheap strawberries, but we have a ton of cheap strawberries. Anyway, Piers Corbyn, tell us about your strawberries.
Exactly the right amount of money here on the help desk. So you people take that money, £1.90, and I will take my strawberries outside.
The man denied his strawberries. Now, look at this. He gave them the money.
Yeah.
£1.90 for the strawberries, which is quite cheap, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You can't take that.
Yes, he did. He just literally paid.
I paid by legal tender.
No.
He did pay by literal legal tender.
I paid by legal tender, and I am going out with my strawberries.
I kind of hate the Union Jack over top of this because it feels so degrading that he paid in the king's currency for his strawberries. Let him buy his strawberries using the king's currency. This is ridiculous. Just let him buy his damn strawberries.
Yeah.
And I'm going to eat them. I'm going to eat my strawberries. I paid by legal tender in this dystopian place.
Thank you. It is dystopic. Eat your strawberry, Piers. Let's go.
You should be able to spend your eye, you should be able to spend wherever you want. This is an absolute joke.
You want one, mate?
Thank you.
You just offer the employee one.
Yeah, he's just offering everybody a strawberry. It is dystopian, and it's horrifying that it's literally shut up and take my money. Yeah. Speaking of taking my money, let me hit some super chats since we've been I've been remiss on them. Slosher for $5 Canadian says the book The Storm Before the Storm is about the last 100 years of the Roman Republic and covers the Gracchi. I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong, brothers. The parallels are scary. Let me write that down. The Storm Before the Storm, because that would be. I did say I was looking for a book, and that would be the one then apparently to read. Thank you, Slosher. How's a Hoppa for 2 says she's been marked. Talking about the little girl with the Trump wrote high on. Just like they're branded slaves, right? Solon the Lich 450 ARS says Orange Man writing on child hand abused. / rainbow perv grinding junk on kids, stunning and brave. Oh yes, the parallels are fascinating. Bill, you can come on up. Sorry. What's up, Bill? No, there's no camera on. Sorry, Bill was trying to go to bed. He doesn't want to go on camera. There's no camera on. I know you haven't. Poor Bill. I told you. I told everybody about the carpenter situation. So, Dear T.S. King Pretend says, Dems get away with murder from Senator Ted Kennedy, killing a woman at Chappaquiddick, to Bill Clinton list of Arkansas. They've been shielded since the 60s from the consequences of their own actions. Yeah, I know. They always, that's the difference though too, is that the Dems protect their own to a fault. They never stop. They protect their own, and the Republicans don't do that. We hold each other. I don't consider myself a Republican, but you know what I mean. Conservatives.
That's to win. Republicans want to be left alone.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Republicans generally want to be left alone. Well, and they don't bother the kids. Don't bother people. Yes, it is.
That's the main problem with the Republicans, is that their ideology is we want to be left the fuck alone. And the thing of it is, Republicans, you have to realize the leave us the fuck alone. Eventually, people are not going to want to leave you alone. They have shit, or you have shit that they want. Yep. And at that point in time, telling them to fuck off is not going to work because they're barbarians of the gates.
And as it refers to the all the stuff with the kids, it's that they want your kids. They are kids, ours.
They think it's the Shire. That's how they see the world.
Yes. They want it to be they want to just do.
And if you don't defend the kingdom of Gondor, then the hordes will come for the Shire. Eventually.
You're right.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, and
well put.
Yes, and this is why you need to have a king that says, "Fuck you, come near my kingdom, and I will maul you to pieces." You need to have a king that is not afraid to flex power. The reason why we have this stupid ideology right now is because we live in this really weird world where we go, "Ooh, but the state has too much power." I'm like, no, the state doesn't have enough power. It has power for all the wrong reasons.
This state has too much power.
Yes.
And the problem is that it's a democratic state where there is no responsibility, where there is no longevity.
I think the reason, here's the reason why I think the monarchical state scares people, is because they're
scared of a mad king.
It's not even so much that. I think it's because they've been conditioned into thinking the state must be used for not the reasons the state is used in the monarchical way. And so they assume that if you have a monarchical state, all of the problems with democratic state will be manifested in the monarchical one. And I
think you got it.
Yes, and this thing is like, no, this is a completely different type of government, and they don't have an experience of it. So they make the monarchical one like a caricature, because they think monarchical one ruler. Instantly, they go to, what is my nearest example of this is Soviet Russia or Nazi Germany. And so they take the caricature of what they think that regime is like and apply that to the monarch. And they no. Nazi Germany is not imperial Germany.
They are all autocracies. Yes. But I don't really the term autocracy is actually very useful, because I mean broadly speaking, it's useful in terms of describing systems of government, very broadly speaking, as I said. But there's so many differences between a fascistic or a communistic regime, which are which end up being autocracies. Communism is not supposed to be an autocracy, but it inevitably becomes autocratic without fail. At least in every example.
No man rules alone. No man rules alone. I can't not hear that phrase in Adam's voice.
Yeah, I know that's the contention, and that is true to a certain extent. Yes, no man rules totally alone, but it's the in part the faced-offness of monarchy. It's also the raising from childhood. It's also the fact that you own the state and that it is part of your lineage. And these are all things that very much
are your subjects.
They
are your
subject.
Yes,
subject sounds diminutive. What I think it's more accurate to say is that your subjects are your
But
your progeny. They're your flock, which is why monarchy, I think, only really. I mean, it's worked in many situations, but Europeans in particular, it works in the Christian context because we can see the entire hierarchical system of son to father, father to lord, lord to king, king to God. Right? We have a very hierarchical system that has worked.
The thing is, for me, with the whole king being, the ruler and the subjects, the thing is, that to me is just basically your
king is a subject to God.
Yeah, but the thing is, the people who take issue with this, in my head, I just think it's because you have a low sense of self-worth and you have a massive ego. Because I'm serious, because here's the thing for me.
It's called vulnerable narcissism.
Because the thing is, for me, I have no problem. People are like, I would never be ruled by a king. Why not? I don't have a problem bowing to a king and swearing fealty to a good ruler. I don't see this as demeaning in my capacity. It's
no.
Yes.
Because I swear fealty to God and Christ and the army of the Lord.
Well, would you rather have some baggy president or a based king? Give me the base king. No one looks at a president and go, that's someone I want to emulate. But if you look at your tales, what is a king? The king is noble. The king is strong. The king looks after his people. Do you think any of a president in the last, say, even in your lifetime would have
There
any
have been
qualities?
based presidents, though, Spoon.
Yeah, Trump.
Yeah, I was going to say, just in recent memory, there have been based presidents.
And Trump
but throughout history, there have been based presidents.
And Trump behaves almost like a caricature of what you want a king to be like. There's a reason why people memed him as an emperor, because he's an attitude of one.
Yeah.
And it's weird. Did you see him recently? They interviewed him and they asked him about China. He said something very interesting about Xi.
What did he say?
He said he doesn't hate America, he just loves China.
That's interesting. I think that's probably true, actually.
Yes, and I think that's because the way that I think the Americans look at the world, especially their power apparatus, is they want to take over the world. Like, if you wanted to take over the world as just any group of humans, you would want to go where the base of power is. And the base of power in our species, it is the Americas. It has the most technology, it has the most influence. If you were going to try and rule the world from a base, like if you want to make a place your hub, it'll be either the UK or the United States. Like that is obvious. And any kind of threat to this regime, it is going to try and demonize as a way to galvanize the population into supporting that war. And that's why a lot of people, when they see China being aggressive as they do, they think, oh, look, this is the American State Department flexing. And when they see them infiltrating into the American space, I think the perception is, no, the Americans are going to try and fucking militarily escalate you because they're openly selling you that. And the Chinese way is combating, well, we can't do this militarily, so we're going to do this in a more subversive way, which is trying to infiltrate your power apparatus because it's permeable. That's the way that I see it. Yes, that's the way that I see it.
So and the reason it is so permeable is because of the democratic apparatus.
Precisely, yes. So we can just buy you.
We're talking about building a system that has a greater bulwark against both internal and external
forces,
deleterious influences and forces. Yes, that's why we're monarchists.
I don't consider China as much of a threat as the United States Department make it is.
It is not because Spoon nor myself want to be kings and queens. It's because we're trying to protect. We're trying to protect. We're trying to come up with the best system of governance that can exist within a flawed
I don't know why you want to
reality.
Be the king. My God, the responsibility.
Oh, I can't even comprehend how. I don't want to be president. I don't want any power like that because
it's a sacrifice
it's a nightmare.
To be the king.
It is. Spoon, I have an article for you, though, by the way.
Oh, God. Well, I have a horrible one for you later, so.
Okay. Well, I don't know if we're going to get to yours, which is apparently so long, but restrictions on providing utensils, condiments, napkins, and containers
I've been censored,
New York
people.
City.
Okay, fuck New York.
Censored. He's been censored in New York City. Food establishments providing takeout and delivery service must comply with these restrictions. Do not provide utensils, condiments, napkins, or extra containers to takeout delivery customers unless requested by the customer. Your online ordering and delivery apps must be set to the default of not providing these items. You must provide customers with the option to request these items only if you offer them. Delivery and courier service, whatever. These restrictions are effective July 31st, 2023, already in effect. there will be a warning period through June 30th, 2024. Beginning July 1st, 2024. Hang on. Go ahead. Okay.
How will you regulate this?
Who knows? Good question, by the way.
What are you gonna fine people if they didn't ask for something but they get it?
Call the police?
Okay, just out of curiosity, who is that on then? Is that on the person who got the dinner, or is it the company that did it?
It's on the restaurant.
This is fucking retarded.
It's so ridiculous.
Like if this is the shit that your regulatory fucking entity or bureaucracy is preoccupied with in New York, fucking nuke New York.
I mean, but it's just all these Democrat-run cities, just like a million. You're always bogged down in these insane regulations. So beginning July 1st of 2024, those not following these restrictions may receive a notice of violation.
With 3 hours
Fines
in.
for each notice of violation issued within a 12-month period are $50 for the first offense, $150 for the second offense, and $250 for every subsequent offense.
Can I just say this bluntly? New York is full of useless faggots. Like, seriously, man. This is the shit that you, like, of all the shit that you have to worry about in New York City, this is the shit that you...
They don't care about the crime.
Off.
But let's make sure you can't give people plastic spoons and napkins.
My God, just get
how terrible.
Fucked, you absolute faggots. Sorry,
Gee, I wonder why it is then that people are absolutely fleeing California.
Yeah, same shit.
Exodus results in a $340 million tax revenue loss amongst $32 billion deficit.
Hey, how much of that do you think is because of the writer's strike?
Oh, not much, but maybe some of it. California's population projected to stagnate through 2060. A 2013 forecast predicted that by now there would be 52 million people in California. Instead, it stagnated at 39.51 million. Part of that is because they don't have children, because they sterilize themselves. But a lot of it is because people are just leaving the state of California. Oh, don't act like I'm not right. They are. These people don't. You think Californians have children? The ones that don't sterilize themselves? It's true. And then they moved. They moved to other states.
That's fucking crude. It's funny though.
50%, more than 50% of the total net income migration into Florida is from the top 5 states: New York, Illinois, New Jersey, California, and Pennsylvania. Oh. But with the exception of Pennsylvania being a blue or being a purple state, all red states are fleeing to Florida so they can vote for the shit that made them flee.
I'm not sure about that actually.
I've heard some contentions about that. Yeah, that they're not going to vote for the same stuff, but I think that they will.
Well, we'll have to see.
What's your contention?
Just the fact that Florida's so red.
And
we'll have to see in the next election.
Actually, it's not true. Florida tends to be kind of purple.
Yeah, but it's red now.
It's gone very red. It's gone very red in recent times.
The states are balkanizing, basically. Well, you see it in some of them, but overall.
But the key takeaway here is that California lost.
Retarded, like Pennsylvania.
Right. The key takeaway is that California has lost an estimated of $343.2 million in tax income because of migration out of the state in 2021.
Ironically, that's what it's spending right now on fucking migrants that are illegal.
Yes. So New York came in second.
$500 billion.
New York came in second with a net loss of $299.6 million, and Illinois third at 141.7 million. Numbers, Eden, that's your whole thing, and you still read them wrong. So,
well done.
Estimated 343,000 Californians.
I am very
Californians.
Right now. I just want to say that to the chat.
You all comfy? Moved out between.
I'm leaning back on my chair and I've swung my mic at 90 degrees, so it basically looks like I'm in a studio right now.
So 343,000 people moved out of California between July 2021 and July 2022, while only 125,000 people moved in. So California is bleeding.
There's a net exodus of like 180,000 people.
Good. Yeah. Because no one can afford to live in California.
Is that good?
Is it good? Because they're moving to other states?
Yes, it's Californians. Oh, fuck that.
I just don't just stay.
Stay in California and die, you shitheads.
I'm sorry. I truly believe this, and I hope more states start to integrate this kind of policy. I think you should have a 5-year at minimum waiting period before you can vote into a state you've just moved to.
Yeah. Unless you vote for the opposite faction.
No, I don't care. Make it unilateral so it's fair. That you should have if you move to a state, you should have a 5 years in the big scheme of things. It's not that much time. I mean, think about it as if you were moving to another country, right? You often can never vote there. So, but we're in it's the United States.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
They are united. So I think you should have a 5-year voting restriction that you can't vote for anything in that state until you have an idea. And I'm putting 5 years as me being polite. I think it should probably be 10, but I'm putting 5 as the kind of like agreement number.
Here's a strange question, and let me ask the chat because there's a bunch of Americans in the chat. Do you think America's too big as a country?
I mean, there's nothing you can do about it, so.
Because I remember listening
kind of a pointless question.
No, but I remember the reason I say this is for something that I found very well, and Hugh Laurie pointed this out as well. He said America is too big to be one country in the sense that I find it weird Americans say to me that they don't have an accent. And I always find that very strange because if I took a Texan and I put them in California, you would easily tell they're not Californians because they have a fucking accent of Texas.
Yeah. Well,
and it's the same way
in the US we call it non-regional diction.
Yes, but the same way that you can tell a Southern boy from a New Yorker, or New Yorker from Boston, Boston from Florida, Florida from California. Like you have all of these regions that have vastly different fucking cultures. Clearly, that even worldwide they're differently known, but you still operate under the umbrella of America. But they're so vastly different, aside from the fact that it's America.
Well, it's a confederation of states.
Yes, but they're basically so vastly different as people. To say that just because they're American, they will somehow get along. For fuck's sakes, people can't stand each other for sport reasons, for God's sake. So the idea that they will get along just because they're Americans is absurd. And you can see this as well.
As Mad for Song says, technically we're 50 different countries. Yeah, we're 50 different little countries, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. The United States is, I should say.
Yeah, you can tell London from Birmingham, man. Yeah.
Precisely, precisely.
Rob you, though.
Dear Tis King for 5 says, while he's a squeaky-voiced Zoomer, what if Alt Hest covers Victorian levels of work a sizable number of Americans work at? He predicts something akin to a French Revolution in this decade. Fun. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised about that.
I
Thank you,
disagree,
dear T.
because
I don't think it will happen, but I wouldn't be surprised either. I'll put it that way.
If I'm being honest, Americans as a country, no offense to Americans, but you are far too pussy and passive as a population to do shit.
No, when Americans get pissed off, they get really pissed off, though. We'll see what happens. We'll have to see what happens.
They're too passive.
Spoon,
it's easy to propaganda the American.
You live in
They're
the
basically
UK.
Tell me I'm wrong. How did you behave
I'm saying you live in
COVID?
COVID was a...
You had
I'm
the
not-
state
I'm not
literally
happy about
taking
the COVID
away
stuff.
your jobs and livelihood, and no one picked up a gun and did shit.
I know.
So I don't believe that you will rebel against.
I think it's the whole world. I don't think it's
rubbish.
just America, though, is what I'm saying, Spoon. I don't think it's the whole world. I think the whole, or,
No, it's
or
definitely-
just America.
definitely
The whole
democracy.
world is well, all the Western world is pussified. Hasapa for 5 says, excluding stay-at-home spouses not looking for a job is reasonable, but excluding someone that just gave up because they can't find work is absurd. Yeah, in terms of that unemployed thing.
True.
And that's part of it. I actually have a thing on that. Lance for 5 says, can we stop with the live sign language on the side of videos?
Agreed.
If it's going out on video, there will be closed captions. It's just a taxpayer grift. I think largely it is because the number of people who rely on just put subtitles.
Well, so
You
no,
can subtitle live. So it is. I do find it
6 is
to be
different
a.
because January 6th was a due date that had legal precedent.
Yes,
that's
yes,
the
yes,
reason
yes,
why.
yes.
I don't think you'd be able to do that spontaneously without some kind of unified leader. So unless you guys can somehow birth Napoleon, good
It
luck
might
to you.
happen. It might be Trump. I don't know. A Dutchman who's been a member for 6 months, thank you, man, says, how long will it take? Bleh, can't read words. How long will it take for them to openly worship Moloch? I think they already are.
I already do.
James
Kamala
Cole for
Harris.
2 says, Vivek is a great running mate for the Nerevarine. I agree. Yeah, Enwa.
Did you see what Trump said about the debates?
Yeah, I think I did. He said something like they were ridiculous or something, didn't he?
No, he said.
What did he say? I saw something about it.
He basically said, "Let them do the debate so I can see who to pick for VP." which is such a Chad
Oh,
fucking move
I was
on
thinking
his
about the
part.
Democrat debates.
No,
yeah, that is
they're
Chad.
probably because basically just saying, I've already won. You fight it out so I can
He
see
has
who's
already
actually
won.
pick the VP. But that's such a fucking Chad move for him to just
It is
say
Chad.
that. It's so based, and it's so in his
Yeah.
playbook as well. Like, I'm
Well,
already
because
winning.
he has obviously. So he's like, yeah, let them debate so I can
Yes.
pick who I want as my VP, which is, yeah, based. Dear T's King for 2 says beer and suit is not uncommon in Florida. True, it was more about like Ron's robotic kind of behavior. EF for 10 says if they ban Trump, they'll probably get Vivek. That's my whole point. My whole point behind all of that is that they're coming. You know, Trump said it the best. He said, "They're not after me. They're after you. I'm just in the way." And if they go for Trump this hard, they will go for Vivek or DeSantis or whoever just as hard.
I think they would rather
And
have
Vivek-
DeSantis than Vivek.
Yeah. And Vivek seems like he would be more effective. Yeah, I think Vivek's a good choice. We'll see.
He's the smartest person in the race by far.
I think so far he is.
But Trump is the
DRT
toughest.
is king. I don't know if he's the smartest. He's certainly the most effective. And he is smart too, and he says things that I agree with. DRT is king for 5 says, I think the change was that was dropped was a civil case and not the criminal case. Yes, it was the civil case. So it's not double jeopardy as it was with OJ and MJ. Which is, again, very convenient ways of going about that, but still. It's, I don't like it. Hasidius and, Hasidius, sorry. I know Hasidius is in the chat, but you didn't send me something. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz, I'm so sorry. Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for $10 says, question, Fauci as your doctor? Me, hail to the no. Hail to the no, no, no. Hail to the no. That's my best attempt. By the way, everyone would rather... 93% of people would rather you be their teacher than Fauci be their doctor.
Thank God for that.
DRT is king for 2 says Aiden use camera for sponsor sections. I have done that in the past, yes. Gen Trash for 5 says get a Mass Effect outfit, do NPC streams in your AI voice, make millions. I don't have it anymore. I actually threw it away recently when I went to my dad's house, but I did have a Tally cosplay. And there's pictures of it on the internet. And they have cosplayed as Tally. Has a hop off for 2 says based and strawberry pilled. Yes, he was. DRT is king for 5 says in 2018 it showed that the California expats kept Texas as red as it is with the city dwelling natives being the major left wing pushing agent. Yes, they're only moving to these Texas cities. They're not moving towards excuse me. Oh, got a frog in my throat. Some of them are moving into nowhere, like into very nowhere places, but most of them are just moving to cities, yes, to other cities. Beard for $5 says states need to go back to pre-Civil War state of being, and cities need to be walled off and treated as states on their own. I agree with that. Cities need to be treated differently. We need to find some kind of way of having a kind of electoral college with cities, the way that we have with the entirety of the country in the United States. You know what I mean, Spoon?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the city gets an electoral vote, because otherwise it's just not fair. Redneck Ram for 10 says, sorry, Spoon, but I'm never going to bow before another person. I don't bow to religion or man. I would rather quite literally be executed than I would ever kiss the ring and pretend someone is a god.
Well, you're not pretending they're a god. You just acknowledge them that they're the rightful ruler of the kingdom. That's it.
I understand where Redneck Ram is coming from, but the reality is that we kind of do that with the president, don't we?
Yeah.
In a democratic system, we do say we give fealty to them. We pledge allegiance to the flag of whom the president is the commander-in-chief. He's in
someone
charge.
that's accountable
So
to God than accountable to man, because accountable to man means they're
Right.
accountable to nothing.
So you are giving fealty to the president in a certain way. I understand where you're coming from, but you're giving fealty to someone no matter what. Dreadnought for 10 says the problem with Spoon's analysis about Americans getting P something.
Pussified.
He had to censor it.
Yeah,
Pussy? Oh, pussified.
Yeah.
Is that the blue collar and patriotic people like me who tend to get violent were usually able to find ways around COVID restrictions. Yeah, that was the thing, is that it was pretty easy to get around it.
Yeah,
I think that was why people didn't get violent over COVID, because it was really easy to get around. It was only a problem when you were traveling and things like that. Neon Suspenders for 5 says, just hit the point in Steins Gate where Okabe realizes that he has to do what he has to do to return to the Alpha timelines. Oh my God. I'm so glad you're enjoying Steins Gate. Congratulations, Down Suspenders. It's a trip. So I don't know how much longer. Let's just talk about some other stuff. Not one 8th grade student at LeBron James Akron School has passed state math test in 3 years. I know you have. But
video, actually.
This is the culture war segment.
Problem.
Not one in 3 years.
You know what's actually fine? It was actually 5.
You know some more about this because you did a video on it. Yeah, yes. It's actually 5, right?
Yes, it was actually 5. It was since the 3rd grade. So 6 years, because you're counting the 3rd grade as well. So that's 6 years. How the hell did it take you 6 years to fucking notice this?
Despite, put it in your memes now, lads. Despite receiving massive funding from the James Foundation, along with local, state, and federal funding, the I Promise schools, Black students and those with disabilities are now testing at the bottom 5% of the state.
I asked you about that because doesn't that just sound like it's
I know you asked me about that because I'm also curious about this. That's really kind of weird.
The phrasing?
No, again, the phrasing is weird.
Okay, because I will say, I went to go look at the original article because I thought this is what
the original article.
Yes, but that's actually quoted from the article. But it's really weird.
It's quoted. It's a quote. Yes.
But it's weird because they say it like that. But then when they elaborate, they say that no, there's 2 categories of test scores. One is disabled and one is Black, and that school is cranking out the bottom 5% in both of those categories.
In both categories.
Because when they phrase it like that, I went.
It sounds like they're categorizing them together. That that Black students are
scoring equal with basically with disabled. And that's what I'm like.
Yeah.
Is this what you're trying to imply?
It's funny. It's just that it is funny, but that's not. But it was a little bit inaccurate in terms of the representation.
They're not actually telling me what the Blacks and disabled are scoring, which I find kind of curious.
You can look it up. I have looked up some of it, but basically the reality is that they're not able to pass, which means that they're not one student has a non-F grade at the LeBron James I Promise School in Akron. And what I wanted to point out is that Akron, despite being it is not a suburb of Cleveland.
It's primarily Black, though.
Fully. It's not. No, it does have a high Black population, I'll put it that way. Akron is a town that is outside of Cleveland, but it is not a part of Cleveland. It's in the Cleveland greater metropolitan
the
area.
Income was like 42,000, I think.
Well, my godfather lived in Akron for a while, and he was a millionaire. Or is a millionaire. I don't know why I said it was in the past.
Because
he made antivirus software in the 90s and sold it and made a bunch of money.
Because
that's what
I did
self-made man, self-made millionaire.
I did look up some other things, and what I found curious is because I know California also has horrible education problems, and when I looked it up, it actually said it was curious because they said neither the Blacks and there's 4 groups: there's whites, Blacks, Asians, and Hispanics, and it's curious because when they said the whites and the Asians, when they said math and English grades, they said this is the standard not met.
Yep.
And it was like 36% to like 25%. And then when they said Hispanics and Asians, it was like 23% and 16% met.
Yep, this is it. This is in California. I've got the article here.
Yeah, like, look.
2 out of 3 Californian students did not meet the math standards, and more than half did not meet English standards. The numbers are worse for students of color, as 84% of Black students and 79% of Latino students did not meet math standards in 2022.
Yeah, that was a different one that I used.
Oh, I thought it was the same. At 60, no, I got this one from you. 60% of students were testing below grade level in math, and nearly half in English. I'm pretty sure this is the one I got from you. I don't know. Maybe we end up using a different one.
Yeah.
But the reality is that in these Democrat-run areas, students are failing, and which students are failing the most?
Non-whites.
Yes, non-whites. The ones that they claim that they care about and want to help. They can't get ahead in these schools. I thought we could just dump more money into them, and then they'd be fine. Fine.
Here's the issue: the whiter the brighter.
Okay.
No, like I'm not even kidding. Like if you just look at civilization, If here's the thing, this is what I said in the video. If you were to just look at the world objectively, there is a clear divide in civilizational status between the North and the Southern Hemisphere. It is blindly obvious to anyone that notices. The smartest and most advanced that our species
how do you account for North American natives then, who basically never evolved civilization outside of the Stone Age? Some Iron Age, but that's about it.
Okay. Yes. I didn't say. I didn't say all of the Northern Hemisphere.
Okay. I'm just saying.
I just said North versus South.
I don't think North versus South is a good categorization. It's the cold winters hypothesis.
Europe and Asia versus the rest of
the
world.
Cold winters hypothesis.
Like if you were to just look at the rest of the world and you look at which civilizations have progressed the most in terms of, literature, in terms of development, in terms of, philosophy, religion, all this kind of stuff. It is Europeans and Asians. Like if you were to just look at the world objectively, you would go the best and brightest of the human species comes from Europe and Asia. Specifically Western Europe and parts of Asia, right?
Emperor DMB says Spoon trying to get banned from everything speedrun. Yeah, I don't mind you saying it, but it's like, you're being spicy. I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, but like the thing that, I kind of want to make a video of this. I want to ask you guys a question.
What you're basically saying is that you don't think that people should, that we need to be ashamed of the fact that there are differences between groups of people, and that the fact that white people, broadly speaking, European groups of people have been successful in many ways is not something to be ashamed of, and that we should just be, and also Asiatics. Particularly East Asian people have been extremely successful.
It's not an obsession with saying things the worst, most blunt way possible. It's just true. There's no other way I can say that.
Yeah, you're just blunt. You're blunt.
Yes.
You don't know how to. But like maybe you don't want to know how to couch things in a way that's more palatable.
Oh fuck off! I'm sick of palatable. You can take
exactly.
Take the
He's
facts,
done with
take the facts raw or get the fuck out of here. I'm not here to peddle for your word game shite.
But you know why I'm kind of on board with it is because the people who are on the opposite side, they don't care. They don't care about being palatable. So Lauren Southern tweeted this out. Apparently, this art show is. Go ahead.
Okay,
Sorry.
so here's the thing. And this, I kind of want to just ask this. This is like a 30-second video. I just want to ask this. If you were to take, say, a gentleman from the bush, say in some parts of tribal Africa, okay, and you put him in modern-day civilization, would you think they would be superior or inferior? You would probably think they're inferior if it wasn't for bullshit political speak. Right, just in terms of would they be able to?
Their ability to integrate into if you just plucked them out of the African bush and try to integrate them in the modern society, I'd be like, that's gonna be rough.
Yeah, they wouldn't really do that well. Okay, now, again, inferior, superior. You would say they're inferior because they can't fit modern civilization. If you took someone,
I'd say they'd struggle.
Yes, if you took someone from modern day society, from our neck of the woods, people who are used to civilization and dependency on machines, electricity, right, and you put them in the bush next to our tribal fellow.
Oh, I'd die. I'd be dead.
Yeah, who's the superior
after
one
5
now?
minutes? Well, exactly. It depends. I think that is a good way of putting it. It does depend on environment.
Yes, so you rate the superior and inferior based on the land that they're in. Yes, so for me, the idea of superior and inferior is you're basically grading on this type of civilization that they're in. Like you can say someone comes from an inferior civilization compared to ours, but does that mean the people there are less happy or fulfilled as human beings?
No, that's actually what's very funny is the idea that
we have more shit than other people. We're fucking miserable as a civilization.
I know, and what I find very interesting is that the idea that we have to uplift all these people because they're living in these conditions is, in my opinion, extremely imperialist and imperialist in a very negative way. It is arrogant.
Yeah.
And
we need to make these people happy because they don't have the same shit that we do.
Yeah, but they need to give them our government or take this cell phone and get addicted to Twitter or whatever. Get addicted to social media. Get addicted to Instagram. That's going to make them happier. That's just this is what matters is access to modern technology, access to modern conveniences. No, I think people can be extremely happy, if not maybe happier, if they're just living their lives
in the environment where they actually belong.
Natural way. I don't. The outside interference I've always found to be bizarre. Why Why do you want to go mess with these groups of people and tell them how to think and how to feel? Now, some of the damage is already done, right? A lot of the damage is already done.
Imperial
but
conquering, yes.
But my opinion is, why continue to do the damage? Just leave them alone.
Yes.
Like that would be this is like let them evolve, let them develop on their own. Why do we have to involve ourselves?
This is like the one argument against colonization is that yes, the imperialism was wrong, but if you are against colonization, then you can't tell me, oh, we want to spread democracy now. Like you're doing the exact same thing.
Or then let's move. Let's have these people all come in a big boat and just welcome them into England. What?
Yeah, that's to me is stupid. So basically, you don't want people to be ruled by natives. You don't want to do colonization again, and now you want to do democracy. Like democracy, the only difference between democracy and imperialism is the same fucking thing. It's just that you are supervising them. Whereas if imperialism, you just held the power directly.
It's so, funnily enough, it's so paternalistic.
It's subversive.
Even though they otherwise they hate paternalism, but it's like, oh no, you poor little baby, let me help you. No, they can help themselves. Okay? I find that ridiculous, I find it diminutive, and I find it, frankly, kind of disgusting.
Yeah, Robo just answered the question, like, by what metric is the civilization inferior? Well, the thing, like, for me, like, when we think of superior
talking about technology, talking about standards of living.
Yeah, like medical care, mortality rates in infants,
cultural advancements that would do things like I don't know, like
advanced
not
libraries,
engage in
universities, civilizational structure. Yeah, but like just because somebody is more primitive to say that doesn't mean they can't be like cool humans.
Right. This is a product of modernity. That what do you mean a civilization is more advanced than another? I don't know. Go play Sid Meier's Civilization and you can get an idea. I'm not trying to excoriate you, Riley Robo. I'm just saying that this is something that it hurts people's feelings a little bit, I think, to think about, but it's the reality that we recognize. Okay, let's not beat around the bush. Pun intended, I guess, in this case.
If one person is trying to throw a spear, the other one is a bazooka, it's kind of obvious which one is the more advanced.
We know what makes one civilization more advanced than another.
Military
and it's not limited to white civilizations. We know that all kinds of civilizations have been more Middle Eastern. There have been great African civilizations. There have been great South American empires that were very advanced. We're not talking about something that is racially based. We're talking about something quite simple, that there are some civilizations that are more or less advanced than others. And I don't think that it's just the idea that it's racial is silly to me. Yeah, it's not racially based.
I just like I've said before that race isn't real because you don't hate anyone for their race. You hate people based on their region fucking codes. Because like
I think that's probably true.
Yeah, because like for God's sakes, like I said this before.
But race is a visual
it's a
cognitive
visual
heuristic.
Marker, yes.
It's a visual, so it makes it it's a cognitive heuristic. So people develop stereotypes around visual markers. And they go like, oh, my interactions with these people who look like this person in the past have given me a negative or a positive experience. It could be either one. And then you have also something called an expectancy violation. So you can have a positive expectancy violation where you're like, you expect the person to be shitty and then they're nice. And you're like, oh, great. Well, that it violated my expectancies positively. And a negative expectancy violation, which is when you expect the person to behave kindly and then they act like a dick.
Yeah.
These are the two types of expectancy violation. Both of them get ingrained in people's memories, by the way.
I've had a conversation with one Indian guy. He's really cool. And he said to me that he has white friends of his that they've just straight up said to him, like, we don't like brown people, but we like you. And he says it's fine because he can understand that he represents like a group figure to them because he's Indian. But once they speak to him, the prejudice goes away because they like him as an individual and they still dislike his group, but him as a person, that's fine. Like, and to me is normal. Is the fact that people dislike groups, although it's like fucking the human history is full of people who dislike other
it's social
groups.
identity theory.
It's just normal. But once you go, like, yes, but this is the thing I've said before: prejudice and discrimination is normal. As a human being, we do this with fucking everything. It's just for some reason.
Cognitive heuristics. Yes,
it's only because of fucking politics that race is the fucking thing that for some reason is now the thing that gets angsty in our fucking civilization. But any other time in history,
but that's because it's political.
Yes, exactly. But that's the stupid thing. Like I said this to Aiden before racism existed as a concept. Why did these people kill each other?
Any kind of petty difference. people would kill each other.
That's normal, but for
some tribal dispute, some going into to ancient human history, some tribal dispute. There would be look at the violence that occurred in Europe. Some minor disagreement between lords. People have engaged in some of the most incomprehensible acts of violence in human history over petty disputes. And I'm saying between lords as a monarchist because it's the truth.
Yes.
People have engaged in horrifying violence against each other for pretty much any reason, but it's always group and identity based. Well, not always, but largely speaking, it's group and identity based. It's where you get the most violence is group and identity.
Yeah.
But group and identity is it's not opaque. It's soluble in that it can change over time, and there can be people who can integrate into the group or extricate themselves from the group. It's never been an opaque kind of situation, or very rarely been.
Yeah.
So, but speaking of, I did find these quotes. This is from an art show that was supposed to be a representation of Caucasian stereotypes of Black people.
Oh, is this the babies on the fucking...
Yep. The 2-hour and 45-minute play focused on stereotypes and fantasies that Caucasian people frequently attach to those who are Black. This was created by Black people, of course.
What you want to bet this person has never spoken to a white person in their entire life, but this is just what they might have. Think them.
But the play focuses on one's relationship with their bodies and identities.
Which means nothing.
Yeah, in one instance, an audience member attacked a performer during the play. As part of the act, an actor snatched a bag from one of the show's attendees as a portrayal of colonization. This led to the attendee punching the performer. This is the part that I was... Was this the one where they... Oh, here it is. Sorry. Yeah. Here's the image. So yeah, it upset... I wonder why this upset people. Featured Black women skewering white babies.
There's a carbon footprint in this.
And why it made people upset. Come on now. What are you trying to say with this? I know what you're trying to say.
The Planned Parenthood will harvest white people?
You're a racist, and you hate white people. And you're not alone. Don't worry, Spoon. Here you go.
What, I hate white people? I don't hate white people.
No, here from your country.
Shoot to kill.
Shoot to kill.
Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa.
Entire stadium of people in South Africa cheering and shouting along with "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer." Shoot to kill. Burr, burr, burr. They've already been doing this for decades, by the way, as I know you're well aware, Spoon, but our audience may not.
Yep. And here's the thing. The shit that I want to say, I probably can't say on here.
Be careful. I know what you want to say. I know that you're going to have... this is the thing you've said before, is that, like, you don't like to talk South African politics with people
and
for a
this
good
is the
reason.
Kind of shit why. Because I will give you extremely based and blunt honest takes. And if you think my takes of superiority is bad here, you should hear what I really think.
Now, I know you'll talk about them a little bit with me because I read that book and because I have known you for a long time. But at this point...
I won't say it here.
But this look at
like
this stadium. How many people are here? It's tens of thousands.
There's about like 80,000 people there.
80,000 people in this stadium in South Africa saying to go kill the Boer, which are white farmers.
Yeah.
Kill the Boer, kill the farmer.
So let me get this straight. When this was tried in Zimbabwe, how did that turn out?
All the white people left, and now their money is worth less than the paper it's printed on.
Yes, so you think it is a wise idea to go and kill the people who grow your food?
Why?
This is the thing. I don't really care
Why?
If the white people were to just leave the lands, because if you did, all you people would starve to death, and frankly, I don't give a fuck how many of you rot in hell.
What I'm asking
if you are stupid enough to kill if you are stupid enough to kill the farmers of your land, that I don't care what happens to you. You're just dumb. You That is like a level of suicide that I can't even understand.
Spoon, why? Just as revenge for apartheid.
Oh yeah,
yes.
That's just because they're stupid people.
And when did apartheid end?
Early 90s.
Early
Basically,
90s. Which it's within our lifetimes.
Yes, South Africa's been a one-party state for basically 30 years.
Yes. Since the end of apartheid, and this is what.
That is why that black lady said, "Black people cannot rule; they cannot govern."
It's
her words, not mine.
There was a black lady who said that. Yes. However,
I actually really feel for the black people in my country that have sense.
I know
because they can't talk about this shit either.
No, because they'll be harangued.
There's a video of one lady who voted for the DA. You know the DA is the DA is okay. So there's basically
yeah.
The DA is there's basically three factions in South Africa. There's the DA, which is the Democratic Alliance. This is like the most whites and colors basically. Then you have the ANC, which is the African National Congress, which is basically communist. And then you have
they're woke as hell. Yeah.
Yes, and then you have the EFF, which is this party, and they're an openly Marxist-Leninist party. Literally,
and racist.
They literally brand themselves as Marxist-Leninist on their fucking website.
What do you think they're wearing red?
It's funny to me that you say that, oh, we hate white people. Fucking dude, your ideology is from Marx and Lenin. Like, fucking the white
I know. Well, they're okay with those ones. They're okay with those ones. Sort of, just so they can take their ideology from them.
It's fucking ridiculous. And obviously the main guy's corrupt and he's fucking loaded. Wonder why.
It's, I mean, like, I would not, you know, I've seen a lot of videos and stuff from South Africa, and it's beautiful, particularly down in Johannesburg. But
down
I would never.
Up in Johannesburg.
What? Is it
Johannesburg
up?
is up north.
What? Yeah. What's Cape Town
is Cape Town
in the south.
Further south.
In Cape, I've seen some of the like aerial footage and stuff from Cape Town. It's beautiful.
Yes.
But you couldn't pay me to go to South. You and I talked about it like at one point a long time ago. I know, but it's just it's sad because, you know, I don't know anything personally about South Africa. You obviously do. But it used to be a very successful country.
It used to be extremely safe. Very, very safe. It used to have an economy on par with Australia.
Yeah.
It used to have...
Well, they're in BRICS now, but I don't think... Do you think that the SA government will be able to, in any way, even deal with the rest of the BRICS nations?
I'm going to say this bluntly. The only way South Africa will thrive is under white rule. And I don't give a fuck who knows it.
I don't think you're incorrect.
That's the problem. Is that
or you have to find some a couple base black people, but the problem is that the majority goes for this kind of shit: kill the Boer, kill the farmer.
Yeah. Like
this is what inspires them in crowds of tens of thousands of people to scream and cry, kill people.
Yeah,
this is so upsetting.
There was a video of a bunch of these people. I say people. That's actually offensive to humans. Like, no, if I tell you the story, you'll see why I say that. There was one woman who voted for, she voted for the DA, the Democratic Alliance, which is like one of the opposition parties. Like 10 of these people just literally gang up on her and kill her for voting for a different party.
For voting.
Like, dude, they
want to, trust me, the Democrats would love to do that in the US.
One of the people literally puts an axe into her back.
Look, I read
one of the people kicking her.
Can't even surprise me anymore. Of the people after the necklacing and stuff,
has a baby on her back.
Oh my god.
Yes, I'm like,
I can remember you offended me. Okay, now,
what in the fuck? And I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking to myself, you want me, as a human being, to think that my species has this kind of people in it, and that my civilization is on par with this level of barbarism? Fuck off. No, we don't do this kind of shit. So no, I refuse to believe that I'm not better than these people, because we don't do shit like that. Fuck off.
Ziggy Mac asks if we watched Empire of Dust. We have not watched it together. I have seen Empire of Dust.
I've used
Spoon's seen the important clips. We should actually watch the whole film together, though. It'd be fun. So Spoon, I know
the guy Wang, who's part of the he's the head of logistics. He straight up just says to the guy, "You were under colonial rule for so long. You should have learned how the things work. You destroyed what they left you."
Forgetting what
this is thing.
Black guy's name is. Eddie. Yeah.
The thing of it is as well, the same thing happened in Zimbabwe, and this is the problem with these with these groups. I'm not going to erase it. This is groups of human. You can't give people technology and they just gravitate to it like a fish to water. That's not how humans
you can
are
just
wired.
you can just give it to them and then be like, figure it out.
Yeah, but that's not how that's how Westerners think. But
that's how Westerners think. Yes,
because I think this is the tools that we have used to gain wealth. These
we'll
people,
leave them to you, and you can just keep on doing it.
But this is the thing: these people don't want to work.
No.
This is
as Eddie says, it's like what happened when Wang and Eddie are talking, and Wang says, okay, so what do you do when you get paid? It's like, well, you go out and you just
Eddie
spend
says
all on drink.
They just get drunk.
Yeah.
And they just wave their asses around.
Yeah.
That's how
and
it is.
Sex.
Yeah.
They have sex and they get drunk and they don't do anything else. Yeah.
But if this is something that sort of hit home because I don't like thinking the thoughts that I do. It's just that I have to acknowledge that they're real because
Spoon's having dark thoughts.
No, but okay, so here's an example. Okay, so I've been around I've traveled around a lot of Ireland, because I used to work with my father. We used to run around the country, and so we've met a few people who have lived and worked in South Africa for a period of time, and they work with the native population. Every single one of them, and I mean every single one of them, that worked there complained about the blacks. Every single one. Well, if it's one or two people, I can dismiss it as, okay, well, they're just prejudice. If it's every one of them, I can't just dismiss it. Like, it's a pattern.
I mean, like, I think that there's a culture that's been created in South Africa that is very obviously, judging from this fucking stadium full of people seeing to kill the whites, that there's been a culture that's been created in South Africa that blames their problems on white people on the border.
Literally everything.
For everything. For every single problem.
And the thing
it's
is,
like it can't be there. First of all, so many of them have left.
Yes.
But every single problem you still have, as South Africa has declined.
But this is what's so annoying to me, is because there are blacks in South Africa who have sense, who can see their own group fucking sucks at holding power, and they would rather have the white rule because they think the country is better. I would benefit personally.
Yeah,
if
that woman
streets
that
were
you covered,
safer.
yeah.
Yes, because she can see if I had a business, if I had jobs and things, the country was better run by whites. And to Westerners, this is like a frame breaking because they can't imagine any kind of place where white rule is accepted by people that are not white. That to me is normal and sane, but they can't grasp that concept because in their world, white people bad. And it's like, dude, no, there are people of different races that can see and appreciate white rule.
It's tribalism, and I don't mean that in a racial way. It's always political tribalism.
Yes.
It's always politically tribal, and it's politically tribal here.
Yes.
Which is that white people bad and black people good. And the reason, and by the way, let's not act like apartheid was sunshine and roses or some shit like that. Okay, let's be very clear.
Compared to
Obviously, there were horrible abuses of civil and human rights that happened under apartheid. We all acknowledge that, just as there were horrible abuses of human and civil rights that happened under slavery, that happened under Jim Crow. But to say that in South Africa, in the South African case, that the overall state of the country wasn't more
civilized, safer.
Let's say under apartheid again, which ended about 30 years ago. Let's talk about in 1970s South Africa. I think in many ways there were horrible things that were happening, obviously, but the country being orderly, and now South Africa is failing as a country in many ways. But
clean,
which
safe.
I'm sorry about that, man. Hang on, I'm from America and we're failing too. So like, we're all in the same boat on this.
But that's the bit of the video that to me is so mind blowing is that you have a black lady, and I've seen all the generations of blacks as well. They're the ones who say, please let the white people return to power. And it's amazing to me that the people who fought for freedom from apartheid would rather have it back.
Yeah.
If the people who fought to end it are wishing
you know what
for
it exactly
return,
is?
that should make you pause and go, what the fuck have you done?
You know what it exactly reminds me of, Spoon? It's so similarly is all the old feminists now coming out and go, oh shit.
What have we done? Yes.
What have we done? Where once you see, and I'm going to bring it, I'm going to come around to another topic because I want to try to get through what we got left, is, not available in my location. What is this about? You're kidding me. I wanted to show you this. What do you mean it's not available in my location? Okay. Oh, it's because hang on. It's a thing. What do you mean start? Oh, it's because I. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna.
Oh, is it the woman that exited the
screen.
World Cup from with an own goal?
Yes. Okay. I just want to show this real quick. So I'm gonna switch my screen real quick. They will let me watch this video where I'm at because I watched it earlier, but no, it says how did I watch this earlier and now it's banned in Guernsey? How does this keep happening to me? How does this keep happening to me? Fucking Guernsey, dude. Like, okay. So just all right, I can't play it unfortunately. It's a woman scoring on her own goal.
Well done.
The Italian and lost the Italian women's football match because she scored on her own goal. This is the women's segment. I thought I was gonna play that to cheer you up, but here's another woman thing that's more related to me in terms of my interests. NASA has regained contact with Voyager 2 after losing it for a week. Why did NASA lose contact with Voyager for a week?
Because they pissed off women and then they had like a storming out.
No, that's not why. It's diversity. So very luckily we have regained contact with Voyager 2. The culmination of.
Someone said this
I've always been
is brought to you by NordVPN.
I've always been fascinated by the stuff that went into because there was a ton of linguists and mathematicians who developed the plates that are inside of the Voyager probes so that they can try to explain to an alien species in a universal language things about what humanity is and who we are.
Woman.
Yeah, true. Here's what happened.
No, you're not. You're a male woman.
True. Okay. Here's what happened.
Aiden's brain is wired like a man's. It's just that occasionally she has hormone fluctuations, which kind of piss her off because I've openly heard Aiden just say she hates being a girl sometimes. It's like I'm having emotional reactions. I'm like, I'm aware that I have emotions and they're pissing me off.
So here we can see NASA Voyager, the next generation. Sorry, Vivek. The next generation. Here we have the face of the next generation of the NASA Voyager project. She's hired, or at least this article comes out in December of 2022. This woman is hired, and NASA, within 8.5 months, NASA accidentally lost contact with its Voyager 2 space probe after sending a wrong command. Go ahead, yeah?
No, I said, is ugly now a requirement?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
But
not much to look at.
It's hilarious that I don't know if this woman sent it, but it is really funny that it's like, we hire a woman and we put her on the face of the Voyager project. Oh god, she has like a Skyrim Nord NPC, doesn't she? But
oh god, she actually does now that you say it.
We hire a woman and we make a big deal about it because we put her in charge of the Voyager 2 project, and then someone sends a wrong command and it almost lose contact with this thing that's been in space for 46 years. Never been a problem until now. Oh, speaking of women.
Oh god.
On Reddit, one of those web pages, a man wrote that he went out with a woman that he met on a.
I know, it's okay. This will be funny. This is. I think you'll laugh at this.
But it's when we're hearing a 60-year-old bitch say the phrase "web page" is like
web page. I read it, whatever that is. I don't know. It's Joy. We get it. You don't understand the internet. Go ahead. And by the way, my one last thing about the Voyager thing. Bill told me that while I was making crepes this morning. And I had like a mild existential crisis because I was thinking about how much work went into creating the plates for the Voyager probes and how important of a project it is to me as a Trekkie, as a nerd. And it was just like, oh, just some woman pressed the wrong button.
Gaggle of bins. That's a great phrase. Gaggle of bins.
Yes.
And she made it clear to him that she was looking for a traditional relationship, whatever that means.
What does it mean?
Oh my god. What do you mean?
Fuck.
Joy, you're fucking old enough to know what that phrase means because you were around when it was invented.
A traditional relationship, whatever that means. Joy, you know what that means. It means man and woman But we're gonna get into it because this is really funny to watch.
when-
They get so pissed off. The audience gets pissed off. It's really funny if you've not seen this.
When you say this, it's obviously virtue signaling, but when you're that fucking old, you just sound stupid when you try and do this.
Yes. But
We're
Wes,
traditional
ready to
and you're
get-
15, that might make some sense, but when you're traditional and 105, that doesn't work.
ready to see the Views audience get pissed off at them
This is
for
6
saying
minutes.
maybe women. I think what did I call this segment? Hang on, or this link.
Tell me
I
now.
titled it "The View Gets Angry at the Idea of a Woman Having Responsibility." So that's what we're about to watch here, lads, ladies, perhaps. Let's go.
He went out with a woman that he met on a dating app, and she made it clear to him that she was looking for a traditional relationship, you know, whatever that means.
We know what it
But
means.
to
Yeah,
her,
whatever,
what it
Joy.
meant is that she would be a housewife, but without children. Okay, so
Okay.
Let's be clear about what that means. I would like to be a housewife, but without children.
So basically just gonna be something you fuck.
I just want to sit around and
do fuck all, yes.
do nothing.
Yes.
Yeah,
I want
that's
a place.
what that
I want a
means.
place to live, and I'm gonna rent my vagina as basically
Yeah.
rent.
I just want to sit at home and do whatever and take
Yes.
your money and do whatever I want with your money. But I don't want to be because I don't want to be a housewife. I want to be. I don't want to be a mother. I don't want to do anything like that. I just want to sit at home and do it. That's what I read from it. And that's why people got mad at it.
Yes.
she took very offense at the fact that he started laughing at that. 'Cause
Yeah,
he-
I would've laughed
he's
at
a
it
guy
too.
who's thinking like, what are you going to do all day? You don't have
Good
kids.
question.
You're just going to be home and scrub the floor. What? What are you going to do?
True.
So,
Good question. What are you gonna do?
Yes.
You don't have a job. What are you gonna do?
what do you think? Would you like to be a housewife without any kids? Just be married?
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, because you have a house and it's being rented by somebody else's
Yeah,
money.
you're just. Yes.
You're basically having a
course-
man. Okay. What you
This
asking
is so-
for? What you're asking for? This is the same relationship a child has with a father.
Yep. I just want to sit there in my house and play with my stuff and have daddy take care of me.
Yes.
You're not an adult. You're
Yes,
a child.
You're a child.
All day, Sarah.
You're dependent.
I'd probably like play tennis, go running, read books. Like,
What's stopping you from doing that if you have other duties in terms of like
By the way, that's literally
taking
what a
care
child
of
would say.
children?
I want to do.
It is what a
things.
child would say.
Yes.
I go out and play games and read my books. Nothing is preventing you from doing that.
Yes.
I am so confused by this.
have a meal where people aren't grabbing at it and taking everything you eat.
What? Oh, she has little kids who are picking at her meal.
Yeah.
Kids do stuff like that, okay?
Yes.
Why?
Go being a mother.
It
you
sounds like
grumpy
she
bitch.
hates. Sounds like she hates her kids. By the way,
Little bit, yeah.
Just a little bit. Like I get that. I don't have kids. I would like to, but I get that kids can be annoying. Oh my god. As I've talked about
That's
before.
Louis
I'm
CK
so
line, don't worry about
terrified.
it.
Well, I'm so terrified of like
You know what your first, your child's
of
first words will be?
everything. Hmm.
Your child's first words will be data.
Data.
Yeah.
Not data. Not data. Data. Yeah. I probably realistic,
Yeah.
but I'd just be like I'd be terrified of just like, doing something wrong, and that's my biggest fear about becoming a parent and always has been. Is like, what if I
hope mine's
fuck
first
up?
words is white.
I'm also afraid that that it would make me that I'd get postpartum or something and I'd be depressed, wouldn't be happy.
That's either
But
be white or king.
I don't know. It makes what every parent I've talked to about this with has said the same thing to me, and they've said, Aiden, the fact that you even think about those things, that you even have those thoughts, means you'd probably be a better parent than 99%. Just because you have fears about it, because like maybe not 99%,
So
but
does
then like
everyone,
then
really.
probably like a lot, because most people don't even have those kinds of thoughts.
Data.
So I don't know if that's true or not. I think people are probably just trying to be nice to me when they see that
will
stuff.
be a battle axe.
But
Courtesy of Bill.
it's so scary to be like, what if I screw something up? What if I do something wrong and I've read too much child psychology literature to like
paralysis,
be like, oh no, fuck. Anywho, let's watch The View. Speaking of children, here they are.
But would you
That's a woman with 3 children talking.
Is that enough for you? Too soon, Rachel. Okay, too soon. Because like the thought of days where I'm not like wiping butts and doing all the things. Maybe just wiping my own butt. I don't know. Like, get crazy. That sounds actually like a really nice release. Like,
but would the man put up with it these days? I don't know if men would appreciate that. Especially in this economy, it's like, get a job.
Yeah, but men like to be taken care of. They like to feel needed.
Yeah,
so I think they would totally be down for that. I just think this
Men want to be taken care of. They want to be needed.
No,
those
like
are two contradictory things, you fucking moron.
First
to
of
be
all,
needed means you take care of other people, hence why you're needed.
Yes, exactly. First of all, so she did contradict herself within 2 sentences, but the reality is that both
back.
But she is right, actually, in a weird way, is that because people aren't that simplistic. Men do want to have a certain level of being taken care of in that they want to be loved. Men want to be loved. They won't necessarily. It's everybody. Exactly. Everyone wants to be loved. But men also have a very unique, in terms of this is only men. Well, not only men, but typically men. They want to take care and provide and protect. Protect is that is the primal male urge to protect, right? Women want to protect certain things.
I think the primal
children
urge
and
of
stuff.
men is to dominate.
Yes, and protection is a part of that, is to dominate anyone who would try and harm your property. And by that I mean I am including women.
Women are your property, yes.
And children, which I know people might object to the terminology there, but it is there for a primal evolutionary reason that is good. It is a good thing to protect, to dominate. Every single one.
Like the women who said that they don't, like, you would love a man that you can run to for protection.
Yes, you
Shut
do.
the fuck up.
Yes,
Like,
you want a man to protect you. You do, because that's what we're designed to do. I'm sorry, you don't fall unless you're a human. You fall inside the human evolutionary paradigm.
Yes.
By
women have a nature and men have a nature. It's a man's nature is to conquer and dominate.
They're complementary to each other.
A woman's job is to be submissive and nurturing. Like, that's just basic biology of our species.
You know how simple it is. You know how simple it is. You know how simple it is. Like, I have a hard time going up and down the stairs because of my neuropathy issues. So, but
are you for funnies?
No, he didn't do that. But I made him.
I imagine he dragged you up like a sack of potatoes.
No, I told you about making the full English or close to a full English stands. But I really wanted, which is the black pudding, because I was thinking about it after that video that the Lotus Eaters did the other day on English food being denigrated by society by non-white, non-British people who live in England complaining about British food not being spicy. And it's like, well, you wouldn't have any of those spices all over the world if they hadn't conquered the world for them, now would you? Yeah. And you live in England, so what if you don't like it? Why don't you go back to wherever the fuck you came from? Anywho, so I was thinking about making a full English. We went to the store because we needed stuff anyway. So, and I couldn't find black pudding, which was kind of like, oh shoot, man. But so I made everything for a full English, sans the black pudding, which is my favorite part.
I've never actually eaten.
So I made like sausage.
I've never actually eaten that.
Never had a full English?
No, blood pudding.
Oh my god, you must! It's so good.
But
so
it's
sausage.
Sausage. That's what it is.
It's so yes, it's delicious. With oats, it's really really good.
I'll stick to Buddha.
You must try it. It's so good. Anyway,
you sound
sausage.
So pretentious just then.
I don't care. So sausage, bacon. You should. Oh my god, I've lived here too long. So,
you simply must venture over, darling.
Local sausage links, bacon, mushrooms, a fried egg, what else? Grilled tomatoes. Those were just for me because Bill doesn't like tomatoes. No hash browns, just some toast. And what am I missing? What's everything?
Beans.
The beans. Those are also only for me because Bill doesn't like the beans. But so yeah, and then like he just brought me up some stuff and was like, "Thank you," and it was very sweet to me, and that was very nice.
This is our food portion of the podcast.
That's part. It's not that I do cook for Bill often, but like not. He wants his things that he wants sometimes, so very often. So I don't always cook, group meals for both of us, but I like to try and do little things. I like to try and do little things. It made me so happy to make him happy. You know what I mean? That's the normative relationship between men and women. It made me happy to make him happy.
That's
how things are supposed to work.
Why don't you like cooking for your partner?
I've never understood that. I love doing it.
I don't get, like, do you not? The thing is, these
beans on toast.
The thing that I don't get is these fucking people talk constantly about, oh, the world is uneven and make happier. But the second it involves you doing something to make else happy, you personally, they shriek at it. It's like, you're just lazy fucks who hate humanity because they're successful. That's all you are. Just miserable pricks. That even when even someone goes out of their way to make their other partner happy, you somehow get upset by it.
You have to complain about it and be upset by it.
Yes, that tells me you are a miserable fucking cunt.
It really is telling. Anywho, let's continue.
Like, I like it to cook for people, and also it makes you feel good as just a person if people enjoy your food.
Yes, it is very. I mean, like, and I didn't put
my ego.
But if I was gonna do it the way that I would have put like some other weird seasonings on it and stuff. But I didn't. I put fresh sage. I had some.
I'm not gonna lie. It also kind of annoys
martyrdom. What?
If I've made something that I know is good and everyone eats it before I get eat it.
Oh, I.
Like when there's nothing left, I'm like,
usually when I cook. Usually when I cook, I'm not hungry afterwards, but I was hungry in this case.
I do understand how that works in your head.
Oh, because like I smell it and it's like I'm eating it vicariously. Anywho, so yeah, I put like freshly diced sage, some marjoram, a little bit of Worcestershire sauce, some MSG, salt and pepper, and that was it. It was very simple because I knew that
somewhere Uncle Roger is happy.
Of course, I put MSG on everything. So and I did simple stuff that I knew Bill would like instead of like me being adventurous. And when we first started living together, I still do. I'll do like an adventurous meal. I'm like, Bill, let's try something adventurous so I can do something fun with my cooking. By fun I mean experimental. And he doesn't he's usually like okay with it, but he doesn't usually love it because it's not what he's used to, and it's not what comfort food is. And instead, what I made was comfort food because I love my husband and I wanted to make him some comfort food, and I felt like doing it. And that's the way normal relationships work. Is you try to do nice things for people that you love, and not just romantic relationships, but familial relationships. You want to make the people that you love happy, and for whatever reason, the left seems to not understand that basic premise. Let's continue with the view.
The first date, you gotta like ease your way into it because clearly what she was looking for was a daddy. Yeah, got that right.
Well, she did call that right. Is that this woman was looking for a daddy? She just wants some guy to take care of her.
Yep.
So Molly was telling me about how you fill out a profile for dating, and it asks that information, and they put out that information.
Yeah,
and
it's important.
I have to tell you, I think I like the transparency and the fact that nobody's wasting time. Okay, you don't want to be with somebody, you want children. I don't want children. We got nothing to talk about. Let's not waste our time. Yeah, but I feel
transparency.
Like for once, I agree with Anna Navarro.
Trophy wife though, like if you're doing absolutely nothing all day, I love it. I said I would run. Like I was going to stay fit. She's going to need to be a trophy wife. Like a stay-at-home mom, that is a job, taking care of kids. Being home with no children, no work, you better be super fit because that's all you're bringing to the table. You're not helping contribute to the rent or the mortgage or
Watch
anything.
this.
Let me present a different.
Do you hear the booze already coming from the audience?
But she's right.
Did you hear that? She is right. Did you hear some of the booze? It already came from the audience. I think her name's Alyssa. Yeah.
You've seen Eddie Murphy's Raw, right?
Of course. One of the greatest comedy specials of all time. Yes.
And you know what he says? He said, if you're a man, you marry a man with $20 million.
Yeah.
All you do is fuck your husband. That's it. That's your job. Fuck your husband.
Fuck him. Yeah.
That's literally all you're doing.
But Alyssa's right.
Yes.
Again, I think that's her name, right?
Yes.
Is that if you don't have children and you're not working, what are you doing?
Isn't it bizarre that the two women who are supposed to be the conservatives, one of the ones that are talking sense for once, they're like,
I know.
Curious.
I know. If you don't have a job, you're staying at home, and you don't have children, your job is to service him.
Yes.
Okay? That's your job. It's your only job.
Yes.
Because what else are you doing?
You're basically a living whore.
What else are you doing?
You basically rent a whore. Like, let's not kid ourselves.
And you're not trying to have children, or you're not preparing to have children, or anything like that, and you don't work any kind of job, then your job is to fuck your husband.
Yeah.
You're a trophy wife.
Yes.
Otherwise, in which case we know what the trophy is for.
Yes. taking cum.
Yep, it's a big
Glorified
open
concubine. There you go,
trophy.
yeah.
It's a have you seen a trophy? Like they're those big cups and they're ready to be filled up.
No
A lot of
work.
jizz in those things.
You better be super fit because that's all you're bringing to the table. You're not helping contribute to the rent or the mortgage or anything.
Let me present a different scenario.
Sorry, that was shady.
So, turning.
Yeah, you heard them upset. The audience is freaking out because the audience of harpies that watch The View are upset by the truth because they can't handle the truth.
Imagine if this woman put on there, I don't want kids, I just want to travel. We would all sit here and we'd be like, wow, okay.
Oh.
No, we don't. No, no, we won't.
No, I wouldn't do it. I'd be like, oh, I don't want kids. I just want to travel. I'd be like, okay, so she's just
Go to a travel agent, not a fucking husband.
go to travel agent. I don't care. Whatever. Bye, bitch.
Woman as what our reproductive, what we're built to do type of thing. And I think
I love Alyssa's.
This is
Women
fucking coke,
deserve-
honey.
I know it surely is, isn't it? It is coke.
to get off the hook on that. Because if a man's single till he's 50 or 60 or doesn't want kids, everyone's like, go you got till you're 80. Have you seen,
That's because he's 60 years old.
That's because
fucking moron.
That's first of all, that's insane. Secondly, I do believe that men's sperm does affect. Well, it does actually. Sperm motility, for example, men do have trouble impregnating women as they get older because of sperm motility and other issues.
Shit, welcome to
motility. I might be wrong on the terminology, but the potency, the number of spermatozoa. I think also that they probably get a little bit wonky too. I think they get a little backwards as you get older. But it's unfair. I get it, but it's a reality that men can keep producing sperm as they get older. Women will have all their eggs, but they can't continue to reproduce. That's not fair. But she's talking about like some Hugh Hefner-esque kind of extreme
like
example
Chad
that
lifestyle.
doesn't. Yeah, that doesn't. This is not. But this is not the norm.
No, it's not
at all. The norm is that young people pair up in long-term pair bonding behavior. So.
Like Robert De Niro and
Robert De Niro, what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't know.
Penniless, toothless, and impotent.
It is motility.
And still be an
I was
eligible
right the
bachelor.
first time.
No,
Let's go.
has to have money and teeth. Money and teeth.
Well, I would say teeth is probably a prerequisite. For
But
money
years
would be
ago, there was a book called The Total Woman. Does anyone remember The Total Woman? No. It was a book where she recommended that you greet your husband at the door wearing nothing,
I read
nothing but cellophane.
Didn't read that.
That's a little,
that only works if
this
you're hot.
this book is from the 1950s, by the way, or 60s. So they always do this, don't they?
If it's
they
from
go
the
to some
1950s, Joy, is there maybe a
they
reason
go to
why
some
only
shit.
you knew what it was?
Right. So they go to some shit from decades and decades ago, some random thing, and go like, oh, look at that one. That's the thing we're going to keep bringing up for forever. And also in that book, as far as I recall, it had all kinds of things of like, oh, you have to surprise, here's all the things you have to do for your husband. And it was like, surprise. Some of them though were I remember reading some of the books when I was, or some parts of the book when I was involved more in the MRA community. And it was, some of the things were good advice. It was like, surprise him with a little gift, not a financial gift, just a little surprise. And it was like, do nice things for your partner, which I think is good advice for anybody,
Basically,
men
be a
or
caring
women.
human.
Yes, be a good partner. That was it. It was just, and by the way, like that, like, oh, what?
Give me a bowl of grapes.
I'd like a bowl of grapes, but it was like greet them at the door
Fresh red
naked.
Grapes. Oh my god, I'm happy as fuck. Words can I describe?
Greet them at the door naked.
That or food. It's
I
like
do like grapes.
a good steak of grapes or strawberries. Basically, I like fruit.
That's what they always say, that is the way to a man's heart's through his stomach, right?
Yeah, that's 'cause it's
but
true.
like to a certain degree it is. But again, the book she's bringing up is 60 to 70 years old, and a lot of the things in it were like you just be nude at the door, and because Joy's 60 years old, but be nude that's kind of excessive. But a lot of the things were
Waiting
like
at the door in just a Soundgarden t-shirt with nothing underneath.
That's what but that is fun, right? That would be fun. That's fun. Like, just be like, how's it going? And or welcome home, honey.
Oh no.
And then, or you know, he comes home and you're in lingerie or whatever. I'm just saying, like, these are things that, and he can do nice things for you back. The point of this book was that not that only women should do these things. It's that men and women complement each other and should do nice things for each other, because that's how you have a healthy relationship with your partner.
Aiden,
But
how
these
do you feel
women,
about salt on watermelon?
I love salt on watermelon.
Oh my god, what is wrong with it? Why are all the women in my life obsessed with this fucking thing?
I love it. I told you about this before, that I love salt on
the girl
watermelon.
I'm talking to, I swear to God, if she ever gives me watermelon, I'm just gonna look at her like, I'm not gonna eat that because I don't know where it's been, and it's gonna be tainted with salt.
It's very good to put salt on watermelon. But here's the thing.
What's wrong with you weird harpies and fucking with fruit?
How difficult is it for a woman to do something so simple as to, if she wants to,
Aiden,
by the way.
women don't even know how to shut up, so I don't think they know how to do action.
True. But unless you do something as simple as just to be sexy for her partner, to give him a little gift, to do something, to put a little heart, I don't know, just on a piece of paper on his desk or something like that. These are the simple things that are in that book that she's disparaging. It's simple things like that. Like, just write him a little note, a love note about how much you love him. And this is the book that she's disparaging. Now, I think men do the same, and often do. And by the way, life is, and relationships, if you're in a good relationship, are reciprocal. So you do something nice, someone will do something nice back to you. That's how life works. Do nice, you put into the world, you get out of the world what you put into it. So stop pretending like it's unidirectional. This is so ridiculous. Be loving and kind to your partner, and they will be loving and kind back to you. And if they aren't, then they're a shitty partner and you need to get away from that relationship. That's how life works. It's not complicated.
It involves women, there's always complications.
I know.
Saran wrap. You wrap yourself in saran wrap and greet him at the door. It's 100 degrees in Miami. It would melt one of the recommendations in that book, because you want to be the total woman for your man.
I think
you should want to be.
No, but my thought is general fulfillment. Like I think I'll be like Joy. I want to work forever. Working brings me fulfillment and happiness.
What makes you think I want to work forever? What do you?
Joy, the fact that you're still doing this and you're ancient and you're joyless. Yeah, that's what makes you think you want to work forever, because that's what you appear to be doing, Joy. It's called predictive modeling.
Someone said to me, why do you hate salt? I don't hate salt as a flavor enhancer. I think anyone who puts salt on fruit deserves to be shot out of a cannon. If the girl I like is listening to this, I'm sorry.
I love salt in my watermelon.
But still,
I love salt. It is this. The watermelon has such a very mild, sweet flavor. It absorbs the salt.
Mild?
Oh, it's so...
What fucking watermelon do you do with the taste of watermelon is mild?
Watermelon is a mild, sweet flavor compared to most fruit. Yes, because of its high water content.
Okay, you eat some shit watermelon, honey.
No, compared to most fruit. Spoon. Compare a watermelon. I almost used your real name. Holy shit. A watermelon compared.
It's not a name that they would know, so they would just ask what the fuck they didn't just say.
Compare watermelon to, like, I don't know, a strawberry. We talked about the strawberry thing earlier. Compare a watermelon to a strawberry.
It's very
sweetness. 50-50. Oh my god, how do you think watermelon is that sweet, dude?
Do you know what the GI is?
The GI tract? Yes.
No, the glycemic index.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes, which is the blood sugar spike.
But yes, watermelon is a fruit.
Incredibly high.
Yes,
in sugar.
Compared to other fruits, no, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is one of the highest concentrate of sugar in any fruit.
Okay, let's look it up. Hang on. Highest concentrate. Now you've triggered me. Of glycemic index fruit. Because I guarantee it's like oh no. Oh no.
You were saying?
Oh no, I'm owned.
Yeah, it's almost like if you talk to it's almost like if you talk to someone who's done bodybuilding and read books about the molecular level of carbohydrates.
He's right. Oh no, he's right. Yeah, it's the highest glycemic index fruit is watermelon. Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm owned.
Yeah, Aiden, it's almost like if you talk to someone who's done bodybuilding and who read books about it, the molecular structure of fruits and carbohydrates and proteins, that I might know some of this shit.
I got completely owned.
Someone said Spoon is African. He knows. Yeah.
I had no idea. Holy shit.
The only reason I know this is because when it listed off fruits that had foods that had very high in the GI index, watermelon was the first one, and I went, "Holy shit!
Okay.
Watermelon is really fucking high." And so, yeah. Yeah,
I can't. I mean, like, I was gonna say I can't believe you're right, but I'm like, no, yeah, you probably are right about that. I was like, no, there's no way you're right. It's like, oh yeah, Spoon was right. Of course he was right.
I don't know about the. I don't know. Maybe is it the watermelon?
I'm gonna clip that because that was pretty funny.
Is it Is it maybe the watermelon that you guys have in the United States? I don't know because our watermelon comes from is grown back home.
No, I've had, but I've had watermelon over here in the UK.
Because yeah, I don't actually know where we get watermelons.
I love watermelon. But it has to have salt on it.
In Ireland here, because generally you can okay, so where I live, there's a couple of shops that sell watermelon, because the sort of local grocery stores, they just do like the normal ones that are like the size of my head, and I can fucking eat that solo. That's not a watermelon. Like a watermelon has to rival the size of my torso.
The small round ones rather than the long ones. In the US, we get the big long ones more typically, but those tiny round ones, yeah, I could eat one of those. Yeah. Even I could eat one of those, and I can't eat shit.
Yes, like a watermelon to me has to be.
Well,
like
I can
10
clearly
kilos.
eat shit because I just ate some shit by being wrong about that watermelon glycemic index thing.
Yeah, but like this if it's a food thing, this is my bread and butter. So this is like you have your stats thing, and this is mine. This is my arena. If you step into my arena, step into
the ring with Spoon about food. I was like, nah, there's no way he's right about that. Anywho, let's move past the water. I'm not owned. Let's move back into the view. Yeah. I'm totally not owned. I'm completely owned.
Words, but if not, then I think you have to have like a charity you're involved in or something in your community. I just think to be a whole person, you can't just be sitting home waiting for the breadwinner, whether they're a man or a woman.
Maybe there wasn't a box to check on that part, because usually you want to do something.
I might be jumping to some conclusions about this woman.
Conclusions, because I feel like you wouldn't just sit on your butt.
So you look like.
Well, what are you gonna do? What are you doing? Excuse me. You're not. If you don't have a job, you're not taking care of children. So what are you doing at home all day? What are you doing? I'm asking a serious question because personally, I can't. Spoon knows this about me too. If I'm not working, when I take some time to play a video game, I feel bad about myself. I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have done. Yeah, I feel guilty. I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. Man, I played a video. I don't. What do you do? And I know that what my job is like the dream job, and I get that, but it also requires an enormous amount of quote unquote work. Like I don't just sit here and go do. I kind of do, actually, to be fair. But it takes a lot of research work. It takes a lot of writing, a lot of recording, editing, and then us doing the show is. I mean, we only started about a year ago. It's been a year and a half now, but
thanks for that.
Hey, well, you're welcome. Well, I'm glad we do it, but this way, I'm not an AI.
The channel actually does pretty well considering the size.
It does.
That's because of you, by the way.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, it is. You run the show. Yes, I'm basically the co-host.
Yeah, whatever.
That's true.
Anywho.
It's a nice counterbalance, thoh. I've had people message me.
I couldn't do it on my own.
You probably could. Actually.
There's no way I could do this on my own. I just ramble. But anywho, which I do.
That's what I do as well. That's just a rambling counterbalance. That's basically what we do. Is basically we talk shit. But I've had people message me and tell me we have a nice counterbalance. Like, when you go off Spurgy, I occasionally have to whip you back into. Well, just
the whole thing.
Fuck down for a moment.
Well, the whole thing is that you and I met on Yiz's stream, and it was just like we had like an instantaneously good chemistry on it. And I'd never hung out with anyone on any other stream where it was like, oh shit, we should talk more, you know?
Yeah. I think that freaked people out even on Centrist Militia
stream at the time. Yeah.
Because afterwards it was just like, I like hanging on Spoon. Everyone's like, what the fuck? How the hell is in like Spoon? How did this happen?
Right. Like, how did that happen?
But politically affiliated. That's probably why.
Well, we have a core political belief that we agree with, and so
nothing else.
Sort of miasma around that is interesting, but then we disagree on everything else, which makes us, I think, hopefully,
we hate a lot of things in common, though.
Counterparts. So, yeah. Anywho, let's finish this view thing because I got a couple more things to get to. I won't hold you for too much longer. Not as it's getting late, but
I have a video to finish as well later. By the way, I will say this: as strange as this may sound,
we'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, we have another article to do as well. We'll probably do that tomorrow or Friday, or whatever.
We're not going to get to that article tonight at all, even though I had a segment for it. But let's just, if you think it's that big of a deal, because I haven't read it, let's do it on its own stream. We'll do it on Sunday or Saturday.
Yeah. So if I don't do a video in a day, it's not that I'm not doing anything.
I freak out personally when I'm not working.
No, but there's days where I will talk to myself literally out loud like a fucking lunatic for like 2 hours. Because the thing is, if I read my scripts or I have an idea, I will talk it out loud and get sort of jokes and punchlines in, and then I will take the jokes that I say out loud or I thought they're funny, and then I will put them into the script.
Whereas I just write an academic literature review because that's what I know how to do, and then I force Bill to help me write jokes for it.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
The video that I just did about just some guy.
Yeah, which I'm curious about.
Yes. Because it was basically like 15 pages of script. So yeah, the video is about 45. It's 40. If you want to hit, it's like 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's your longest video ever.
Yes. Something that I did differently in this video, because normally when I respond to something, I just write the script and then I just say the phrases one by one. And in this video, I decided to listen to the video and respond in real time. So the emotion in my voice is real for the moment. It isn't just scripted.
Yeah.
And you can,
not scripted.
And the thing is, you can generally tell. Because I listen back and like you can hear me getting more pissed off the longer the video goes. Yes, because so I'm like, even when I was recording, I'm like, this, because I know what he's going to say. But even listening to him, I'm like, I want to punch this fucking kid so badly.
I would say I had kind of a similar moment in the video that I just recorded. Boy, whistled there. The video I just recorded about the that insane study that I read, the attack helicopter study. Because when I was reading my own script, I was laughing at the things that the authors wrote. It was that funny. It was so funny that it was like, so hopefully this new video will disprove the AI theory. But I don't know if listening to me my podcast doesn't help, or whatever this is, the live stream doesn't help. I don't know what will. Let's finish these fucking harpies.
Both you and I have voices that could be construed as too mechanical. We're terribly sorry. We're not real. This is we're imagination. We're fictitious.
No, I am completely fake. I am completely fictitious. I am your host,
no way in
Aiden
hell
Paladin.
I am possibly real.
No, there is no way. Hello, Spoonathan. How is your day?
Greetings,
going?
Aiden 1. Go on, this isn't a harpy bitch.
I'd like to hear what everybody would do. You would play tennis
read books all the way
books
through,
all day long.
Like real books.
You
not
don't
like
read.
Children's
but
books.
all day long, your eyes would
I don't
go.
think so. Oh, she does. She does
Your
read.
eyes
She reads
would go.
romance novels. She reads romance novels and shit
Oh
like
my
that. She reads
God,
trash.
I just
She does.
realized she's the kind of woman that would listen to me if I wrote an audiobook.
Oh, 100% she would. If you were like, okay, hang on, we need to get back into this. But I have a really, really quick story. Really quick story. When I was in high school, we used to go hang out at the Barnes and Nobles, which is a giant bookstore, and there was one down the harbor in Baltimore.
40 minutes long, Rob. So yeah, you'll have fun.
It's Barnes and Nobles is a bookstore chain in the United States. I don't know if they're international, but there's a really big one, or there was a really big one in the harbor in Baltimore. And what we used to do is after school on like Fridays after school, we would take the tram down to the harbor, and we would go sit at the Barnes and Nobles, and we would read manga, basically stealing it, to be fair. And we would just sit there and no one cared. Nobody cared that we were doing this. We were just using it as a library, essentially. But sorry, I thought maybe I woke Bill up. What we would do is, oh shoot, was my fuck? I had a point in this story, and now I've forgotten it because I thought I woke Bill up for a second, and then I got scared and distracted. Oh, it was him at The Voice, wasn't it? Oh shit. Okay, I now can't remember the point. Oh no, yes, I got it.
Barnes and Noble's book.
Yes, we one time we went into the women's like literature section, and we didn't just do it once, we did it a couple times, and we would do my giant, and I'm saying he's like 6'7", overweight, huge, very gay friend Devon would do dramatic readings of the back covers of women's romance novels. Oh, he was very gay. And I remember there was this one, and I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. And I actually found it as an adult. I found the novel, and the woman wrote tons of novels about this, where the description was about how you know what? I can find it right now because I have I know the important quote phrase. So if I type in romance novel, quote, Randy She-Whale. That will get it. Yep, here it is. Truly Madly Viking by Sandra Hill. We found this.
Say the phrase you just said. I just wanted to hear you again.
I'm gonna read it. Hang on. Here we go. We've got it up here.
Did you say Randy Sea-Whale?
Here we have truly.
Fuck. That guy's jacked.
His boat off course, distracted by a Randy She-Whale, whose infatuation had somehow thrust him into. Oh wait, sorry, I was supposed to be doing the voice. Right, there's the whole point. His boat off course, distracted by a Randy She-Whale, whose infatuation had somehow thrust him into the 21st century. Jorund Eriksson had cause to question his surroundings, and though the befuddled Viking thought he'd found heaven when he caught sight of the comely wench with the man hair and the kissome lips, the lovely doctor simply thought him crazy, and Jorund realized the only thing that had driven him to the edge was her enticing figure. He skyrocketed from the water and into Maggie's life, all sinewy muscles in a flawlessly proportioned body, and a swath of long blonde hair swept back from his brow. His claim to be a Viking from the 10th century made her smile, but it wasn't laughter that caused her stomach to flutter when the Hercules look-alike claimed her lips. As soon as he had her believing his story, though questioning her own sanity. Then the psychologist realized there was another possibility. Neither of them was truly mad. Neither of them was truly mad of them. Neither of them was truly mad of them, were truly madly in love. Truly madly Viking.
Okay, now do it in a Japanese voice.
No, I hurt myself in my own fucking intent. Kill me. I haven't looked at that in like 10 years. I think I looked at it once before, relatively recently. Anywho, the view. You're all welcome.
I can absolutely spend a full day on vacation reading books. Reading a book. 100%. How about you?
No, what? Yeah, you're reading Truly Madly Viking. I get it.
Whatever the hell I wanted,
like
without
what?
judgment from anybody. I kind of think that.
Would you get your boobs
You don't think.
bigger? Do I look like I need bigger boobs? Don't answer that.
No. So what would you do all day? I'm always fascinated by people don't know what to do.
I honestly can't imagine it, but I also don't like the idea of sitting in judgment of a woman who wants to choose to do nothing, or a man who wants to choose. I mean,
I'm going to judge the man a little
No,
harder.
but I think we are very harsh
with each other as women, right? She has a point, though. Lean in, lean out. But let women do whatever the hell they want.
Whatever.
Wow,
I don't
she's
really
actually
care
talking
anymore.
sense. That's kind of weird.
The reality is, I
freaked out
don't.
by this.
I am freaked out by Anna Navarro talking sense.
Yes, I.
Do you want to keep watching it then?
Very disturbing.
What I found poignant was that there were women in the audience who were booing over the idea of like, what? I can't just stay in my house and do nothing? Yeah, do something, bitch. Unfortunately, and here's, by the way, do you know why you have to do something, bitch? You voted for it. You demanded it. You demanded it, and now the reason it has devalued all jobs. So all jobs used to be that a man could support. My grandfather supported a family of 7 children on a single income.
Yes, because even back then, you see, there was a lot of there's a lot
Can't
of
do that
need
now.
for manpower. You see,
He was a carpenter, actually. By the way, speaking of carpenter, please come and fit in my shower.
the good old.
I have a couple
days.
more things.
Men were men.
Couple more things.
You
Just
could tell
gonna
a woman
get
to
through
shut
them.
up and beat them, put them in a car, drive away. Ah, yeah, good old days.
Popular high school boys are trending conservative.
Oh, yeah, this is.
Wonder why? Because the world is paused and gay. Is this not the one that I wanted? Whatever. Okay, so here's the the survey.
Yeah, this is sort of an offshoot of the thing that I wanted to look at.
Figures are representing a striking shift in the political views of boys. As recently as the late 2000s, liberal boys occasionally outnumbered conservatives. Back in the Carter era, both boys and girls leaned liberal. Nowadays, it is girls who are drifting to the left. Gee, I wonder why.
What's your take on this, actually? Because the boys and girls are exposed to the same information. Why is it not affecting boys as much, do you think?
Because boys have no place in society. It's a feminized society, and they're told, you suck. You don't have a place. You're a rapist. You're either a rapist, you're irrelevant, you're pointless.
Yes, but these are like young
you
teenage
have
boys.
no value. Yes, but they're told, but they're still getting these same messages. Only women have value.
Exactly, but why do you think the boys are not taking to it? Why do you think the message is not resonating?
Because men don't want to accept, even young men don't want to accept the message that they have no value or point.
I think it's something different.
What do you think it is?
I think okay, this is my thing. What happens when you go through puberty?
Testes descend in men, breasts develop in women.
Yes, exactly. You develop.
Menses start in women.
Yes, exactly. You develop sexual characteristics.
Sexual attraction to the other sex.
Yes, and
begins,
also you develop testosterone.
And estrogen, yes.
You get more aggressive.
In males, yes.
You get denser muscle tissue. And what is the function of those things?
To protect women.
Ah, there you go.
To protect and secure women, yes.
Yes, exactly. There's function to it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at that fucking LGBT shit.
It's anti-masculine.
Yes,
it's anti-masculine.
It's not just that, it has bright colors. And like you said to me before, in Mother Nature, bright colors indicate
It's called
danger.
aposematism, yeah. Aposematism, yeah.
Yes, and those bright colors are a threat. And masculinity is looking at that shit, and something in them is telling them, this is wrong. There is this I need to kill because it is a danger. That's the reason why men are rejecting it.
In young men in particular, why they're rejecting this, it might be part of it. If we're going from the aposematic
they can tell it's a
sort of
threat.
Argumentation, it's that it is a threat, and also very curiously, one of the things that we know about young men in particular is that they have a very high proclivity towards adolescent egocentrism, yes, as all adolescents do, but also risk-taking behaviors. Young men, they want a fast red car, right? That's the kind of stuff that they're interested in. They want aggressive things. They are aggressive, and that's because they're trying to obtain a mate because their hormones are out of control and raging, as is normal, but that's how it works. And I think you're probably right, is the reason why young men are saying fuck this shit is that they're seeing it as a threat to their ability to mate.
Yes.
And which it is a threat to their ability to mate.
Yes.
We are apes at the end of the day. So
exactly,
I think that's
mammals.
right.
We're designed to breed. And the thing of it is, that instinct, while they may not be able to articulate it, that instinct is Mother Nature.
Mm-hmm.
That is immune to political indoctrination because that signal is in your bones. It is in your blood. It is woven into your fucking DNA, and there's no amount of political indoctrination that is ever going to undo
they can't.
that.
Well, you know how they try to undo it is by not allowing men to go through male puberty by saying, no, you're actually a girl.
Yeah,
but we'll get to that in
boys
just a
are not
second
gonna
here.
take well to that.
I want to do a little bit of stuff about Christianity here because I want this made me very upset. So this was a man who was arrested for preaching in public. I mean, how insane is this?
You shall love your neighbor as yourself.
Love your neighbor as yourself. He's reading from the Bible, and he's about to be arrested.
But if you bite and devour one another, beware lest you be consumed by one another.
Hey, what are you doing? What is the problem here?
You can't speak the word of the Lord. This is how you know okay. I'm sorry. Something's really screwed up in society when you can't speak the word of the Lord.
They say we can speak out here on the sidewalk freely. You can speak, but there's no
You can speak, but you can't speak the gospel. Why not? You don't want people to hear the word of the Lord?
Read from
Why
the Quran.
don't you want people to hear the word of the Lord? Oh, you could go out there and read the Quran all day, I guarantee it.
Told us that. How come there's no amplification? Hey, you guys are acting like thugs, man.
This is a teenage boy,
thugs.
which is why I brought this up after the teen boy thing of a teen boy's going more conservative. It's a teenager, young 20s. He is just reading the word of God.
Hey, you're taking away my property. He has every right to be out here engaging in speech.
He does. He
has every
literally
right to be out here
does.
engaging in speech.
Legally does.
There's cars driving by with their radios playing, that's amplified sound. People are standing out here with radios, that's amplified sound. The
Arresting him
ordinance has
over
to do
amplified sound.
with a decibel gauge. You don't just get to pick and choose which amplification you like and which you don't.
Yes, they do, because
That's
we live in a
selective enforcement of the
totalitarian
law.
nightmare
It's
world.
discrimination on the basis of speech.
It's satanic, by the
That's
way.
what you all just did. Content-based discrimination based on speech.
Look how many
No,
people...
clearly there's some kind of other demonstration happening here in the
Also,
background.
look how many cops are there. I could count
I know.
like 16.
Yeah,
for
there's like
one
20
kid.
cops.
What the fuck?
For him, he wasn't
He was just
reading anything
talking.
malicious. He wasn't even reading anything malicious. I mean, he wasn't reading Leviticus. You know what I mean? Which I don't think is malicious either. But you could say, well, maybe that would offend people. But that I don't care. By the way, it's your freedom of speech. But
Also, hi.
For all the law is fulfilled in one word, even in this, you shall love your neighbor as yourself.
you shall love your neighbor as yourself. And that's when
Don't
they
like the
arrest
state,
him.
though.
You shall love your neighbor as yourself. They don't. They hate you.
This is the kind of thing that
This
makes
is
me anti-police.
I know. Well, LGBTQ activists assault students peacefully protesting woke indoctrination of children. This is again another attack against Christians.
Oh, look, the person
group-
attack is a woman.
Of course. A group of student volunteers
This is why
peacefully
you
protesting.
don't give women power because they are not fit to wield it. No
Peacefully
offense,
protesting against the I don't care. Against the radical LGBT indoctrination of children were assaulted by angry leftists this week. On Monday, volunteers with the American Society for the Defense of Tradition, Family, and Property student action advocacy group were attacked by LGBTQ activists, damaging the student signs and striking the quiet protesters with beverages and paint. I would like to show you guys the video, but it's been removed. I hope you effing die, you Christian fascist.
I love it when they
I'm
throw
using
labels around like this
F-slur.
just because they don't know what it
I
is.
know. Yeah, they just screaming at these people. They're
I like
look, God's army is strong, and you can't shut it. The police. By the way, for those of you cops who have assisted in this and arresting the Christians who are speaking their minds and preaching the word of God,
you suck.
And arresting them and putting them in a jail cell. Just want to let you know that happened before. One time, but Christians prevailed and preserved. So go ahead and try. And by the way, it's not all bad, because university targets Christian student pays the price when she takes it to court. Go ahead, Spin, sorry.
I think we need to have like an army of Christians. Like dressed in like crusader uniforms. Just marching the street menacingly and just like saying,
yeah.
I would feel very safe walking around with people with massive swords who do not take shit.
Yeah.
And who just look at the LGBT community and go, fucking try us and see how far you get. I'm totally in favor of based Christianity making a comeback.
I think Christians do need to be more assertive.
Yes, I do think they need to be far more aggressive, actually, and I would have no problem with Christians exercising a bit of let's just say holy might.
I agree. In February of 2022, Maggie DeJong, a grad student at Southern Illinois University in Edwardsville, was hit with
only God can judge me.
Was hit with a no-contact order from the university, barring her from communicating with 3 students who had complained about her expressing her conservative Christian beliefs. While the order was rescinded after SIUE, that's the Southern University of Illinois, received a letter from DeJong's attorney, they were later reinstated. As a result, DeJong took the university to court with the help of a conservative legal group, Alliance Defending Freedom. Now, ADF, Alliance Defending Freedom, is reporting victory for DeJong, and Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, is being forced to pay up for violating her freedom of speech. As a part of the settlement,
Retake Constantinople.
As a part of the settlement reached between the parties, the ADF's attorneys will be conducting a First Amendment training session with 3 of the professors, according to an ADF news release. Now you gotta go to a fucking session, and you have to learn about how freedom of speech works. The university had to pay this woman $80,000 for violating her freedom of speech. This is a rare win, and I'm all in favor of it. Let's go. You can't say you can't speak because of your religious rights. And again, remember, like, these same people will be like, oh, well, Muslims can say whatever they want, but not Christians. No, I'm sorry. If it's going to work one way, it has to work all ways, and Christians are allowed to speak.
I have a white pill on that.
This is a white pill. This is the white pill.
No. I think the reasons why, I don't think it's not only that the fact that that Muslims will fight back with teeth. It's because Muslims are also in smaller number. Whereas if you got a whole bunch of Christians, you
in the West,
yes, if you got a whole bunch of Christians, you just say, yeah, if you insult God in the way that you insult Muhammad, we're gonna start cracking your teeth. You do realize the only reason
Muslims will do that.
Yes.
Christians won't.
Yes, but this is the thing. If the Christians actually decided that, yeah, we're actually not going to take the shit anymore. We're actually going to start defending it with some fucking firepower.
We need to start defending ourselves.
Believe me, the only reason why they don't is because is they fear reprisal of Muslims, and they don't from Christians. If the Christians decided to flex and hit, trust me, they will back down quick as fuck, because the LGBT community is extremely brittle. It is incredibly weak. It only appears strong because no one hits it. Once you do, they buckle.
Yes, they buckle instantly. And here's the thing too.
They're weak.
I want to point out something very careful, because people will always say, like, oh, Christian, you want to stand up for yourselves? Didn't Christ say to turn the other cheek? Do you know what Christ meant when he said to turn the other cheek?
Smack the shit out of you, because it's equally.
Do you actually know? Yeah, what it meant is that
be beaten with an equal.
To be slapped with the palm is to be slapped as an equal. To be slapped with the back of the hand is to be slapped as a slave or a lesser. So Roman soldiers would slap people with the back of their hand. If you turn the other cheek and they slap you with their palm, they slap you as an equal. Jesus was not saying to lie down and allow yourself to be victimized. Christ was saying, in my opinion, now it's my opinion again on this, who am I to totally understand what the holy word of God is, but I think Christ was saying to force them to treat you as an equal and not to lie down. I don't think what Jesus was saying, considering he was a revolutionary at his time, I don't think he was saying to lie down, and he let down his life for his cause. So I don't think he was saying to lie down and allow yourselves to be victimized, and Christians have not historically. And you don't really want to know what happens. I think the left doesn't want to know what happens when you really piss Christians off, but we'll see.
Basically, if you're going to hit your woman, do it with an open palm.
Back into the tranny thing, because you brought it up. Costa Coffee.
God, I saw this.
And I have a Costa Coffee card. We do have Costa. It's one of the only chains we have over here in Guernsey. Had this on a truck.
I don't know
which
what
is
I'm
a
more
mutilated
offended
woman.
by, the mutilation or the art style.
Both. But
It's a fucking
people are not
eyesore.
happy. People are not happy. They're telling Costa to remove this. If you're from America and you don't know, Costa is like the Starbucks of the UK.
I think Costa's better quality.
They do have better coffee. They have better quality coffee, yeah. But it's a giant coffee chain. So yeah, people don't like it.
I see.
Probably get rid of it, and we'll see what happens. Some people are saying they're going to boycott Costa over that, but we'll see what happens there. Drag queen Flammy Grant tops iTunes Christian music charts after twisted social media stunt. So here's what happened, is that this, just to be, I'm going to cover the story quickly. This drag queen made a Christian song, released it, and then claimed that Christians liked it, and that they wasn't because they encouraged their leftist audience to like it. And that's actually because you can trick Christians into liking your song. Let's listen to a little bit of it. Or a little bit of this stuff. Oh.
Hey TikTok, I am Flammy Grant.
What the
That's me. I am the shame-slaying,
Okay.
hip-swaying, singing-songwriting drag queen who spent 22 years as a worship leader before I started doing drag, and today, Sean Foyt tried to drag me on Twitter. If you don't know, Sean is a MAGA-loving worship leader who is holding these massive unmasked
It's actually not the video. I was looking for TikTok. Can you...
Hey TikTok, I am Flammy
Is this
Grant.
it? Okay. Is it here? Okay.
In the
Is this
church,
video, I
and look
guess?
no further than former worship leader Derek Webb's new collab
Sorry.
with a drag queen. These are truly the last days. Side note, Derek was never a worship leader. I was, though. Of course, I am a drag queen, so I'm not going to just roll over when someone comes for me on Twitter, right? So I said, end goal, baby, we're just getting started. To which Sean replied, well,
I hate
good.
this.
This happened on who follow me here on TikTok.
Here we go. Here we go. That's what I was waiting for. Oh, wait. Everyone knows you're a man. I know you're a drag queen, so you're not supposed to really look like a woman, but still.
You're not Adele, by the way, which is who you're trying to emulate.
I know.
You sent me away, but I was never alone. You were afraid there was not enough, but you can't run out of love.
I released Good Day on my album last year, and it does not...
Whatever. So that's the song. We got a little clip of it. So that song did do numbers, but the reason why it did numbers is it only did numbers after they came out and said, like, oh, by the way, I'm a drag queen who is doing this fake Christian song in order to get Christians to listen to it. It didn't do it organically. It didn't make numbers organically. It only did it after they promoted it. Christians don't like this stuff. And then they're lying and saying, oh, it's so easy to trick Christians. They'll like your song, or that either it's easy to trick Christians, or that they'll like your song no matter what. Whatever. I don't think that's true. It only did numbers.
Music.
Yeah, it only did
At
numbers
least I know
after
the
you.
indoctrination I'm listening to, and I don't do drugs.
It only did numbers after you promoted it to your far leftist audience, and then they all went and promoted it. So it's not organic. Okay, cool, good job. Let's talk about things that are sadly organic. Man who beat 2 babies to death, allegedly awaiting breast implants at California women's prison. I saved the saddest parts for last, guys. We got some white pills, but man who beat 2 of his own infant children to death is now reportedly awaiting breast implants while at a women's prison in California. Jessica Marie Han, born Jason Michael Han, began identifying as a woman in, oh, guess what, 2019.
When was he arrested by any chance?
Way after that.
Oh, curious.
The murder was in 2002.
Weird.
So this person was on death row and is on death row. Right now, they're still on death row. I'm not going to go over the specifics of this.
Why do you end on this note?
Hang on. We'll get better. I just wanted to, not quite over. This sentence was in 2000. I know. It was in 2006. For the murder of 2 infant children, he was sentenced to 27 to 30 years. And now is wanting to be transferred to a woman's prison.
I wonder why.
And to get breast implants. This person is a baby murderer, literally. This person killed 2 infants, 2 little babies, innocent little babies. And now is complaining that the prison system won't pay for their boob job. Be a little bit mad before I go to sleep. Another similar case. California triple murderer.
At this point in time, I think it's just starting to fix their hairline.
Has been caught harassing women in California prison, inmates say. Guess what? It's a transgender person. Every time.
Yeah, of course.
Dana Rivers.
It's like a fucking
shares a cell with female inmates in California Central Women's Facility in Coachella, where he was incarcerated last month. Women in Rivers' housing unit says he ogles them, speaks demeaningly to them, and demands they push him around in his wheelchair. Rivers has been a problem since he rolled in the door, one inmate. I don't know if he's actually disabled or just pretending. If it's part of his grift. I don't know. I honestly don't know. One inmate said in a message reviewed from the Washington Free Beacon, he's trying to control the women, saying he gets to bypass everything, special treatment. They keep doing this stuff. Why is this person arrested? Is it for sexual crimes? What do you want to bet? I didn't look into this. Found to be legally sane.
Or sex crimes.
Well-known transgender activist sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for murdering 3 family members in a brutal and frenzied attack that the judge says was the worst he'd seen in 3 decades. And now he's sitting in a women's prison in a wheelchair, demanding the women push him around and making sexual advances on them. How long can this go on for? Well, a transgender person was denied their right, what they believe is their right, to kill themselves. And I'm saying that it's their right to euthanasia in Canada. In Canada, yeah.
Yeah.
Historical implications of gender-affirming care for all Indigenous, First Nations, Inuit, Metis, whatever, people, and those aging out of care. Given Canada's horrific history of abuses, here's what happened, okay? This is a transgender person who got transgender surgery, is miserable about it, and now wants to end their life. And the Canadian government has denied them. Interestingly. We look here at the documents. Specifically, what they said is, does not currently meet criteria. Look into funding to visit gender clinic for something in Montreal for surgical follow-up.
Yes, of course, because you're a customer. We don't want to kill a customer.
Right. We want to keep you on the...
That is
give us more business.
What it is, and let's not get around the bush.
Thank you, Spoon. Exactly.
You're
That's
welcome.
exactly what it is. Can be reassessed in future if change in clinical status. No, you can't kill... Anyone else can kill you. If you're a straight person, you're a straight, regular person who's just given up on life, you can kill yourself under the maid service in Canada. But you're a transgender person looking to kill yourself?
You are worth money.
No, you're worth money. We can squeeze some more out of you. So absolutely not. You are a part of the system, baby, and you're not allowed to get out of it. So you can't even kill yourself. This is funny.
That's fucked up.
It's unbelievably fucked. I don't want so any on a more positive note before I finish the super chats. Democrats complain that the GOP gains by opposing transgenderism. Gee, I wonder why.
Is it because transgenderism is cringing, gay, and unnatural and fucking demonic and unholy?
Yeah.
And yeah, feel free to clip that and play it. I don't care what anybody thinks.
Don't care.
When I say that kind of
Today,
shit. It's just true.
Yep. Today's hearing is not about protecting children or parents' rights, said Rep. Mary Gay Scanlon. Haha. Democrat, Pennsylvania. The top Democrat on the Judiciary Committee's subcommittee on Constitution and Limited Government. You've never seen a government. You didn't want to expand.
Christ.
Quote, it's a cynical and frankly dangerous. The transgender children.
That's not a real thing, by the way.
That's not a thing. And their families
Like
driven not by
cat.
science or facts. You're not driven by science or facts. In fact, you deny all science and facts.
If you're a politician, you're not driven by science or facts. Like that's just fucking get real.
But by polling and political strategists determined to mobilize conservative voters through fear, you mean through reality, it's fear-mongering at its worst, picking on already vulnerable kids, there's no transgender kids, in order to stir up chaos that they hope to ride to success in the ballot box. Undoubtedly.
I love how just opposing this insanity is seen as
I
a
know.
political agenda.
I know.
Just by the way, let's just say if you had any different type of government,
yeah,
would you still oppose this shit? Yes.
No.
So it's not.
I mean,
yes.
but you wouldn't any other type of government, but because it's a democracy, no, you wouldn't. But because it's democracy, you wouldn't do that now, would you? It's so infuriating, though. But that's the reality. Undoubtedly, transgender youth participation in sports will be discussed because Republicans think it is a winning political talking point, said Rep. Jared Nadler, Democrat, New York, the top Democrat on the Judiciary Committee.
I hate to look at
So,
it. It's mobilized through fear. It's not through fear. It's through
no,
anger.
reality. And it's also through reality, through real things that have happened, that keep happening. We're trying to protect women, children, and men
From dangerous men.
from people who want to cause them harm because they're weirdo perverts who you have given the just full carte blanche capacity to harm other people. Quote, these things need to be discussed and determined in a scientific matter, but you're not interested in science, are you? Because you don't think that chromosomes exist anymore. In a logical manner, not via emotions, not behavior, and attitudes that appeal only to voters and to try and gain votes at the ballot box, said Rep. Steve Cohen,
Everything is about
Democrat,
power.
Tennessee. Yes, it is about of course, it's always about power. So I won't go into it too much. This is a relatively long article, although it is good, from Breitbart. Look, here's the thing. We know what this stuff is about. It is about power. You're upset that this is what drives me nuts, this spin real quick. They always be like, oh, why are conservatives and Republicans so obsessed with transgender people? Because you won't stop shoving it down our throats and trying to give them evolved rights above normal people to the point where they can get away with heinous crimes, murder, child murder, as I just brought up.
And
child
and
murder.
And if they go to prison, they can just rape women. It's kind of bizarre.
That person who murdered 2 babies, 9 years. And now in a women's facility and gets a breast implant operation because they said they wanted one. Funded by the United States government. That's the problem that we have. I don't care what you identify as. I don't care. I don't want you, however, using your identification to abuse people and take money from the state, which I don't think should exist, but you know what I mean? Like, not in its current state.
How about you identify as a fossil?
Yeah. Well, they will inevitably. I will. I guess I thought I had something fun to end on. It was that one video, but this is kind of funny. Bud Light is selling so poorly that bars are now selling it as Blanco or as a mystery lager.
Except when they go to the bathroom, they find out they have the opposite sex's genitals.
But here's the thing. This one gay bar, or whatever, one bar, says, since none of these weirdo boomers want to buy Bud Light anymore, this is how I'm going to start selling it. I call it our mystery lager. And when they take a sip, I'm gonna take a picture and say, you're gay now. Yeah, that's going to help Bud Light, by the way. And it's going to help your business, okay?
That's how you lose teeth.
It's unbelievable.
This is how you get blasted in the face.
It is funny, though, to me.
You're going to sell someone who would buy Bud Light, and you're going to try and make fun of them.
It's hilarious to me that bars that sell Bud Light are at the point where they are lying about what it is and selling it as a mystery lager, as a mystery drink, in order to try and sell it. Even if they're trying to do it as a meme or whatever. So they lie to you. Which, by the way, like, I want to be clear to whoever's doing this.
Woman.
You can probably get in big legal trouble for lying to people about what they're drinking. Just saying. If you lie to them about what it is, that's probably a lawsuit. Waiting to punch it in the boy hole, right? Anywho, so it is late as hell. We've gone very late tonight. We have gone very late. But I have gotten through everything I wanted to talk about except for the article that you had, which we might do on Saturday. So, with that in mind, I think we're going to head out for the evening. Thank you all so much for watching. Oh, hang on. I have to do the super chats. Why? God, where are my freaking manners? Okay. 1 second. We have to do the super chats. So sorry, guys.
It says the stream is ended, and that's now on my screen.
No, it's not ended quite yet. Not quite yet. We have to do the super chats. DRT is King for 5 says in 2018 it showed that the California expats kept Texas as red as it. Oh, I read that one. I think I did. So read it again. Kept Texas as red as it is the cities dwelling natives being the major leftward pushing agent. Beard for 5 says, which is true. They're trying to fuck with the way that Texas is being categorized. Beard for 5 says states need to go back to pre-Civil War state of being, and cities need to be walled off and treated as states of their own. I read that one, but God, again, let me make sure I know where I'm at. Okay. Yes, okay, found where I was at. Cole Summers for 5 says a neon got me into Steins Gate. Hey, hell yeah, more people into Steins Gate. That's awesome. I watched it all this past weekend. One of the best anime I've ever seen, and I'm passing it on to coworkers now. Let's go Steins Gate. Hell yeah, man. Lance for 5 says, who will win the academic race? Will a single student pass 8th grade math at the LeBron school, or will LeBron finally finish a single book? That is a good question. My bet's on the student who can't pass the 8th grade. Lance for 2 says, where's Bono to condemn this moment? I wasn't sure what that was in. Killed. True. Oh my God. Oh, was it in response to the Africa stuff? Probably was. Jake Kodo 345 had just become a member. Thank you so much. And thank everybody who's been a member of the channel. It's incredibly helpful. And I really do appreciate all of your support. It's really been fantastic for this small little channel where we all just kind of hang out and talk shit.
Yeah. We enjoy it. We have fun here.
Yeah, we just get to talk a little shit. Redneck Graham for 5 says, usually when pudding turns black, that's a sign it may have a touch of the botulism. Also, all streams must evolve into food. It is our nature, Redneck Graham, as you know. And I love black pudding. There is also white pudding, which is basically the same thing, but doesn't have blood in it. I know it freaks some people out, but trust me, it's really good. Radically Moderate for 5 says, as for Voyager 2, it's programmed to reset itself after 2 weeks of no contact, or if a bad command was set. Sounds like that happened here. Yeah, I think that's what happened. Clearly. I didn't know that about Voyager 2, but again, programming, which was like before the time of computers that we understand them as today, versus today, 46 years ago versus today, and the programming then was better to make sure that so that a woman allegedly couldn't send a bad code to the freaking satellite to be like, whoopsie, and then lose it for forever. And finally, Cole Summers for 5 says, you need to check the human trafficking ring that was busted in the Rich District in Southlake, Texas. Involved almost 50 people. Man, I gotta be in a different mood to do that, but I think I will look into it. Let me write that down. Put it in my notes here. Southlake, Texas trafficking. I've also lost my voice, if you can't tell. All right, because it's been a very long time. And I have to do a little bit of voice acting tonight. Well, Spoon, as my fellow AI, what would you like to say to the people before we end?
Fascism is not so bad.
What's not so bad?
Fascism.
Fuck, it is. Fuck fascism. Fuck off, dude. This is a monarchy stream. Get out of here with that
Okay,
shit.
no. Can I just say? Oh, and this, there's a buddy of mine from the Netherlands, right? His name's Dutch. You can probably guess where he's from. But we were discussing sort of politics from a historical perspective.
Yeah.
And if you understand something about Dutch, Dutch is extremely blunt and honest, and he does not give a fuck.
Yeah.
And because he's Dutch, he has a very kind of, not monotone in a boring sense, but monotone in a he gives no fucks kind of sense. And we were discussing politics, and in a very Dutch accent, just went, fascism is not so bad. And I looked at him like, Dutch, that's incredibly basic, just say that and don't give a fuck. But he just went, well, look at like Spain under Franco, for example, versus like previous regimes. And he just looked at the context of what did they have before and how democracy crumbles. And we're like, okay, yeah, I see where it's coming from. It's just, it gets really fucked the way he said it. But for him to just go like, fucking hell, that was very, very blunt. Like, okay, yeah,
understandable.
I see what it means, but yeah.
I disagree. I disagree, but I do get the sentiment.
Yeah.
Anywho.
It was funny as
we'll
shit.
all Anywho, we'll see you all. Maybe we'll do the other article on Saturday. We'll see what we're doing. Anywho, see you all later. Thank you all so much for all of your donations and for tuning in. It's always fun. And yeah, see you next